减减减 Chapter 31 减减减 Chapter 29 Workshop or Workout Interview in the year 2328 with inventor of the Neuroframe and founder of the Free Cities. Beauregard measure response to the question. What would you say makes a good shard op? Considering you're the very first one to ever exist. That's an interesting question, Margaret. You could dissect it a number of ways, and then diverge it into the several sub-Zan classifications of shard operators working throughout the world. Obviously, operators need to have extensive knowledge in the realms of both medicine and engineering, but that isn't to say that you need to be an expert in both fields. I studied medicine in Harvard and bioengineering in Yale. It was only after the collapse that I spent my decades up in space studying every other field to have escaped me. In short, I became good at almost every field of science available to me. Was I a world-leading expert in any of them? No, but I was the first one to see all the pieces, how they could fit together in creating the implant Zan adapter link that would pioneer into the Neuroframe project. Obviously, I didn't work it alone, and had the Free City's brightest minds working to put my theoretical experimentation into a practical form. But if you were to look back, shardware had existed far before Neuroframes had. The term shardware simply refers to any piece of mechanical and computer engineering with an input from a shard in its creation or modification. And people were sticking shards into everything they could the moment the swarming started. So, it's debatable if I could be called the world's first shard op. Again, I was just good at finding the pieces. Experimentation and invention has always been at my core, but other operators are experts in combining genetic modification with inorganic appliances. Some marvel at rote engineering, while many find their havens in code. The realm of shardware is wide, almost as large as the database of mutations we know of. So it's a complex question with a simple answer, really. What makes a good shard op is simply being good at what you do. If your heart is out to turn a piece of scrap into treasure, be good at it. And if it's the opposite, I think you know what I'd say about that. 上午5点58分 June 26 th Ripley. Even in a place like Little Requiem, the sunrise could be beautiful. There was a strange allure to witnessing the rising star climb in between the scaffolds, supporting decayed steel ribs, their golden rays daring to breach into an area besieged by such death and destruction. I took it as a chance, that it was okay to hope even amidst despair and the unknown. Everything I'd heard today was undoubtedly the truth. I had fucked up by overestimating my claw and features ability to bridge over my lack of experience. The path of a mercenary would mean death. Lives would end at my hands. 2 already had. This city has one of the highest homicide rates of the world. It'd been the promised land once, but with so many refugees hoarding in after the 4th Swarm's destruction of a free city in the East Coast leading to a civil war, it no longer could be. Desperation got to them, then combined with the Yellowstone eruption. The latter half of this century was spent in a bid to rebuild what once used to be a stable society. My grandfather, Albert Gravis, had been one of those refugees, dissecting his notes. Lately, he constantly mentioned growing up in a battlefield and ruins of a wards and torn city. There was only one place that could be, the former free city of the Floridian Gulf. What used to be a massive sprawling network of buildings stretching from Florida to Mexico was now nothing but a place for the Mal to build their hives in. And then he'd had enough funds, somehow, to send my mother to one of the most prestigious universities in New California. I didn't doubt his skills to go straight, but with how little information there was in the city's database, he wasn't a legitimate shard op. He was on the path I just embarked on, one of secrecy and under the Zan nose modification. My right arm raised in the sunlight, and I took a moment to marvel at what I'd done with the claw. It had slimmed down massively. The older version used outdated technology from half a century ago, which made it bulky and out of proportion for my body. If I had an extra 2 inches in height, maybe another 15 kilos of muscle on me, then maybe it would fit. But the new version was sleek. No wires spilled out, and its shell was tight and durable. Not to mention sexy. The output of its strength had nearly doubled, and I still didn't even scratch the surface of what the new claw tips could do. In all my studies of them, I'd come to know that they weren't just tools to rewire shardware, but also had various scanners and diagnostic tools. If I could get an analyzed gen-derived feature link installed, it would become the envy of all shard ops in the world. You haven't taken a sip yet. My mother's voice came like a soothing melody. You know I hate this artificial stuff. Just for show, I took a sip of the mug in my hands. Synthetic coffee courtesy of Imperium. Just a few droplets of caffeine mixed in with food coloring and taste-in-modifying chemicals. My face scrunched up at the bitterness. Don't know why they made it taste like soap. It's supposed to be bitter. That's how coffee tastes. My mother smirked, joyfully taking her own sip. I could tell from the way her lip puckered she felt the same way I did. The real stuff is better. Bean. A while since you tried it, right? Dad never let me touch the cabinets back in our old place. Maybe I'll buy you some soon. I flexed my hand. Coffee'd been a luxury nowadays. The Malswarm had taken over 40% of Earth's land, along with any natural resources they might provide. That's not necessary. You're already doing enough. She smiled, but her eyes sunk lower to the streets of Little Requiem from this balcony. Turns out there were reputable hotels here, and Madame Hong, the old lady who'd taken me underground, just so happened to be a much more important person than I'd assumed. I took a sip of the disgusting thing. At least it kept me awake. We'll be back in a high-rise in no time. I don't need a high-rise to be happy. I just need you, Rip, and I need you. The words I said visibly carved over her face, pushing her so far as to place the cup down so she could take a deep breath. That's not fair, Ripley. None of this is... I placed my eyes on the ribs of the town, keeping all my attention on them, which is why I have to work to make things better. Ripley, promise me that you'll remember me, the things I taught you. The words came out suddenly, injecting into my body like an ad stim. We've already been over this. Mom, I'm not letting you Zen. She put her finger over my lips, shushing me eyes soaked in years of endured pain. I'm not finished. I know. It's what we both decided. It's what we both want, but you're entering a world neither of Yusufin wanted you to think about. The people you'll be working with. I think you drew a good lot, but you can't trust them. Not in the way you trusted me. Everyone's out for something to gain, and I just don't want them to be taking from you. So much has already been taken from you. She wiped her eyes. You have to stay strong. Stay yourself. Stay as my little boy. The same one who tore apart my laptop as a kid, proudly showing me how you rewired it to be a music box. Who made that beautiful necklace for me and Yor? The one who dreamt of helping people. The one that wanted to be a hero. And I know you are one. I can't stop you from fighting, because that's exactly what you have to do from now on. It's what you've always been doing. And I'm not talking in the sense of guns or fists. Fight on, Ripley. As yourself. As the child I love. As the man I'm so proud of. You've finally gotten just a small ounce of the treasures you deserve, and Zan, I just don't want you to get lost in the greed of this world. It's so scary. Slowly, I cupped my hands over my mother's, letting the uneasiness of my heart break into me. I promise. We drank the coffee in silence, taking the moment to appreciate the sunrise, to contemplate and remember the memories that made us who we were. Then it was time to go our separate ways. My mom left to the safety of our home, and I traveled with Diamante and Topaz in an old coupe to a place pretty far from the district center. In fact, it was governed by an entirely different precinct of the police. The 5th precinct. I didn't know much, either than that. The whole precinct of St. Yorinobu was notoriously infected by the Crimson Souls, one of the more recently formed criminal organizations around Senshish years ago, and the fastest growing. We were heading to a clinic based in their territory, but I had my questions. Why's an old gym got an operating clinic attached? That part still didn't make sense to me. Topaz, who I still barely knew a thing about, was much more friendly than I'd assumed from his otherwise quiet disposition. Place is known to be a common ground between gangs for friendly competitions, like who can lift the most and all that. Our man, Harold Anderson, happens to be somewhat of a friendly face to them all. Works on efficiency augments mostly, but also takes care of a combat piece here and there under the table. Right, it made sense now. Heavy lifting causes wear and tear in synthetic muscles. They don't regenerate like organic ones would. Not unless you've got a sustain feature in your system, alongside some internal reconfiguration mechanisms like a hefty swarm of nanites. Diamante scoffed, turning the wheel smoothly. Andy does a lot more than that. Might be one of the few shard ops in this city to have my respect. Runs both legitimate and underground, and does premium work on both ends. You a shardware fanatic? I couldn't help but chime in. Couldn't tell, really. Not like your entire body is made of steel, kid. Diamante took his eyes off the road to focus on me. I'm a shardware enthusiast. You might be smart, but a single look in my body would have you scratching your brain out. I don't know. My claw tips opened to reveal an arsenal of tools at my disposal. I did all the maintenance work for around 30 cybernetically enhanced gang members for the last 5 years of my life, and only 3 months of that involved a shard operating claw. Plus, I didn't have an implant, right? Snake fangs. Ooh, scary. His robotic voice took an exaggerated pitch. You ever knew they were in debt? To the Muramasa dynasty of all people. Most of their weaponry is seconds in hand, or shit they pried off from officers and vultures. Sean's just trying to imitate the works of his superiors with 1/10 of the income. The stuff you were modifying was cheap. Nothing you couldn't find a guide on somewhere on the second net. Actual gangs. The stuff is military Zan grade. Actual shard ops don't have guidebooks. They can't just break apart something. They don't understand like that coffin in your grandpa's container. They don't have weeks to spend on the mundane. Actual shard op? I took offense to that. Hey, you're acting like I didn't integrate an unknown warp material into an equally unknown piece of shardware. You're acting like that shit means a thing to me. Diamante took a more sudden turn. It's impressive, I'll admit. But you had time, Ripley. It was a pet project that you had luxuries with. All of the pieces worry-miento come together. Not to mention Skeleton conveniently selling you claw tips that had a very compatible connection to that live wire of yours. In the real business, we work with unknowns. We work with two pieces that were made to be at war with one another. Not tech. That's all, buddy, Zen buddy. Half the time, our shardware rejects another piece because no company only wants to have only half of you. They want it all, a complete market share of your shardine. Not to mention the million safeguards and military stuff that tries to poison you if you don't have the credentials to access it. Then build your own, I commented. Build your own. You lost a screw? I'm serious. It's possible. It isn't the same as your arm, man. You can't just slap together 7 different shard-op claws into one piece and expect them to work like they don't know their enemy is beside them. Yeah, of course I knew that. I flourished my arm. Like, look, the neural processor takes after Hathema at first glance, but a closer look shows that it's actually been jailbroken to have syntech coding, along with Mazure warp code Zan recognition. It creates a feedback loop believing that Mazure code is the same as syntech. Then the Hathema centerpiece spreads to my motor pieces, which are a blend of Imperium and Maz-Dan. Your tendon flexors are a hybrid. Diamante nearly braked the car in the middle of the highway, calling bullshit not possible unless you stabilize them with a J-Syntech, Syntex synovial fluid with built-in mechanoreceptors for wear and tear. Noon does it better. Hathema's ability to be warp codes and malleable, Mazure's endurance, and Syntex functionality. Oh, and by the way, the synth-Zen muscles are a blend of Yujo Mustangs and compressors pieced up by A-Zan, Shandian electrodes and magnetic coupler. Diamante sped up as though the realization jolted through him, cutting between 2 cars which resulted in a horn blasting at us. You used Yujo's daughter company to integrate a piece of tech that can scale better with your gold grade, even if it can't fully utilize it. That's how you created the launch system for your claws as well, isn't it? Wound up some live wire around the couplers located in the base of your knuckles, using experimental rails and gun schematics from the net. Bingo! I snapped my fingers. Fucking hell. Diamante focused only on the road now for a quiet few seconds before blowing air from his mouth. Not bad. For a rookie. For your joints, should have used the Mazur M synchronizers in their ionic Dan river guns. That way you can give your punches the same oomph as your claw. Mazur's shard op stuff is good, but no respectable operator uses. What? You must have bought a Shred-Zan scrapper? He had guessed correctly. But I wasn't going to let him know that. And where exactly do you propose I get an ionic Zan river pistol? No. He wagged one finger of the steering wheel. Not a pistol. You need their shotgun. The pellets are exacted into the center of the gun and just a micrometer before they exit. Their fields are reversed, as their electrons are pulled back into the weapon for their next load. No Zen 1 really thinks about it, but the stabilizers used even for their lower grades are much more technical than even their AR brand. Could also take apart a Syntec Brayshocker Zan. I started before I found about 12 flaws in that weapons integration that Diamante was not going to let slip by. Actually, no, you're right. Ionic Zan River, huh? Topaz's voice startled both Diamante and I as he made himself a part of the conversation, a fluttering of snickers floating from the back of the car. If you two are gonna hook up with this weird shardware mating ritual going on, at least kick me out the car first. Eventually, we got to the gym. An old place by the edges of the Yellowstone Valley that the Green River now drained in. It was a quieter settlement known as a smaller town of St. Yorinobu, which contained a mono-Zan rail station capable of getting here in under 15 minutes from the pleasure lanes. The drive had taken 2 hours. Granted, we were using the highway designed for the more slow variant of cars. Vehicles also had grades involving the shards used to manufacture them. And Aerodyne vehicles along the Skyway could have made this journey in 1/10 of the time. Parking the car, I still had trouble believing that this was an area known for being littered with gangs, and that the modest, Dan-sized gym ahead of us was some sort of common ground for them. Arnold's Fitness Center. It held a logo of an extremely buff man lifting a barbell labeled as E-ton. The only thing odd about the logo being that half of the man's face peeled off to reveal a robotic endoskeleton living within. Okay, so can someone explain to me what exactly is this whole place? I vividly showcased my confusion in hand movements spreading across the whole location. Technically speaking, Topaz whispered, before shrugging and letting his voice out to the known world. Crimson Soul territory, used as a connection for operations between Westbrook and Yellowstone. Every building here is in their protection or ownership. A solid fact as much as how little requiem has fallen from the sky. Though it's a bit more than that. St. Yori's festivals are a bit like a convention for gangs. Anytime shit gets real bad or a new mayor is elected, half of the criminal underworld convenes here. As the electors for criminal codes in operation, Crimson Soul makes a show by allowing open borders with some strict rules. Like, my interest was very much piqued. No firearms in specific territories. No gangs and affiliated mercs. No drug deals. No Muramasa, unless it's summit time. You want to make a deal here, you contact a Crimson Soul fixer, and they do it on your behalf. No details needed, just a buyer and the product handed over with a small fee. And what's stopping some big gang like Los Diablos from tearing this all down? Stability. It's proven useful time and time again to have this place running. Plus, it's kind of popular. Like, look, obviously the gangs all have rivalries and competition with one another. At the same time, they're run by people. People tend to do stupid things like make friends with people their bosses don't want them to and in the city. That's bad. Here, however, it's an outlet of some sort to just forget about crime for a moment. They come here, ship off their workload to Crimson Soul who have shown themselves to be honest as hard as that may seem. Then just spend a week lounging around. It's like a resort of sorts. And that's why this gym is popular. We neared the location, standing just in front of the building now. Topaz coughed. Yay, sorta. Mostly cuss the guy running it is one hell of a shard op, been running the place far before Crimson Soul came in and has more or less become one of the most popular operators to go to for general maintenance when it comes to combats and grade stuff. Sure, it's far, but that means the people who come here are those who know and trust Harold's work. Keeps hush, but also doesn't take too many deals he knows could get him in trouble. Important thing is, they respect him. So I was getting my arm done by a guy who was familiar with combat tech. This guy owns the gym or the Shard Op clinic? They both smirked, opening the door with a pleasant jingle, and suddenly I was in my worst nightmare. Hundreds of sweats and drenched men and women wandered from one set of steel racks to the other. Several had biomonitors hooked in, as they ran on treadmills blurring in my vision. Even more were shouting loudly as they lifted hundreds of kilograms in a bench stand press or deadlift, and at least half of them, Froze's Diamante and Topaz, entered the gym, each and every single one of them brandishing some sort of identifying feature that deigned them to a specific group within the criminal underworld. Metal Heaven's steel crown chained over their followers' forehead, the piercing facial implantations of Crimson Soul, Interflame's holographic tattoo of shifting blue and white fire, the black metallic teardrops under each eye of Los Diablos, serpentine tongues of the Gorgons, and so many more from the countless smaller gangs inhabiting Westbrook. "D, where the fuck you been?" A loud woman, 3 steel droplets under each eye, approached Diamante with a tightly gripped barbell that weighed enough to crush my ribs. She tossed it without a care, and Diamante caught it like it was a paper towel. Lucard here thinks his form's right, won't believe me despite my ranking. "Let Number Joe S. how him the way." "Number Joe," Diamante snickered. "Alyssa, you really think a man like him deserves my time?" "Much less you?" I cringed as the woman took heavy, stomping footsteps with the grace of a bear. She stopped just inches away from Diamante's face before a laugh broke out from her. "You Aspen, what? 3 weeks in the top 10 and you got an ego now. Who helped you spec out your back to get you in there with the deadlift?" Diamante pulled her in for a hug. "Whatever do you mean? Didn't I tune your legs to get you to the top 30? Pretty sure you've taken my help far more than I take yours. Still keeping your arms a secret." She patted him on the back, sending a clap of thunder through the room. "My pride and joy, Lisa." They let go, each of their eyes lit with a fiery spark. "Tell you what, you get that kid into the top 100, and I'll share how to better modify your equilibrium tuning." Yeesh, not making it easy for me, did he? Kid's joined only for a month, thinks he's hot shit all of a sudden. Oh, believe me, I know the feeling. Diamante jousted a thumb in my direction. "Found a kid we think is worth investing in. The problem is his arms." "Well, you can see, hubris and all that." My matrix flashed into an active mental whirring as the Los Diablos woman turned to me, her smile curving into a sinister snarl. "Ooh, little boy thinks he can join the big leagues. Don't you need a working arm for that? Must have gotten into a pretty nasty brawl to get it all ripped up. Wait, isn't that Shard Optech?" Before I could respond, Diamante answered. "Never said we wanted him to fight. Kid's here to meet up with Harry. For, let's say, a job interview." Then he whispered something into her ear. Something that caused her entire form to light up in a sadistic glow as she tried to stuff down cackles shaking the room. "Oh, that's vile. I love it. Wait. What?" I finally let out. "I thought I was just getting my arm replaced." Topaz slid out a cheerful tone from his voice. "Don't worry, you are. Just might get an employment out of this too if you play your cards well. A new job. Here. That actually sounded very compelling. Having access to shardware tuned for fitness and combat would be incredible with my skills. Oh well. Fuck yeah then. Where is this hairy guy anyway? That's Mr. Anderson to you." A voice boomed out from behind me. A voice I'd only ever related to those holovids of military training exercises, where a lieutenant was training up a bunch of new recruits. It was loud, domineering in every aspect to even rival Jacob Graja's mind, Zian-piercing whispers. And when I turned around to meet the frightening voice, I saw that it was pitched in perfect to the man I'd envisioned. A tall figure of overbearing muscle and machine, his artificial skin covered in more tattoos than I'd ever seen on a human body, curving between steel and flesh. Each limb was a mountain of wires and cords plated in smooth gray, almost pyramidal in shape, but each segment was carefully arranged to allow maximum range of mobility. He looked like he should be charging a squadron of men through a battlefield, but here he was managing shardware instead. "Your vocal box fried, Ripley." "Oh, so he knew my name. Perfect. probably knew too much about me then. I raised my voice, that preservation matrix within, my head blanketing over the fear that should be trembling through me right about now. Nope, completely organic. Just, truth be told, you're kind of terrifying, and one arm of yours has more mass than my entire body. Was just taking it all in, he snorted, and that sent forth a wave of rumbling snickers and laughter through the entire gym. Mr. Anderson waved one of his hands at me, pulling my attention to a door in the back of the building. Let's see if you're as good at shard operating as you are at being honest. I nodded briskly, taking a faint look at Diamante and Topaz, who were heading away from me. Wait, you guys aren't coming! Diamante didn't have the pleasure of giving me a response, as he was already being drowned in the bodies of several muscleheads. Topaz, though, clicked his tongue and pointed at the duffel bag he'd left by my feet. Yeah, no, we ain't babysitting you for that long. Got our own things to do? Don't worry, though. You're in good hands. Just make sure you don't do anything to piss him off. He gave me thumbs up before turning into friendly conversation with people who should be at each other's throats. Having the heavy duffel bag containing a part of my grandfather's endoskeleton, I carried it into the hallway as I followed the mountain of a man who was supposed to be my boss. So, you work here long? This hallway was seemingly endless, and we passed by too many doors with odd alphabetical identifiers, bigger on the inside than I expected. Nothing like those corporate gyms, believe me, he gruffed. Founded the place not too long after the war. Are you a veteran? Was this guy nearly a century old like Missy? Yup, born in Yellowstone back when it and Westbrook used to be one district, got drafted twice, and returned with 3 fewer limbs. He pushed open a door labeled as Operation, walking me inside. The limbs your choice, or not? There was never a choice, he said as he turned on the lights. The view of the room sent my heart fluttering. It was clean and sterile, unlike the constant gunk of my old place, thanks to the snake fangs contaminating it. Neatly organized containers of various tools and shardware ordered around the room. 4 operating chairs clung to the walls of each side, each a massive, bulky bed with hundreds of gizmos sticking in and out, biomonitors and warp energy stabilizers and more. But one of them was unique, where the others were huge and made to allow the operator to alter the human body on a 3-dimensional axis. This one was a sleek circle with only minimal restraints. Instead, 6 huge spiders and arms drew out from under the circle, all of them as capable as an operating claw. You have an arachne. My words fell in utter disbelief. Oh, it's a bit old. He didn't even glance at the marvel of modern engineering sitting in the corner of the theater. Needs to be replaced one day. It's a bit wonky. Prototype. Not the kind that got shipped off onto the bigwigs. It's the same type they first made in the swarm. A first generation? This was insane. I'd never even dreamed to see one of them, but to bear witness at one of their first ever iterations. Then how does it work? I've always wanted to see one. I mean, he scratched his chin, taking a comfortable seat. You're going to be using it, so figure it out for yourself. Hold on. I'm going to be using it. Suddenly, my mind felt a record scratch play out. He pointed towards the duffel bag hanging from my shoulder. Yeah, on yourself, he said dryly. You're not going to be doing the surgery. Then this all took a really bad turn in my head as the realization stood as proudly as the arachne did. How the fuck am I supposed to cut off my own arm? Arachne has a bone saw built in. Just chuck it off. I know buyers for the marrow in it. You'll get around 1,000. He was too casual, each of the metallic orbs in his eye sockets following my shock. Kid, no respectable shardop, lets another delve into their body. Right. Clumsily, I dropped the bag. Gotta just whack of my own arm. Correct, he nodded, before the slightest snicker broke through his stoic wall of a face. I know it's overwhelming for your first time. Hell, you're probably going to fuck up, and if you do, it's goodbye from me. Meaning, it's a test. I sucked in saliva through my dry throat. I do this without you interfering and I get a job. Yup, he nodded. So, I want to know what I'm getting into. This job. I unzipped the bag, pulling out the arm pieces of the endoskeleton that we'd taken the time to recover on our drive here. You work for me, doing a bit of maintenance. That's not enough information. I lifted my head, stealing my gaze over his own. This place may be licensed, but the work done here isn't. That much is obvious. Somehow you're keeping the pigs from sniffing this lion's den out. How do I know I'm not falling into a trap? This isn't my first time. Right. He clicked his tongue, sounding entirely unimpressed. Snake Fangs. You worked for Sean, the blood muncher. I believe his name was. Kid had his head in the clouds while his feet were stuck in the mud. It felt weird hearing someone else call Sean a kid, but I ordered up my various pieces: yttrium steel plating, the bronze warp generator, an endozen skeleton. Arm and, of course, the external mimic of my old Shardop claw fitted for my left arm. The bronze warp generator! Mr. Anderson pointed at it. What year was it manufactured? My mind coalesced in thought. My grandfather was born during the fourth swarm, and most of the pieces used in the arm were several decades old. A warp generator, however, was much more expensive. In terms of raw value of the materials, it overshadowed each piece of the endozen skeleton, which meant it was older to compensate for value. Early Launchen Sibais, probably around Launchen Sibai Censure. My mind clicked on. I asked what year, not decade. He stood up, walking towards me with a razor's and sharp glint in his eyes. The massive compartment of his right hand steamed open, splitting apart to spawn out two separate forearms, each with a claw. One of them delicately plucked the generator up, while his careful eyes dissected each facet of the globe. Launt, Sense by Sensurar. That's amazing, to be able to determine the year of manufacturing just from a simple moment of glancing. He was a cut above many Shardops. Being able to read isn't amazing. He turned the orb around, one of his fingers scratching right under a legible indent in the generator's surface. Manufacturing year, Launchen Sibai Sensurar. I felt like an idiot, heat rising up to my ears. Fuck me. Look, Ripley, Missy cashed in a favor to have you here, to have this opportunity. That doesn't mean you've won all of this already. He placed it back down, exactly where it had been before. I know. It's just, a lot's happened, and Zan. Nope, don't want to hear any of it. He sat down, the firm squeeze of the chair to support his weight sending a shiver through me. Two things, Ripley. I never said you couldn't look at the generator. Take every bit of an advantage where you can. And second, the less assumptions you have to make, the better. Information is half the fight, execution is the other half. Right? Right. Right. This was an opportunity far more than I could ever ask for, so I should just get this all done, and Zan, no. I couldn't just let myself fall for any opportunity now. I needed to fall into the best possible options. Already, I'd suffered in Sean's workshop, believing it be the only way I could manage myself out of the hellhole I lived in. I couldn't afford doing it again. Take every advantage you can, no assumptions. Payment, clientele, work hours, and expectations, training. I want to know exactly what I'm falling into. What's this gym and clinic's revenue, and how will this operation work with my input? The rust in my eyes was clearing a bit every day. A small smile curled up on his lips. Jim has 4 Zan-100 members in different tiers, labeled iron to gold. Silvers are afforded 1 iron Zan grade checkup a month. Gold have them weekly, or 1 check on their bronze Zan grade shardware monthly. On membership fees alone, I make around 30 bronze shards a month. The real money is in the checkups. I charge 4 Zan-100 for maintaining an iron piece and 2 Zan-1000 for bronze, but it can depend on the complexity of the cybernetics. I nodded as he spoke further. In general, we get around 15 Zan 20 checkups in a week, with at least 30 shardware operations a month. Other than the gym, we also get clients who are looking for some more extensive modifications, as you know. Combat shardware. Cosmetic implants are also a big money Zen maker. We work within the volume of a human body, and some are open to breaking past that, while others want to keep a more organic look. All of that nets in quite a healthy sum. One I'm not sharing the details of. As for how you play into all of this, I'm assuming you know some stuff about me. I tightened my grip. Gold and 100% compatibility. That was the only thing that made me even consider you. He smirked. That data mimicry feature. That's when I thought that maybe you might be worth it. I don't know the specifics of your shard-opping skills, but if you're half of what I'm expecting, then I can manage something out of you. Feature links. If you can spread the mimicked code out into shardware and establish a good link, then you're worth it even as trash. Though, feature linking generally requires add-a-to-weaving feature if you're going to try it at the lower tiers. We'd have to wait until you're tier 2 to really figure it out. I hadn't even considered the possibility, but it was theoretically sound. If I could mimic a feature, I could naturally impose a link without exhausting an implant's warp code in the process. Other than that, you'd be doing general maintenance work, scaling shardware to size or altering their parameters. Nothing too fancy out of the box. They trust me. Not you, but if someone comes up to you and proposes a private deal, I'm not getting involved unless it's something that can fuck this place up. And believe me, I will know. You can also modify your own body past closing time, unless you want to work overtime, and I'll charge on an hourly basis of 2 iron shards. Nope. I flatly declined, my heart stammering up. I could be working on a bronze piece at that time. 2 shards for something that complex? I want it on a piece Jan by Jan piece basis. 1 iron shard for a piece of the same grade, 10 for a bronze. Hourly 3. He barked back. Hourly 8. A mischievous smirk danced up on me. He puckered his lips, a perfect poker face staring down on me. An iron for iron, and 6 for a bronze. 10 for a bronze. I repeated. 8. Deal. Only if you can replace your arm. He tore up a slight smile. About that, I have an offer. It was something I'd thought of when he mentioned tiers in the gym membership. I would like a silver membership. His face turned at that idea, and a small look of appreciation fluttered up as he realized what I was doing. It's $2,000 a month. You'll already have a gold membership if you work here. But I want one now. I remained steadfast. Very well. His eyes glowed for a moment as they aligned with my own, and a contract spewed into my vision. It was long. It also had an entire section dabbling into non-Zan disclosure agreements about the Shardop Clinic, which I focused on. Included in the monthly checks, Dan up. Dan, so I could do it. I mentally signed up the contract, briefly cringing at the price of Leontin Shardine a month. It was twice the cost of my apartment. The contract closed as an alert in my neuroframe, indicated a transfer of the amount. But it had been necessary. Guess I've got my checks Dan up now then. It appears that you do. His eyes rolled. What's the thing you want me to look at? Zan warp generator. Need to fit it into my body. I was thinking of putting it into my arm, but that would localize its output too much. I'd read up on it. If I want it to spread throughout my body, then it needs to be within the midline of my body for equal distribution. Because you want to hide the fact that gold is running in your veins. As long as it's within you, you can redirect your own energy's flow to the generator and have its output spread to your shardware. He commented correctly. I continued. Only problem is that it is a heavily invasive surgery used mainly for combat tech. Spinal modification is the most common but requires the replacement of my spinal cord, something out of my price range. Only other options are my heart and lungs, but they're also costly, and the piece I have is too large to Zan. Liver. Mr. Anderson froze on. Partial transplant, quicker healing time, and no cutting through bones. Even synthetic, it still has to take in large volumes of blood, so it can diffuse the warp energy into your blood vessels and nerves. Iron, Zan, grade, Syntech, hepatic, Zan, all good for you? 4, Zan, and Zan A, Zan half if you're buying it. With surgery, I gauged my option. 7,000. He sent out a contract, but I declined the surgery option and just went for the purchase as my credit lowered even more. So you got one on you right now, or... I erred, blinking as he tapped invisible buttons in the air while the room made a weird sound all around me for around a minute. Then a ding rang out as the sound disappeared. A trapdoor within one of the walls flung open like an oven, and within it was a brown Zan red organ around the size of my 2 Zan fists. That was quick. and it was already around the size I'd need to fit into my body. You got an energized feature? Yeah. He motioned me over to the artificial organ, which he plugged in with wires connecting up to a computer. Installing an engram on it. Warp conduit. Have you ever formed a feature link before? Once. Self-Zand established Theneral matrix in my frame. Did it more subconsciously than with a clear goal in mind? I rubbed the steel box on the back of my head. It was the feature link allowing my preservation matrix to hold so much control over my body alongside the personality matrix. Those three together governed much of my response to stimuli in such an orderly fashion. Yeah, that's about how all self-Dan established ones happen. It's like shaping water, your features, into a specific form within the shardware. Data Weavenges about the only feature able to stay consistent in linking. He pulled out a wire and held it up to me. Without hesitation, I plugged it into the back of my neuroframe. My neck flinched as my mind opened up to the liver, establishing connection. Syntech hepatics, then all liver replacement, integrity, iron 2 energy, iron 2 capacity, iron 2 grade, iron 2 grade, iron 2 decryption, a synthetic liver manufactured by Syntech, holds all normal functionality of an organic liver, along with additional identification and breakdown of toxins. It is also capable of analyzing your bloodstream, providing real-time updates regarding blood pressure, hematocrit, and immunity. Engram installed. Warp conduit. Now, you should also understand why we don't just hook up anybody to a piece of shardware and use their features to create new links for another person. Anderson slowly inserted iron shards into a cylindrical device, their form dissolving as a pulse of their internal energy soaked into the liver. I squeezed my eyes tighter as the liver unfurled fangs at me. Because it fucking hurts. And incompatibility. Unless you're using a bug to form the link, then there's a chance that using one formed by another person could cause a digital autogen immune response. But you can mimic the specific warp code of others. His voice whispered out. I can form feature links on their behalf. My eyes widened. Claim to have used a bug instead. But how would I read Zan? Focus. The vessel's the engram, and your feature is the water. The iron warp energy only serves to get things moving. You need to whip it into shape. And as he said it, I felt a bite of retaliation from the liver, unless I formally linked to it then Zen hold on. Why was I making this harder for myself? Establishing link. Internal link established the liver was ending up in my body anyway. And it seemed I did the right thing as Mr. Anderson humorously relaxed, as though he was wondering why I waited so long. Which was probably exactly what he was thinking. Summoning my warp energy. I cupped my focus on the idea of thenergized function. Not pulling any specific capability of it, but rather grasping the fundamental idea of it. All features held a simple basis as their root from which they branched into a unique path for all bug adapters. Energized was simple. To redirect warp energy beyond its conventional paths. And that core motif drenched through the thick wire connecting me and the liver, flowing like water in a pipe to drain into the synthetic organ. As true as he said, the engram had already placed down the foundation for the link, and I inebriated the iron-grade energy of my linked organ with the concept of energized. Feature link established. Warp conduit energized. He clapped once, almost mocking in a way, but I got the sense that wasn't what he tried to convey. You did it. Congratulations, but you were also wrong. Huh? Wrong about what? Why, you cannot have someone else make a feature link for you. Not if you want happy customers. You link your feature to shardware. It carries your data. Linked shardware has the same signature as their adapter. Think of it as two waves of energy of the same frequency meeting and converging under perfect conditions. Only through that method can a feature be self-dan established without the use of a bug. He placidly disconnected the wires from my liver. Then that only confused me even more. How the fuck am I supposed to make feature links for other people? You swear a lot, don't you? He looked at me like a disapproving grandfather. Because you aren't using your feature, you're using the their feature. It'll be quality worth charging plat for. Does that? Hold on a second. So any feature link I make with a mimicked feature can't be used by me? Won't know it until you try. you'll likely feel the resistance of another's code mingling in your system. Who knows how your unique feature will react? Anderson shrugged. You're the only adapter I know with that sort of overarching compatibility to foreign code. Also, he added, should have negotiated for payment per feature link. Would have gotten you a pretty penzan, a third of the cost of the bug that would have been used to make it without my help. I interrupted. We'll negotiate that if it turns out you can do it. If you can't, then you'll be a good chore, Zan boy. He then pointed to my liver. Now, I've got to get back to work. You fit in the generator and liver together, scrap up your arm, and put it on yourself. You have till the end of today. Gym closes Wu PM, but the clinic's open till tea. I'm giving you till Dio. Take a bench in the corner office. Test out the Arachne and work while you can. Satisfied with our consultation, Harold Anderson showed me off to a quiet corner where I got to work while. Slowly, one Zan by Din one, others filtered in for their own consultations with the operator. Once they were done, I'd have to remove my own arm and a part of my liver. I hoped this was going to be a long day. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 32. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 30. Self-Jian Improvement Surgery. 下午12点43分, June 26, Th Ripley, the last 4 hours, had been spent mindlessly putting together, removing, and rebuilding the arm according to my own measurements. I'd never come to truly appreciate just how much I used my non-Zan dominant hand for shard operating until now. All the little things I would hold or stabilize now had to be managed by careful and precise movements of my right claw. Shard op claws weren't confined to the normal range of motion used in most day Zan to Zay shardware. They needed a mix of flexibility and durability to dig deep into overheated electronics. Each of my fingers were nimble mantis gen legs bending inhumanely. Prying deeper, even procedure repetition couldn't perfectly build up the arm for one simple reason. Everything was mirrored. As such, I had to take things slowly, layering everything from the ground up and soldering each article according to the floating schematic I'd drawn up in my lens. Fortunately, my work on the experimental claw tips had been fortunate enough to let me modify the plethora of broken-down tips from my expenditure into a proper set of claws of my own creation. Were they as good as the ones in my right hand? No, they weren't compatible with the livewire. And speaking of the warp material, it seemed like Harold Anderson was not aware of that specific information regarding me. Or at least, he wasn't showing it. Still, I focused on everything other than the idea that I'd be cutting my own arm off today. If I was fortunate, Psyche will'd update to give me a way through. If I wasn't, then this was going to hurt. A lot. It was noon when I was finally satisfied with the rough design I'd scrapped up. A simpler redesign of my right arm. Using the endodes and skeleton bone, Zan plating along some cheaper steel cores from the broken-down claws I'd bought. It was disproportionate to my right arm, weighing slightly more and not as strong or mobile, but it was still an incredibly high-quality claw for an iron grade. Custom Zan made shard op claw integrity, iron 2 energy, iron 2 capacity, iron I grade, iron 2 all these different parameters. I'd still never truly understood what they meant. All I knew was that they'd be more important once I finished converging, which I was quite close to. 95%. If I was lucky, a few more updates today would get me there. And so, as I prepared to delve into the mysteries of a synthetic liver, I pulled up 2 iron bugs when the room was empty, both from people I'd killed. The first from the man in Little Requiem, and the second from Emily, who I'd slain yesterday. I didn't know when, but at some point when I'd lost consciousness, I'd lost the analyze feature I'd mimicked. So I tried to regain the ability once more. Reading data. Data mimicry v Lindernin Argonsim S updated to V. Lindernin Sen effect. Increased speed of reading warp code data that has already been mimicked once. Features available. I analyze not finished yet. I flexed up my energy into the second bug, hoping that another reading would get me another update. Reading data. This one took much longer, maybe 6 minutes as my mind sat in stillness poking and prodding around the hidden streams of information within the implant. Bai. Data read successfully. Bug scanned. Grade, iron tier, E foundation features. Iron Overclock V. E-derning our previous adapters, Emily Wilbur. 3 years. You may mimic the feature Overclock V E-derninger an overclock function. I couldn't see what use that would be for a drug dealer other than to temporarily push her shardware over the limits for combat. But as a shard op, I mimicked the feature, feeling its inner workings merge with my own. Update summary. A lot of it could more or less be covered by my energized feature, but that was more generalized compared to Overclock. Synergized together, however, and with a feature protocol layered on top of it, the effects would be nasty. I pulled in the warp code, like my mind had become a vortex of endless hunger and Zan error. Warp code limit has been reached. Unable to mimic full capacity of feature. Error. Unable to mimic the feature protocol. Frenzy. Warp code. Too complex. Unable to synchronize protocol data with current limitations. Data mimicry v. Linderninsengontim s updated to v. Linderninse effect. Higher instinctual awareness of warp code complexity during data reading. Data mimicry v. Linderninsengontim s updated to v. Lindern Wu effect. Reactive limiting of mimicked feature output, if at risk of harming iPlant. And I felt like I needed to puke. Seriously, it felt like my stomach had just taken all of my neural burden all at once. I would have probably passed out from the stubborn nausea if it wasn't for the next few lines of information, peering mercy at me. Report. Feature is underdeveloped, and neural capacity is too limited to make full use of overclock's capabilities. Adjusting. Feature. Overclock is acting at Wu of its full capacity. Then, it stopped as my brain fastened a glorious wall to block off all the invading streams of information from tearing my brain apart. At once, I felt the feature's knowledge become one with me in the simplest passage of my arm. The image of someone with the overclock feature was all too simple. You visualized a tired tank and human, arms and body beefed up like they'd injected the muscle mass of a horse into their arm. They had just killed 20 assassins chasing after them. Foreign blood drenched their clothes, and every step seemed like it shook between the line of death and life. Then, a new enemy appears. Maybe they're tough. Maybe they're fast. It doesn't matter, because you're tired. At least, you should be. You activate the overclock feature, and your armzan cannon charges up so bright it almost melts. And in the blink of an eye, you have one less head to worry about. Yeah, but I didn't have an enemy like that on my tail right now. So what difference could this make? A whole lot, it turned out. The higher the grade, the more specific your updates to the specific stimuli developing them, which meant iron grade was a loose boost to all capabilities in most cases rather than a targeted approach. Something that was fine in the short run of things, but not all too feasible in the long run. While I would have liked something solely for my brain power, the quicker response time and slight boost to my shardware was an added bonus. I'd also needed to adjust my strength now. Even light scratches from my claw were now a cleaver to these metallic sculptures. Not a deadly slash right through my foe's cleaver, but a softer, denting metal and putting a heavy hole in their wallet kind. My arm was a machination of engineering, burning my wisps of gold into tangible results out of brief images I'd thought too technically articulate for me to feasibly manage in this short period of time. In record time, I had slimmed down my left arm by about 12 Zan%, condensing or cleaving off mass that had been redundant. It didn't seem like much, but every percentage in every parameter could make a difference. Good, Harold gruffed as he leaned over an unconscious patient, his body prone in a chair that was faced away from me. There were no cameras, none that I could see from here anyway, but it was directed to me. With enough gold to run me in this state for another hour, I started to work on the liver. An hour was an overstatement. Overclock users were generally burst of energy types of people. It was easy to see now. What should have been a minute-long spur of work from me ended up being a solid 20 minutes of confusion and terrible management of my limited resources until my internal storage sputtered out into exhaustion. Harold hadn't even ordered me food, but Topaz had been kind enough to get me a burger before he left. He said someone would be coming later on the day to pick me up, then left. Crunching the plastic Zan-feeling lettuce between my incisors, I mulled over the liver. It reminded me all too much about why I preferred the musculoskeletal parts of the human body. They were simple, and it was that fact that allowed them to be so readily modifiable. You don't often hear of a man transforming a gun out of his intestines now, do you? Muscles and bones held a basis on the integrity and movement side of things. They rarely needed to produce complex hormones or chemicals needed to keep the body in stasis. Other than bone marrow, off the top of my head anyway, I wasn't an expert in anatomy, but I knew the function of the liver pretty well. Hormone production, blood filtration, and toxin removal, all using a complex mixture of cells layered in discs which composed even more sophisticated manners of lobules and lobes. With this artificial organ, it would be mimicked by machinery. Intricate scanners would track through my blood and perform the necessary tasks if needed. In summary, even minute damage could spiral out of control since the machine lacked self-and regenerative properties. The good thing about an organic liver was that it had some healing capacity. And recent gene therapy could even keep an alcoholic's liver in prime condition if they had the shardine for it. A good thing was that buying shardware always came with a library of various manuals ranging from safety to insurance, which I would very quickly be voiding by intermingling the warp generator into the fold. At least it showed me which parts of the liver served what function. So by the time my burger was finished, I was a little more confident in what I was handling. Let's get to work. Sawalu dan arsha senfin. My right hand burned, the metallic joints and muscles feeling like they'd been dipped into scorching acid and left raw. An adverse effect of overclock was burnout of your shardware. It even climbed upwards into my organic back as the various muscles connected to my scapula ached from the vibrations, breaking them apart. So that might be the reason why every overclock adapter was beefed up. I pushed the pain aside, my preservation matrix, keeping my thoughts in order as I derived more from my technician feature's reverse engineering protocol. Turns out, there was a time limit and also a sort of cooldown for my data mimicry. The more I used the feature, the more I utilized some sort of internal store of the memory until it was depleted, and I'd need to read the data again. But it was like trying to fill a bucket with holes in it. I found the next attempt had lowered the capability of overclocked by 500%, and it drained even quicker than my previous use. After about an hour of no mimicry, I had now switched over tonalize, which fortunately seemed to be much longer lasting. Maybe it was because the feature wasn't updated as much, or since the feature itself took a more passive role. Either way, it was a tiny boost to my understanding. It let me know which parts of the liver and generator held value, and which served a more aesthetic purpose. The gym was closed now, and Anderson was busy taking notes on a pad in the opposite corner of the room as I held 2 pieces of living metal in my hand. He hadn't addressed me at all, even skirting past the questions of other clients who pressed on about my appearance. I was running out of time. The warp generator had been broken down and rebuilt at least 7 times by now, the liver twice. And as I quickly sewed up 2 springy blobs of carbon together that made a 3rd time. Then I got another update to my technician feature, the 3rd one today. Technician V Fist. Idaning Argongqing S updated to V. Idaning Sen. Effect. Increased understanding of biodes and integrational units of shardware. Technician V. Idaning Sen. Gongqing S updated to V. Idaning C. Effect. Internal calculation of warp physics is now more efficient. Technician V. Idaning Si Gongqing S updated to V. Idaning Wu Effect. Reverse engineering protocol is now more efficient in reconstructing internal organ shardware. Each update just teased me closer to the edge. 198now. I was so close, but each increment was slower. What should have been solved by one update now took several. The table rattled as my nerves got the better of me, my steel fist reverberating from the light impact. What else could I improve? Energized. Psyche? No. There was nothing today that warranted them to be pushed beyond their limits. Nothing else but to just step on ahead into the abyss of my own operation and combine the liver and generator into one seamless piece. I'd spent a while already just tinkering with the warp code of both. They were ready to merge on the digital aspect. If I had a jailbreak feature or hell, even an integration feature, this would be much easier. Maybe even data weaving, but I didn't. I had a limited amount of resources. I laughed. limited. I had 4 fucking features. I could mimic any feature I had an implant for. I had a gold mine, and yet I couldn't even cough up a piece of coal. The 2 technological pieces in front of me were entirely compatible in a theoretical point of view, but I just couldn't find a way to blend them together into a seamless physical element. With my claw, I'd only ever put together pieces of the same thing in different shapes. It was easy. This was like trying to mix water and oil without an emulsifying agent. How long would it have taken you? My tired voice radiated to the other side of the wide room. An hour, at most. The succinct reply only weighed on me. I could do the arm now. That was part of the deal. But Innie did this liver, arguably even more. My gold was a walking treasure map pointing at the base of my skull. Any operating I do here without it would be like waving a treat in front of a starving dog. All sense of camaraderie this place had built would crumble under the weight of my value. So then, what could I do? One arm was hardly enough to manage all these pieces together, so then Dan, of course. I felt like an idiot. I didn't have one arm available to me. My gaze landed on the wide disc with 6 spider legs sprouting out. Silently, my chair rolled towards the machine as its connection dock fit into my focus. The thick cord spilling was 2 inches thick and ended with an equally arachnid vessel, a hollow pyramid glowing with faint wires of bronze that would fit right over my neuroframe and synchronize me to the arachne. Holding the hefty port right behind my neck, I aligned the 2, and then my mind screamed out as a gaping hole tore through it. External connection establishing. Redacted Arachne MKE Sawutsidan Arshayifen, I couldn't believe it had taken me this long to use the operating machinery that I'd been dreaming of for so long. It was everything I imagined. And more, my own body was slumped over as I saw it through the cameras of each arm. Our connection, pulling an overwhelming flood of information, spilling into my mortal vessel. With a mental blink, I could see into various spectrums, visualize my organs, trace out my nerves and blood vessels, align my skeleton and muscles at a glance. Not to mention, each arm held a feisty hunger to drill into metal. Their heads clamping open and shut like lotus buds, fed a diet of steel. Of course, they couldn't do that. Arachnes were infamously brittle since they were loaded up with all sorts of sensitive equipment. They were more delicate weavers of steel than the hungering clamps of an actual spider. That title belonged to the Yujo model, Tsuchigumo, a massive exoskeletal suit that provided 4 additional arms loaded up with cannons and blades. An entertaining thought flowed through me. I had Livewire, which sort of had a thematic resonance with the reflection of weaving, but it was just an idea. For now, the liver sat on the operating bed, in pieces. The warp generator was in a similar state. The actual mechanisms providing it with the ability to shift grades up and down were conserved even if the overarching structure was dismantled. The theory behind it was all too complex for me to confidently shatter the processor with the Hopathat. I'd be able to put it together again, even if I managed to keep it mostly the same. There was no way to tell if I'd screwed something up in the long run. For the important bits, there was an input funnel that would consume my warp energy from the hepatic plexus, which fortunately ran along a surplus of blood vessels entering and exiting the organ at the portal triad. Then there was the much larger processor, which held the divine secret of shifting grades to be placed within any empty space of the liver's actual body, and a much simpler outflow stream that could sink into my inferior vena cava. As for the liver itself, I'd mostly exposed the rudimentary bits and shaved off what was more aesthetic. The vital core components were largely untouched. At its simplest, what I needed to do was uncrowd enough space that I could fit in the generator to complement the blood vessels without removing any functionality from both. With the warp generator's complete size being 1/3 of the liver, it was proving to be difficult. But with the Arachne came some benefits. Each arm held a unique feature link. Feature links, shardware scanner, analyze, resuscitation synchronizer sustain, warp stability, energized, precise operation, technician, shardware slicer, technician, data syncing, data weaving. I don't know how I never saw it. That each arm was in itself a unique iron Zangrade shardware, all connected to a central bronze Zangrade network. That way, each arm could hold a unique link without joining that same pseudo Zangrade my claw was held at. Controlling all 6 arms simultaneously was impossible with my current state. For all my life, I'd only ever used two. With thrice as many, I was constantly jumbling my focus between them and praying that one day an integration feature would fall into my hands. It was one of the most sought-after features for this very purpose. It allowed the nervous system to adapt to foreign tech with ease without permanently adding it to your system. As 4 arms lazily swayed, 2 other arachnid limbs moved to the hold I had drenched over them. At the same time, they spurred to motion in a way both rapid and clunky. They acted in a rehearsed manner that was stumped by my lack of control, blades and hooks evolving from their sharp tips to pry and lift bits of metal and carbon, keeping the lifted pieces steady in the air. The second arm whizzed from beneath to delicately pluck out wires. Switching my control, a third cut into their outer casing, while a fourth brought out new wires from the liver. The fifth soldered them, and the sixth sprayed a new insulating case. It was a conveyor belt of action, each arm focusing on their specific purpose on the production line. I repeated the process with a careful focus, 1 Zand at Zan A Zan time, until I could safely ensure that I hadn't screwed anything up. Energized V Idarnumulgonsium S updated to V Idarnunu effect. Increased control over non-Zen adapter warp energy in external hardware. Right? I technically wasn't using my own gold to control them. Instead, my energy connected to the central network, which had its own bronze storage unit used to power the 6 arms. I mentally clicked to check my progress. So 2 more updates if my calculations were right. Just a few more hurdles, then I would be past Tirdiun. I would be a true adapter. Unfortunately, by the time I was finished with the liver, nothing else had come. I only had one last challenge to the day, my own surgery. Sao Badian Sharfin. I can't sedate myself, can I? I framed the question more towards me, but I couldn't help but feel relieved when I got an answer. Harold Anderson answered amidst a mountain of shardware in his hands. Nothing that impacts your own mental faculties. So localized anesthesia, as I remove my arm and my liver. A groan carried all my dread at the upcoming procedure. I'd outlined the entire process in my head since the day started. A complete removal of my left humerus and everything below it. At the very least, this would without a doubt get me some updates to my features. I can't imagine I would want to adapt to anything more than removing my own flesh at this moment. A breath drilled out of me. This wasn't my first limb replacement. Around 4 years ago, I'd lost my right forearm while disarming a container for Sean, and 4 months ago, I'd gotten the same procedure as today. The rehabilitation would suck, but it would be quicker now that I'm an adapter, a gold adapter. Lining myself up on the Arachne's bed, I flinched as my limbs were strapped in place and the cord in the back of my head buzzed tightly, the droning of bees drowning my thoughts as my vision slowly overlapped with 6 more eyes until my organic ones rolled back. That pain of opening your mind up to a machine, it was like a festering wound bellowed at the back of my skull until my entire presence could fall through. The aching disappeared in seconds, but the hollow void of the gateway existed as an annoying presence in my thoughts. I stared at my body through the cameras in each Arachne arm. 6 overlapping images formed an understandable sphere of awareness I could flow through. I poked my shoulder lightly, and the phantom sense of awareness in my physical body flinched in the sight of the Arachne limbs. A witness to my own mutilation. How morbid! I could quite literally see the tortured expression in my face as each thought passed into the mechanical limbs. The momentary relaxation as I thought that this wouldn't be so bad, to the all too dreadful tension as I envisioned my blood vessels. I still held onto the mimicked overclock feature, perhaps out of the desperation that it could possibly blitz the arms into completing the procedure for me. In the end, there was nothing else for me to do but start. Each limbs injected a precise vial of clear liquid through my arm. But since I lacked a clear circulation, and most of the nerves were already disconnected, there was little sensation, except for my shoulder. I had amputated arms in the past. It was one of the most common requests as a shard op, and the procedure was always the same. First, my skin was cut lightly by blades to expose the underlying muscles of my shoulder and parts of my clavicle. Then the blood vessels were sealed or redirected. Nerves were severed in precise locations of the brachial plexus that my prosthesis would later connect to. Like a puzzle, my body unraveled from a living being to a mass of interconnected flesh and bone. Staring at my exposed shoulder and collar muscles, I couldn't help but envision myself as a statue of some kind. A statue very much in pain. Careful injections relieved me, but I couldn't push any further into my neck, or else I could seriously fall asleep while performing my own surgery. Besides, I hadn't even cut into the bone yet, once blood vessels were no longer an issue. A thick slab of metal slid forward into two of the arachne limbs. They began to hum as a blurring ghost of their own image drifted over them. Yeah, this was going to suck. The pain medication was just enough that the second I pierced my deltoid muscles, I didn't awaken to scream at the alien limbs dissecting me. It didn't mean I was okay, though, as the fleshy cords seized up in reflex, their tightness exploding away as I sawed around the lips of my clavicle and scapula. A painful minute later, and I removed the flap, my blood pressure and respiratory rate spiking high that prompted an intravenous release of agents to relieve it. A moment later, I dug deeper again. I could preserve the muscles of my scapula, but I still had to disconnect them from the humerus. The rotator cuff fell loose. The four muscles keeping the arm stabilized now flapped back and pinned until further use. The arm itself completely limp. One more checkup on any bleeding and exposed nerves, and then the saw hummed deeper as its fangs grew bigger. I couldn't sedate the nerves within my bone, not without risking serious risk to the procedure. Even then, I underestimated the pain I would feel sawing through them. Psyche V. 1.08 as updated to V. 1.09 effect. Increased tolerance to self-inflicted pain. It was a translucent cloth atop the searing light of agony. I couldn't even spare a moment to check my progress until the few inches of bone were entirely cut through, along with my biceps and brachialis muscle. Slimy webs of my bodily fluids grasped in desperation as the dead arm was lifted off me. Blood desperately clings with a thin thread until it snapped. Only air remained beneath my left shoulder. A few lighter cuts removed any bits of my remaining humerus bone. A quick transfusion of blood keeping my body stable. Technician V. 1.09 S updated to V. 1.09 effect. Increased efficiency in removal of organic components during shard operating. That would have been good to have 2 minutes ago, but it didn't clinch in any notice that I'd gotten past tier 1 of convergence. As the metallic twin of my left arm came up in view, a deep sense of loss perforated through the tired motions of the arachne. My arm was truly separate from me now. A piece of my human body, that same arm I'd used to hold onto my mother, that had been with me since I was a child and grown along my life, now sat dead on a tray. I was hardly the sentimental type, but I don't know. I was just sad. Saubadian centrosiphon. Metallic strips lined my new wound. A mound of metal sculpted to create a dark tan steel stump over it. My nerves fed through the processor, branching out into muscles and the new bone that replaced my old organic pieces. The biomonitor showed my signs as stable, the linkage process already underway subconsciously. The operation was a success, but it had taken too much from me. I'd been scraped raw, like my mental skin had been torn against miles of concrete and tarmac over the ordeal. But I hadn't finished, not while there was still the liver. A more personal project in an ironic sense. Even though I'd secured my place here, the heavy organ lifted up in the claws of 3 limbs that I pushed on, that I persevered with. Another few injections under my rib cage prepared it for the sharp sting of a scalpel skirting beneath the curvature. I won't go into the details, but the amount of blood I'd suctioned out was proof of my inexperience. The clamped arteries and veins only proving to be highways that many smaller roads stemmed from. The dull thud of my organic liver on the tray was exhausting. My blood pressure had lowered until I could feel the grogginess wade into the limbs. Biomonitor alerts flashed one after the other, and I'd made the metallic droids work to keep me stable. But I'd messed up somewhere. Maybe it was too much organic trauma for one night. Maybe my preservation matrix just couldn't keep up with it. By the time I'd set the new liver into the arachnid arms, I was just so fucking tired. Sleepy and, oh God, I was probabilitying. Even with a shunting vessel pathing an exodus of blood into my heart, I had fucked up predicting the sheer shock my body would face all at once. I should have taken things more slowly and methodically, rather than just performing one step after the other out of the fear that if I took a moment's pause, then I'd never start again. And Harold? Yeah, he was probably going to let me die. A gold implant would literally fall into his lap. Maybe that was his plan all along. I carried on, or at least, that's what I would like to say. My matrix pushed my mind into confirmation, yelling out orders into the alien limbs that attempted to fumble my blood vessels into specific paths. I needed to use more arms at once. But I was failing at managing even one now. One alert called out another into my vision, then another, until I was swarmed by a sea of noise and light, all spelling out my impending death. I was scared. I was so scared until Tianpiece it 09公顷 S updated to version 1.10 effect. Reduced fear of death. Bifenji by convergence achieved. Calibrating. Darkness snapped over me. Calibrations complete. Implant is reconfiguring. Adapter is now in Tier I Foundation. With the implant and adapter now acting as one functional unit, they will now build a foundation until further modification can occur. Grade calibrated, gold eye integrity calibrated, iron I-Vorth energy calibrated, iron V capacity calibrated, iron VUI tendency calibrated, requirements not met compatibility calibrating, 99%. Darren feature pathway analysis. And then my 6 eyes snapped open, aware in a way they never had been before. Each and every trickle of information, a light breeze of profound data. All of them buzzed to work. In a synchronized manner, they sealed blood vessels and spliced nerves to join with the wires of my liver. Fastened into a pool of my blood, the liver was a bug caught up in the web my 6 soldiers knitted. Warp energy burned through them. My own warp energy, working them to the bone as they spurned like puppets, to my every thought. In minutes, my liver was tied up in organic ligaments and electrical tubes. Then my skin was sewn tight. A soothing spray spacing in between any clots wanting to form. Slowly, my mind pulled back into my human body, returning to experience what had changed. The first conscious breath I drew was unlike any other I'd ever had. It was flavorful in the essence of life. The oxygen within was telling in the way it seeped into my blood, rushing through my heart to vitalize my body. I never imagined that coming out of a surgery could feel so energizing. As my new liver set itself to work, I had an acute grasp over the composition of my blood and the cleansing it experienced. Muck and grime that had built up in me for years, washing away as each heartbeat left me clearer and focused. Something else, isn't it? A new liver. Mr. Anderson was leaning on the wall right beside me. Of course. That's not the only thing that's new to you. No longer in convergence? I shook my head, and in doing so, I was amazed at how much I could glean from the muscles in my neck. Their exact position, their tension and expectations. Feels like I've been born again. Except this time without being covered in your mother's juices, he barked, much to my Jared wince. Take some time getting used to. Did your compatibility go down? Nope. And I left it at that as my eyes honed in on the new number. 99.9. Now, it had an additional decimal added after that. It may not seem like a lot, but in a sense, I had 1/10 of my old incompatibility at 99.9. A 百分之一 turned into 0.1 with a bug. You won't be feeling any massive improvements to your body like you would with a sim. All we get is a boost here. Mr. Anderson pointed at his head. But that means there's a whole lot we can do with the shards in our hands. Make sense? The vibrations running through my tongue as I spoke were precisely filtered into my consciousness. I could feel confidence running through me. Now, from what I saw, you've got potential. Honestly, that's almost all that you have. Doesn't mean you're bad, though. Quite the contrary. Credit where it's due. You did something I wouldn't have been able to commit when I was at your age or skill level. Even with a gold, I wouldn't have done it. Uh-huh. I quickly got to the point. So I have the job. You do. You're my assistant, starting tomorrow. And here it was, finally, a new job. Harold Anderson stared at the man who was Ulbrich Gravis's grandson. His body slumped over the desk as well-deserved sleep cast over him. He had doubted Missy, not just when she informed him of who Ripley was, but also what he had. Today was Aidan opening, to say the least. He had a principle of not getting involved. It was better this way. Yet he couldn't help but feel like some part of him should say something. After all, everyone deserves to know who their family is. And a man like Alberich? Harold both revered him and hated him. Maybe in some sense, it was time for revenge. In another, it was time to grow past it. He was growing too old to waste his life on matters like revenge anyway. Yet neither of that was why Harold had accepted Missy's request. It was curiosity. What would happen if a man like Ripley, detached from any corporation or gang, was to develop his powers to the fullest? What would he become? Chapter 33, Chapter 31. True Colors anonymous chat between two friends on the topic of dating a cradleborn. Lunarius. Hey, girly. Guess what? This bitch matched with a cradleborn on Cromble. Justabird. Shit. Send me his profile. Lunarius. Here it is. Justabird. What an insufferable prick. Which cradle is he even from? Lunarius, I dunno. Are there different types? Justabird. Just saying. If he's from a luxury cradle, he's probably one of their failed children and couldn't get the attention of a corpo. More likely he's from a workforce cradle. That's where they grow children to send over to the military and corporations and shit. Lunarius. Wait. F.R. Is that even legal? Justabird, considering that implants make you borderline infertile and humanity's gene pool got ass Jan fucked by nuclear war and a solar flare, what fucking choice do we have? 下午7点35分, June 17, Diana a week had flown by since the Tongwellishers incident. Officially, the blame was put on the younger one for the death of Jonathan Kirby. Delving into their data archives showed a confirmation that Kirby's brother had paid the younger tongue slasher, Jaden Overrink, to kill him while his uncle Lennon took care of the mess. If the younger one hadn't been so novice, we wouldn't have been able to track them down. The analysts on our team managed to piece it all together. The two Tongwellishers first engaged on a BISnet forum, Vortexi, where Jaden showed interest in Lennon's taste for human flesh. The two also shared their past, Lennon's abuse from his mother and Jaden's history with his uncle, Nathaniel. A few more threads of conversation led to a plan, one that conceived in Lennon killing Jaden's uncle and taking his identity. Afterwards, there was no more digital communication between the two. The reason all too clear. A short while after, Nathaniel purchased ownership of the garage, claiming to have gotten a windfall of gambling. In reality, it was a property he already rented from the crime family of the Jaegers. He'd quite literally invited Jaden and his father to live with him. The most disturbing part of it all had to be the cookbook. Notes written down about what meal Jaden's father would be served best in. I scanned the mild and long report of everything gathered after our fight. There was a lot. As a mercenary, Tongwellisher had an extensive contact list with encrypted names and identities, not to mention a kill switch. A whole lot of data was destroyed the moment he died, and Quireman was being eaten alive by Special Investigator Wicket, even while in treatment. In a hostage situation, me and Anthony had taken a risk. Quireman didn't. We talked afterwards, and the words he said still weighed on. I saved your life. Third Investigator Jones. You best remember that. Maybe it was a lack of communication, but my powers are volatile. My blood explodes other people's blood. It was either your life or the hostages. I knew who to save. I trust that you would know who to choose if the roles were reversed. You're a part of this team and are a damn good asset. Saving your ass means saving my ass, and I ain't letting my wife become a widow. Since then, it had been relatively slow. If we didn't have any cases assigned, we still had a duty to join patrols when we could, or to look through all the remaining information in hopes to find something. That's what I was doing now. Everything good, Jones. Indra Harmony, her mouth clasped in a green mask as always, chimed in from behind me. You look pretty tensed up for someone so Zian. Someone so what? My eye sliced up towards her. Look, I appreciate the flattery, Indra, but let's keep things professional. Her own gaze was a deer in headlights. She slowly stepped back with a heavy look in her eyes. At least you know that about yourself? But no, I was saying for someone so capable. Heard you took down an Ali Zanside firearms deal yesterday, all before the officers could even raise their guns. 4 arrests. Nice. A taste of guilt built in me. Sorry, just a bit tired. Last week's operation is still on my nerves. Indra lowered her head. Anthony's report was enough to make me queasy. Geez, didn't know it would go so south. Sorry you had that as your first mission. Doesn't normally happen like this. She grabbed a chair to sit beside me. My first mission was rough. You weren't there, but I was sworn into the police as a 3rd investigator about 3 years ago. Wait, so you had an implant before joining? I never learned much about my squadmates' pasts. Never really was the type to get sentimental here. Better that way. Still on the same one. Iron Zangrata network bug. Used to run in with an old merc group that my older brother was in charge of. I was always fancy with tech, so I became the brains. Had a stupid frame strapped to my neck when I was 13. Outgrew it too quickly. Messed up the nerves of my mouth. That's why I wear a mask. Guilt now festered fangs around my throat. Shit, Harmony. I'm really sorry, she snorted. Please, girl. Call me Indra when Rorsch or Wicket aren't around. But other than my mouth, it wasn't too bad, honestly. We had fun, robbed a few gangs and corpos, until one day I got caught by Rorsch himself. And yeah, I exchanged their whereabouts in return for immunity. Call me a snitch. Heard it before, but it was a way out. I didn't know how bad I wanted it until I got it. How'd that end with you joining the police? I asked curiously. A teasing twinkle sparked in her eye. Ever heard of Juliet's Gambit? Can't say that I have. I shook my head. It's actually named after Anthony's mother. Indra's eyes smiled where her mask couldn't. Anthony's mother? I didn't know much about Juliet Grosh. Other than that, she had passed away. Indra tapped her mask as though she regretted bringing it up. Just forget that. It's basically an unofficial protocol where a first or special investigator takes a look at an incarcerated criminal and decides they're better worth with a job than rotting in a cell. They effectively become your parole officer as long as you do some work for them. In my case, it was Kendrick Rorsch. Stay in line long enough and they officially integrate you into the force. Her eyes skirted around the office, almost sneaking around the cubicles. My first mission was to hunt down my brother, and well, it didn't go too well. So let's just say I know a thing or two about missions that end up with bodies you didn't want. What about your case got your hair in knots? She scooted past me to lean over the computer, not letting me get another word in regarding her revelation. I felt like I should have shared something, anything, but in the end I felt safer just remaining a mystery. It's all a dead end. My worries clenched up in my fist. Sure, there are contacts in the data, but a search of a Mr. Skeleton and other shit on our archives pulls up nothing. Like, look at these weird names. Underworld pseudonyms. She started looking through on her own. Their civilian IDs are disabled half the time, and Data Shield encrypting their signature, masks, and a false name prevents us from reading them with our archives. But Mr. Skeleton, I think I heard that one a while ago. Fixer in LR. Is it your access Zan level not letting you dig through? Probably. It's remarkable how much they don't share. I laughed. Yeah, they don't want the rookies stumbling onto something above our level. That's what they say. Clear as Hathama's nutsack. They're just protecting some of these scumbags. Gimme a sec. Harmony began to work on my laptop, pulling up long pages of shifting code that she typed through before opening up a new page on my screen. Got you into Rorsch's access. What? I looked through for a moment, and where my ID should have read Diana Jones now held Kendrick Rorsch's. Couldn't we get in trouble for this? She waved it off. No, I do this all the time. Don't worry. Just made them think you plugged off the main network for a moment. Anyway, look through. Begrudgingly, my curiosity got the better of me and I began to look up a list of names I'd recorded and didn't find any information about. A blurry image of a metallic skeleton in a suit flowed over the screen. I swore those red eyes were staring right into the camera, despite how zoomed in the image had been. Mr. Skeleton, known criminal arms dealer and fixer. works primarily out of LitRPG, like you said. Estimated grade, silvers and gold, been active for a decade. And even more so, ever since Los Diablos were jousted out of LitRPG. Has ties to almost every major gang, Indra hummed. Seems like he's pretty big. Probably off the lowered Zan records by providing the police some fancy intel or weapons? Wouldn't surprise me, I sighed, as I looked up more of the names Tungwellisher had either been in contact with or mentioned. Let's see. Stranded, assassin with a bounty of T10. Gets her name from leaving her victims stranded in abandoned warehouses alive, but without their legs. They die trying to escape. Lagoon, another merc, with a bounty of Liwen Wu-Ten. An esper capable of launching water out as blades. Sunspit, Flames and Thrower wielding pit fighter in Little Requiem, has a bounty of Joche de Nuntain. Tungwellisher Sr. had one of Sichain, Tend, placed by us obviously. Harmony mentioned, looks like he was targeting someone with a higher bounty, wanting to prove himself better. Any addresses mentioned? Nothing like that. I scrolled through a few more names I didn't have access to before until curiosity got the better of me, Missy, and her search came up with nothing, sighing. I continued with the rest, delighted as I could finally sort of get a start on understanding who these people were and why Elle had an interest in them. Then there was an oddity. Except for Missy, only one other name came up blank. It was mentioned in a log between Tungwellisher and Mr. Skeleton, who appeared to be Tungwellisher's source for shardware. Specifically, the name came up in a threat. Don't go after Simon Jugosla, unless you want Soul Killer after you. It's too soon for that. Simon Jugosla wasn't even on the police's hidden archives. Pinging him normally, I found that he was a famous, award-winning chef who worked out of a hotel. Tungwellisher must have been going after that guy, either as a meal or to force into cooking meals of human flesh. As for the other one, Soul Killer. There was something odd about that name, a sense of foreboding dread grabbing me just from reading it, and my search came up with no results as well. But I didn't have a second to mull over the confusion before Indra Harmony slammed my computer shut and rebooted it. Fuck, they pinged that? How? Harmony was alert and confused. Had that name been under special attention? Nice talking to you, Diana. But this is where we part. Good luck! Good luck? Good luck with what? I screamed as she leaped past the empty office cubicles, hurrying outdoor. Whatever. I wasn't done getting to the bottom of this. Continuing my own search, a sudden noise pulled my head aside as I turned around to the door swung wide open like a gaping mouth. My commanding investigator, Kendrick Warsha, had his arms folded. The veins on his muscular forearms were ready to pop. His body seemed suffocated in a sense. Basement now. The ride down was quiet, nerve-racking. It only gave me time to reflect on my own discoveries as a means to distract myself from whatever was to come. Soul Killer, and the use of his name was a threat. In fact, that simple message was only ever read and never responded to, as though the name was enough to ward him off. So let's see. A Mr. Skeleton who organized a web of all these various criminal freelancers and gangs within Little Requiem. Then there was Soul Killer, someone who seemed to be above the food chain. Get out. Follow me to my car. My personal one. Rorschach's voice was quiet, but demanded an urgency. I complied, following quickly behind him to a sleek and outzan right designer-looking car, entirely black with opaque windows. It was almost like the typical American muscle car, but slimmed down to race city streets instead of mountain highways. Having limited expertise on cars, even I could tell this was a beauty. And the inside of the car seemed just as luxurious as the outside did. It was a brief respite from the nerves I'd felt coming down. But I was then all too shocked as the first investigator heaved out a breath that he seemed to be holding in for too long. In the name of Trask's Beard Jones, next time you want access to information, ask me. He didn't seem panicked, rather worried. You poked a beehive with that last search. So I had landed on something. You mean Soul K. Jan. Don't even say that name. His voice snapped like a whip. Skak is a boogeyman for the cops, a force of nature like a plague that takes out anyone too interested in them. You're good. Good enough that you could feasibly make progress. But believe me, progress is the worst possible thing you could get. Even special investigators run away from them, just treat Skeg as a myth like they do. That's the safest option. Soul Killer, a mythical Copsian killer? How had I never heard this before? Is this well known? No, and stop asking questions about this. You're going to get yourself killed. His voice held the sternness he normally weighed against Anthony, and it seemed like he recognized that as he sighed apologetically. Look, it's just. You're a fish who's searching for a long lost kraken in the sea. I don't know anything about SK, just that when I was in your position, I got a much harsher warning, and that I've seen what happens to people who push it. They die at best. At worst, families go missing. Yeah, I released a worried chuckle. You're right. Barely survived a merc copycat. Need to get my feet a little more on the ground before I'm ready to race a proper criminal athlete. Rorschach nodded, the silence between us growing, but not awkward. I don't know. Rorschach broke the quiet with a light laugh, his hand crawling to rest at edge of my car seat until his pinky just grazed my leg. I saw the way you kicked that kid's jaw, seemed Olympic worthy, and then did some to me. Your mutations are solid. I'd kill to have something like that, even with how my own bug suits me. Yeah, I just I could have kept him alive. That sensation flashed into my body. The moment of impact as I discharged a lightning bolt into his mouth, it was captivating. It was morbid. I shifted my leg away. Rosar slowly pulled his hand back to himself before speaking, but there was a strain in his voice. You kept Grosh Jr. alive. Speaking off, you had aerial influence on him. Never seen the kid so motivated to get things done around here. I was sure he was about to quit a few days ago, but you changed that around, huh? I rubbed my neck as I tried to find an answer far from the truth that Anthony was trying to get in his aunt's favor to get her to trust him with information about Dog Whistler. Yeah, well, almost dying together has a way of bonding. We drank for a bit after the mission, got an understanding of why the two of us were here in the first place. He leaned closer, a relief flowing through him. So, are you two sleeping together? No, nothing like Zan, I blinked. What? Excuse me? Rorschach raised his arms defensively, but a sly smile played on his mouth. What? Just curious. Couldn't help but wonder if you're wasting your time on a man as sorry as he is. I was just thinking that maybe his new burst of energy came from you giving it up to him. I'm sorry. I shifted to the edge of the seat, my hands reaching the lever to push the door. I don't think that's any of your business. Nothing happened. Now let me out. The door didn't open. A small pit gaped through my stomach, and my breaths came quicker and sharper as Rorschach's gaze took me in. All of me. Fucking. Course. His chuckles left me wanting to knock his teeth out. Hey, what's there to worry about? I don't care who you sleep with at all. My lips can be kept silent with the right distraction. Just wanted to let you know that your performance is already on track for a quick promotion. I could help you? Stop it. First, Dan Investigator Rorschach. Don't push things. I warned him just as I'd warned plenty of others before. I wasn't looking for another transfer so soon. Calm down. You're overreacting. He relaxed into his seat. I'm just looking out for you. I know plenty of people in this damn job. That'll help me get you out there as a second investigator by the year's end. All I'm asking is that we get to know each other beyond just as coworkers. Founders know that so many others will envy your position. Hell, the things I did for me bosses to get where I am. You wouldn't want to hear about them. I'm giving you a choice. They didn't. He held a sympathy in his eyes, one that I wasn't foolish enough to take. Rorschach, this is going to be a mistake if you push it. A mistake? You mean if you tell Brian Ulrich? We both know you're too proud for that. I know you are. You're just as cradle-born as I am, a luxury. He was born in a cradle, and you knew? My hand touched his dashboard. I could feel the electronics within. The energies lurking within were burning for me to use them. You fucking knew. He shifted closer to me, uncomfortably close. The lieutenant sent a debrief to Cerisa Wicket. She told me to keep it a secret from you and the others, but I want you to trust me. to be able to rely on me. After all, we're adults here. Choosing to entertain this between us, it'll be enjoyable and beneficial. I can promise that for both you and me. Hell, you can even call me Kendrick. We're kindred spirits coming from a place like the Cradles. The truth is, we're simply better than them. You know that, even if you won't admit it. Deep down, you know that I'm the best choice between all these fucking scrapzan-brained idiots who envy us. Thunder rumbled through my heart, my voice shaking with betrayal, fury, and spite. Well, listen up, Kendrick. I am a professional. I do not want any of what you are insinuating. This is your last chance. He laughed it off. Don't be so dramatic. It's not like I'm threatening you, just saying. Might as well cut the chase between us. But if you're really going to be a tough sell like that, maybe I should try my hand with that friend of yours. What was her name again? Ah, right. Yvetting Dan. My hand struck the side of his face, energy zapping from his car's electronics that incurred the fiery rage burning within me. A sharp flash of sparks went towards his mouth, which I desperately wanted to shut up. His lips went burnt to gratify me that much. Keep her name out of your fucking mouth, you perv. What the hell, you bitch? You have one more chance, Dan. No. Silver eyes crackled with thunder. That was your last chance. No, open this door before I fry it apart. Unless you want to know if there's more to me than just silver eyes. I saw his defeated look fill him up in slow motion, and I relished it. You're going to regret this. Just because you have Daddy watching over you doesn't mean you're safe from this shit. The door clicked, and a pull of the lever swung it wide open to my release. My body burned as adrenaline coursed a fury I struggled to contain. Do your worst. Sorry, I meant, do your worst, he scoffed audibly, almost running me over as he zoomed out of the parking lot. Then I nearly collapsed, the leftover sparks draining out into the ground as I released my warp energy's hold over them. Leaning against the cold, dark wall of the garage, a guttural groan bellowed from the depths of my soul. Every fucking time. My hair tightened as fists curled on them. I hate this fucking job. Everyone's corrupt and sleazy and somewhere in the screaming, tears dribbled down my face and I felt so weak just feeling their winds. I had to be stronger. I had to grow beyond them all. This wasn't the first time a senior officer had tried something. I'd been careful before. Normally, I could see the signs. But, I felt like an idiot. I should have known something was up. Being placed in a relatively esteemed squad, my quick promotions up the ladder. There was no escaping my father. He had to have planned this. I thought maybe by joining the police in secrecy after running away that I'd be able to make a difference under his nose. How long did it take for him to figure out I joined? Maybe he always knew. His eyes were everywhere. Was this his way of trying to get me to run back to him? Was Rorsch meant to scare me off the squad, the precinct? Everything had its reasons now. I was sure of it. It would be easy, so easy with my current abilities to just contact my father and let him know I want out, or Rorsch gone. But maybe that was exactly what my father wanted me to do? To contact him, to bring myself back into the life he offered me. A good life. A glamorous life like he'd intended for me to have as a poster girl for Neocorps, or the police, or whatever for the sake of improving his own reputation. An actress. That's what he said I would be. It was so business Jan-like and transactionary when he had told me about it. No choice in the matter. Safe. Rich. Famous. I could have everything. But it wouldn't be satisfying. That man had torn me away from the only family I had. Kidnapped me into a part of the world I'd only ever seen on a screen, but had promised me wealth. Fuck that. There was a reason I ran away from him. It was suffocating. It wasn't human to be around him. Those days out in the raining slums, without a roof over my head, it had been the best sleep I'd had in the month since I'd been removed. It was all thanks to Yvette, meeting her again after all these years, that I even joined the precinct. Something I'd been regretting more and more lately, from false charges to protection deals, and the immunity these assholes had. I'd grown sick of it all. Incoming call from Yvette Soon, Sen speak of the devil. H-Gen, hey Yvette Gen E. I tried to stay strong, but a stray sniffle gave me away. Have you, Zen, been crying, Zenji? Yvette's voice peaked higher, instantly recognizing my strained voice. Deed Zen, don't hide it, FR Zen Ram Mama Bird. What's got my P Zen poor baby sad? Men. The answer came easily. Teet Zen, that's why you Zen you should be by. I've been telling you from Deed Zen day one that W Zen women are just B Zen better. Also, who is the B Zen bastard? Or's Zen Ski. The name fell from my mouth like dead weight. W Zen what? A Zen, and he was kind of cute too. Even if he was short W Zen, why is it always the men Zen N who actually Zen Y could have had a chance that S Zen sucks so much? I slapped him. I don't know what's going to Haka Zen happen next. Yvette's voice panicked instantly. Oh honey, where are you? 2 margaritas are C Zen coming right up. If he toods and yooched a hair on your head, then screw P Zen protocol. I am castrating the son Zen N of a bitch. Mentioned your name? I slapped him. It sent electricity into his mouth. Maybe should have done it to his tiny friend. I let a chuckle through. Teet Zen, that's how Zen W you fucking Deed Zen do it. Now, come on Zen N, we need to find ways to get our Zen revenge. Where you at Zen T? Parking? Be Zen, but don't bot Zenther. Got somewhere else in LSC to be. Don't tell me you've got Zen T a date after Zen R this. I H Dan hot we agreed that men S Dan suck. Screw them. Come with M Zen me instead, you dirty hoot Zan. Who said it was a man? And with that, I let the call disconnect. That would keep her guessing for the next few hours. After all, it wasn't a man I was meeting. Instead, it was someone far more terrifying. Someone who first contacted me a week ago. The Neocore enforcer that fell to the gold mal from the club. Archangel. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 34. Jian Jian Jian. Chapter 32. Meet your hero interview with Neocore enforcer, Archangel, a former Imperium Netstar and actress known as Alicia Nori. Host. So tell me, Archangel, what is it like transitioning from stardom to becoming a hero of the people? Archangel, please, call me Alicia. And to be honest, it was totally Zan-like mind-boggling. You know me, girl. I do my own stunts. And so when that mal attack happened near the studio, I knew my shit. They didn't know what hit them. So hearing from my agent that Neocore called me up a few days later, I was amazed. But I also knew it was a calling, a responsibility to go from being a heroine on the screens to a real fighter for the people. Host, couldn't agree more, Alicia. You're such a motivational figure, and you've talked about your past before. Your family used to be nomads. Archangel. Yeah, on my dad's side. They're such lovely people, and I spend each summer with them. They taught me all my spear moves. It was my mom's side that helped me into showbiz, but I couldn't have done it without the people of the Nori clan. They've been fighting the Malav for so long, I hope I'm making them proud. Host, I'm sure you are Alicia. Tell me, what do you see yourself becoming in Neocore? Archangel, Michelle Silva is totes my role model. I really admire her mission to keep humanity safe from the Mal. I plan to work my ass off taking care of the scum until one day I'm a herald standing by her side. Host, I'm certainly rooting for you. And I'm curious, how will you bring your stardom into the Neocore fold? Archangel, oh, I've already got a whole team ready. Don't tell anyone but a new documentary, starring yours, truly is in the works. I plan to spill the tea on all Neocore gossip too on my socials. Who knows what those big grumpy inquisitors are like? Under closed doors. Host. Haha, can't wait for that. So, if there was one piece of advice you want to give to all the other girls out there, what would it be, Archangel? To be yourself. Don't let any greaseball say who you can or cannot be. I know I won't be kneeling to any of my Neocore overlords. Unless it's Ruby. Have you seen how hot she is? 下午10点27分, June should see Diana a bar in the good old pleasure lanes. The last place, I would expect to see a Neocore enforcer. Certainly not one like Alicia Nori. Her constant online presence was drowned in product advertisements for a cleaner life within the Imperium states of Africa. The pleasure lanes were, while clean on the surface, one of the most grimed and infested lands in the whole world in the mental sense. Everywhere I went, it was one headache after the other as light, noise, smell, and sound all hounded my attention. especially those fucking brothels and their pheromone sprays. It boggled me how those weren't illegal yet. The bar itself was on the quieter side, an underground place that was chic with a nice wooden ambience, accompanied by the pleasant tunes of a piano in the background. Not too busy either. Scanning my surroundings, I spotted quite a few people, but no one held the bedazzling magnificence that was Archangel. So I sent out a message. Maybe I was early. She had said to reach by Sawushudan Centrofin. I'm here. Archangel is typing. Turn around. I'm wearing glasses. I did so, spotting a gorgeous seated woman with straight black hair and bronzed skin raising up her cup at me. I approached, feeling nerve-spitting goosebumps all over my body. Aniocor Enforcer? I was actually having a private meeting with one of them. As I neared the table, I took in the image of the woman in front of me. She was as beautiful as she was in every poster or comic book they'd made on her. In them, she'd been captured as the essence of feminine power. A striking and powerful pose, radiating both her fierceness and sexuality out of the world. In a way, I admired her. She wasn't all too older than me, and had made quite the name for herself. In other ways, she was everything I didn't want to be. God, I felt so awkward already as I took a chair opposite hers. I'm, Diana, and you're Zan, yes. Yes, she bashfully waved. It's me, Archangel in the flesh. But please call me Alicia. Besides, you're quite the interesting person yourself, Diana Ulrich Jones. The need to correct her overtook any sense of politeness at the moment. Diana Jones. Forgive me. I'd read up on your file. God, your Biodzin dad's nasty to do that, isn't he? I never got to work when he was around in Neocore, but the people say plenty about who he used to be. She offered me a glass of wine, which I wholeheartedly accepted. I'd rather not talk about him. I sipped the wine, and its pungency had a rather delicate aftertaste. Not the kind of thing I had locked up in my cupboards. By the founders. This is a lot. I can imagine. She flicked her glasses down so I could get a proper look into those hazel eyes. Beautiful and sorrowful all the same. A Mal attack is tough. I know firsthand. You were so strong to be able to kill it without the Inquisitor, and I there, remarkable Ulel Zen Jones. Absolutely remarkable. Thank you. But please, both of you played a strong role in weakening it, and besides, you actually saved my life at one point. I'm really grateful for that. I rubbed the back of my neck, still not sure if this was even real. I'm assuming you know about the Inquisitor and Missy thing? Yes, I'd been informed. Not to worry, Imizran is being handled by the Herald herself. I'm here for a more on-Zen ground purpose. That Mal was quite the enemy. I've killed Silvers before, but the speed at which your Mal adapted and overcame my strength was frightening, not to mention its after effects. After effects? Worry grabbed me whole. Archangel. Alicia tapped her waist, which was strapped up in a metallic girdle that extended pistons and levers down the curves of her leg. A rehabilitator exoskeleton. It was similar to what Quireman was using right now, but far more advanced. Oh, my eyes went wide. I'm, so sorry. How did Zan? I thought that Neocore medical facilities could Zan. Don't worry about it. She laughed it off. It made a spear out of 2 silvers, remember? Not sure what features they had, but something in that weapon severed my spinal cord's connection to my implant. And yeah, it's been worrying, but progress is showing signs of improvement. That's good. I'm wishing you a quick recovery. My eyes couldn't detach from the sight of the metal clinging to her hips. I am sorry. Is there any way I can help? Her breath stifled and tears welled in her eyes. I moved my arm in a manner to comfort her, but stumbled midway as she spoke. It's, certainly a change. Paralysis of this length hasn't been recorded in Tier the Third adapters. It's a severe case, and they don't know why. They can't know why until they Zan, and then it dawned. They can't figure out the cause because they don't have the Mal's implants. You want me to give it up? She sniffed up, but it didn't quell the twin river streaming on the contours of her mouth. I'm really sorry that this has to be done. But I'm ready to give you a contract for it. I need the implant for my recovery, and it'll be beneficial to all of Neocore. Okay, this was a whole lot. I was expecting something related to Missy or Dog Whistler. Not an enforcer bawling in front of me. I don't know. I've gotten pretty far into the convergence process, and wouldn't that be dangerous to me? I mean, Dan. But I'm a Neocore enforcer. She was full Dan on bawling now. I can save 1,000 lives for every one that you save. Besides, the contract will give you a silver and a placement in Neocore as a field agent. Wait, I was getting recruited by Neocore? That was everything I needed. A place far enough that my father wouldn't have his mittens on me anymore. But still, lend me influence over him. It could work, except it wouldn't help me solve any of the impending crises here at Westbrook. Dog Whistler Satak on the police, the origin of my gold implant, or this new police boogeyman known as Soul Killer. I was ready to decline it. ICA-J. A contract buzzed to view. It was all true. My starting salary would be huge. I would be relocated to a Neocore castle for training. I would be receiving a silver implant that was eerily similar to my current capabilities. And it was already signed off by an Inquisitor at that. Inquisitor Tusk. The very same man who was ready to kill me for my implant. I should have leaped at the opportunity, but the memory of that man's hands over my head, the glee in his face as my skull would slowly deform. This was wrong, all of it. I can't. It dropped out with a finality. I'm at a very high convergence. Several mutations have already finished developing. I'm almost there, and I'm sorry, but what does the Herald have to do with this? As far as I'm aware, Harold Ruby was supposed to contact me regarding the origins of the Mal. I get it. It's all fucked up, and I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart about everything that's happened to you, but Zand, my career will be ruined. Archangel tried to stand up, a painful drawn Zan-out whir slowly pushing her back to straighten up, and her legs to crack in place. I can't feel anything below my legs. I should be healed, but I'm not. We can find a way, I pleaded. If we figure out what that Mal truly is, I'm sure that we could find a way to solve your problem. Anger seethed between her teeth. Will you just sign the contract? It's a good deal. Take it, or leave it. I'm leaving it. I don't trust Tusk. He tried to kill me, and this is all too fishy now that I'm thinking about it. Neocore has tech to bypass your spinal cord. You showed me fine. This is Jan. There's something more, isn't there? This isn't Ruby's doing. Alicia's face drained of all emotion in a moment to become blank, like the feelings had been vacuumed away. Then she sighed, long and exhaustive. I told Tusk this wasn't going to work considering your file. Yeah, congratulations. You got me. I was an actress before I was an agent. And yeah, then I'm paralyzed. But even with these lousy prosthetics, I'm more deadly than any investigator here for miles. I fucking knew it. If I can have one day without someone lying or trying to take advantage of me. Wrong world, Diana. She dribbled from her lips for the first time. It seemed like honesty was what was coming out. From the moment we're born, we're resources Totham. Manpower, brain power, sexuality, emotions, genetics, Shardine. They'll never run out of things to take from us. Yeah. I'd learned that too long ago. So what exactly is your deal, Alicia? She chuckled as she raised 2 fingers. The same eyes that were bawling a moment ago were now stones and cold. 2 directives, one from Tusk, one from Ruby. Neither can afford the time to deal with you directly with the upcoming swarm right now. So they decided that even a faulty enforcer like me could be of use. Tusk told me to deliver the implants, either yours or Ripley Donovik's. Yes, I know about him, and Ruby warned me not to touch him since he's in Emizran's care. And second, Ruby wants information about the Mal's source. Seems like it was developed artificially to be a rapidly growing, constantly mutating, Everdzan learning version. Could be weaponized. She's researching on her own end. Not sure what, but she has her own eyes and ears. Gold malignants take around a day to get to the strength of the one in that club, even if they're left in a pool of organic and sharded treasure. Yours pulled up 3 tiers in a matter of an hour. And it was supposed to be delivered to the police station, I added, to which her eyes opened up a bit wider. Finally, something she didn't know. I explained to her in brief what me and Ripley had discussed, and she nodded and hummed through the whole ordeal. I was briefly afraid that the location was not suitable for such a topic to be shared, but then she confirmed that all the patrons here were on her payroll. Turns out she owned the place. So that complicates things. Alicia sighed. This figure known as the dog whistler treeing to commit an act of malterrorism could have been worse than Asmodea's bout with those caged Jan fuckers. Don't even want to know how bad things could have gotten if that thing decided to propagate more little spawnlings in a treasure trove like the police contraband depository. So, whoever they are has got friends in high places, maybe even the megacore. Definitely works deep in the Voidnet layer. You're looking for someone in gold at the very least, maybe titanium. Bug, though can't deny the possibility they're a dual adapter. Half the things she spewed didn't make sense. There's a layer beneath the abyss net. And what the hell's a dual adapter? First of all, there's 4 layers. You should know this stuff since there's an exam after you sign the contract. Surface net, abyss net, void net, and old net. And as for a dual adapter, yeah, that's someone with both a bug and a sim. You'll find some in Neocore. Only way possible to do it without killing yourself is if the adapter gets both implants from the same malignant. You know, you could kill Ripley and become one yourself. Yeah, I don't think I'll stoop that low. I laughed it off. Consider it, seriously. She then took a more threatening tone. Ichno he would. Dual adapters are scary business. The synergy alone makes them worth nearly 10 other adapters of the same grade. Hell, you should probably stop contacting him altogether. Maybe you trust him, but I wouldn't trust Missy or her pals. How much you know about Missy's friends? Just the basics from the Herald's report. Missy herself is an unstoppable force using her old skills from Neocore to tear her victims a new one. There's her second in command, Diamante. Former Metal Heaven something turned into a killing machine according to rumors. Mirage is a ghost with several faces digging through the abyss net. She even brought down Los Diablos' control over Little Requiem single-handedly. Topaz is just freaky. Pops up out of nowhere and snaps your neck, and his brother Quartz is a reclusive esper with unknown abilities. Just that, once you look at him, you can't stop. All right, this was a lot all at once, but I kept up my hope. Dog Whistler? Nada. Alicia shook her head. Maybe one of the puppeteers knows something about them. Puppeteers. I was getting a headache. The big ones in Westbrook, those who have their fingers in all the pies. Mr. Skeleton's the newest with a chokehold in Little Wreck. But you've also got older legends like Hammersmith, though. He's gone AWOL. Then there's the big leaders of the main gangs. Metal Heaven's Archbishop, Crimson, Soul's Queen and Heart, Miramasa's Bladafather, Los Diablos Lucente, and just a couple of older farts who have been around since the Fourth Swarm and the Civil War. So, all people who I should not be touching with a 10-foot pole. Great! Just great! This was getting nowhere. There is also Soul Killer, but nah, that's a different kind of crazy. I could have shot out of my chair at the name popping up. Wait, no! Tell me about them. Can't say much honestly. She shrugged, but for once I could hear nervousness tickling her voice. They, ancient, have been doing their own thing since the early Lounsen Sibymouse and are just mainly behind a whole lot of kidnappings and missing persons reports. They like experimenting with genes from what I know. How on earth was someone like them still up and running, with barely a spark of intervention from the police? Okay, that's a good lead. It's one that will get you killed. She tossed out placidly. I'm serious. We're talking about someone so dangerous, even the criminal underworld pretends that they don't exist. I only know this because Ruby provided me with reports curated by our founder herself. Only really read through this file because it was specifically labeled as extreme danger for anyone below titanium. So naturally, I looked through it, more out of curiosity than anything else. What wasn't redacted was extremely troubling. This is someone who killed hundreds, maybe thousands of people. And that's exactly why I need to look into them. Resolve plastered over me. Rorschach saw me as just a pretty face. I'd prove him wrong. I'd prove them all wrong. Jesus, it's your tombstone you're thinking about. Alicia rubbed her forehead before taking something out from her pockets and placing it on a table. Just do me a favor. All right, I'm going to leave a DACube with you. Install it onto your frame. You ever flatline, I'll know your location and come for your implant? I laughed. You're joking. Very serious. And her stern gaze reflected that. I either need your implant or I need information about it. That's my terms of the deal with my bosses. The contract's also staying with you. If you're smart, you'll sign it. Shit's only going to get harder from now on. You've got a Genes In clinic appointment coming up, so pray your father's meddled in that, but also, there's already a price for the information about your implant. That contract is a respite. My body grew colder. What do you mean there's information about my implant? Exactly what I mean. Some people know that Neocore didn't kill the Mal, that the implants are out there. It's circulating in the webs of some hide-Zanpang mercs looking for a job. Been out there for days. Just be glad your father's name is attached to what they're looking for. They could come for you any day through your friends and family. Not that you have many. The only shield you have is that you share a branch in the family tree with the corporate advisor of the new California police state. I was frozen in place as she continued speaking. The smart ones won't get involved, can't cash in your implant if they're going to die anyway. But the dumbasses are who you need to look after. The ones with a screw loose won't care about your daddy. It's not a matter of if, but when. That info will spread like a plague in time. They'll come for both you and Ripley. That contract is the only way to get your name out of a death warrant. Bounties rarely go below the implant value, meaning someone's willing to pay more than whoosh a million shardine for your head. I still can't do it. Now the words choked out, like I'd lost a sense of my unwavering resolve. It's not worth it. Sacrificing my implant. You think I haven't sacrificed bits of myself to get where I am? Alicia's fists gripped the table. You know you should have just done what Rorsch asked. Yeah, I saw a recording of you talking with your friend in the parking lot. It was an easy way out. Could have made things a whole lot better in the long run. Just be glad it was someone actually attractive, and not a sleazebag producer with pounds of fat that consumed his cock. I've done worse, and it's helped me get where I am. Away from them. The only way for women like us to survive is if we have one hand down their pants and the other with a knife to their throat. My teeth clenched so tight, I thought I would break them. You think you know me so well, then you already know what I'd do if that contract was made of paper, fuck you. You're a dumbass, Diana. Her cold glare burned. The exact same kind who would go after your implant. The kind that doesn't care about death staring them in the face. And with you, you'd be lucky if death was all they had in store for you. You know what kinds of mail I get sent every day? The admirers I have. Be a good girl and go back to him on your knees. That's how you survive. I want to live, I shouted with every speck of my soul meaning it. Damn it! What the hell happened to you? I used to admire you, you know that? You were Arsha Senwen, Saoshi, and you became a Neocore enforcer, just a year older than I am now. And what? You said it in an interview about how no greaseball can say who you can and cannot be? What the hell happened? I acted. Even then, her words cut through me, a flinch of sadness in her eyes. You'd be wise to do the same. Now I got why they said to never meet your heroes. I stood up, done with the conversation. Some fucking role model you ended up being. Diana, the cube, keep it. Take it, or else I'll make sure the dumbasses know who you are. I'll make them know about Anthony, about Rivette, about Ripley. Alicia growled, take it, use it. Begrudgingly, I swiped up the small shimmering cube of gray up, leaving her with one last look of nasty eyes that I didn't bother hiding anymore, slamming the door on my way out. The rest of the walk and tram ride back home was a blur of rage, Zan-fueled methodical navigation. They want to come for me. I set the training robot to activate. Tier 1. Maximum difficulty. Before it could even make a single move, a shot from my weapon traveled through my leg as a bullet of pure vitality. The lightning Zan-fueled, twisting kick shattered the robot and sent its pieces scattering through the room like thunder erupted through it. Fucking come for me. 简简简 Chapter 35 简简简 Chapter 33 Medical checkup 下午2点34分 June 18 Diana sitting outside the quiet hallway. A digital number floated in my view. Today was the day I was supposed to be fitted for my new frame and lenses. I'd used any replacements I had on me, and Indra, was beginning to tire out from all the requests to repair my equipment. I couldn't blame her, not like she was getting paid for it. But I did owe her several lunches now. A buzzer ran out, a screen on the wall flickering as a new number was alerted to transfer to room 6. And would you look at that? Token should see. The same as mine. I pushed through the door, an elderly woman with frayed blonde hair welcoming me into the Gene Zen clinic. A spacious room with an operating chair and several racks of vibrantly glowing vials, mutagen. The doctor introduced herself with a stretched arm. I'm Dr. Faltist, and you must be Diana Jones. This is, I believe, your first visit as an adapter? Curious. Normally, most people would visit a clinic to test out their compatibility with the sim. I'd already had it tested out privately, I said calmly. This was so easy. Ah, of course. That must be why we don't have it on the system. You have a silver grade? Correct? Just sit down on the chair. I'll take a few blood samples, some skin curettage, and a pluck of your hair. That's the bare minimum your offices require, unless you want me to opt for muscle or bone testing as well. No, I'm not silver. My voice was firm as a lake frozen over. I'm a gold, but you probably knew that. My father figured it out, didn't he? Dr. Faltist froze in place, her eyebrow raising then falling in a moment of indecision between what I knew was truth and deception. Diana Ulrich? Yes, your father had his suspicions. But how did you know that I would be thee? Yesterday's games had sent me on a streak of paranoia, but it turned out for the better. Just did some research on the employment records of everyone in this Gene Zan clinic. You struck out since you were transferred one day after my promotion, from a forensics lab off in the Yellowstone Police District. Nothing concrete, but I just knew it wasn't a coincidence. So, in summary, yes, I got the gold from the Mal. And the silver he gave you? Dr. Faltis dimmed her glasses down, robotic eyes unveiled with a bronze glow. Still have it. Does he want it back? I flashed an equally shiny orb from my pocket, Doctor. Faltis sighed. Whatever my father had hired her to do was now thrown in the drain. It wasn't a position I envied. I'll have to communicate this with him, but I'd imagine he already has a plan in mind. So, Golden, how does it feel? The compatibility, all right? I knew she was trying to seem calm and steady, but that nervous jitter in her eyes told me that she wasn't used to things going the unexpected. My findings pinned her as former mid-Zan level corporate researcher. Before her office was defunded, and she switched over to the police. She was willing to take a deal with my father because he offered her something good. I had to offer better. Compatibility is good. I quieted quickly, waiting to see if she would elaborate more. How much they knew about my implant was still unknown, especially my Bifenjujoshijo compatibility. Well, my job is still the same. Dr. Faltis typed out something on her pad. Although more complicated, now I'll need to dip into some fraudulent recording. Founders, I'm asking for a raise from your dad after this? He already had his suspicions since the abilities you showcased were different from the implant he bought. He thought you took an iron or bronze until he saw. Well, I think you know what event I'm talking about. I had my guesses when I took off a Tier 1 bronze's jaw out in one kick. She clicked her tongue. Even for a gold, that's impressive. Your own cybernetics seem to have short Zan circuited. Bioelectrical genes are rare, but pose incredible strength with time and development. There's a Neo-Core Inquisitor, Thunderheart. He's gold too, but from what I've researched, he didn't begin manifesting physical strength out of his electrical powers until the 2nd tier. Yeah, and I'd imagine he didn't start with gold out of the blue. Most Neo-Core operatives were hired from various military or private security groups, pulling in promising bronzes or silvers and training them until they were powerhouses. Archangel had been bronze a few years back, and now she was a silver. Nope, bronze. I believe he worked in Syntex military. Dr. Faltis pulled up something on her lenses, her hands pulling and pushing invisible screens until a final wave discarded them. Point of the matter. We need to observe your mutations with a more discerning eye. The stronger the grade of the mutation, the deeper it alters your body. An iron-grade gene of the same variant would remain only superficial. Maybe you'd be resistant to a taser, but not a fully Zan-charged shot from your gun. We also need to check out your heart. Make sure you aren't prone to popping it in simpler terms. Yeah, I'd had that idea in my head. After the fight with Tongue-Wellisher, I'd been having pain in her chest for days until, well, the doctor would probably see. As I sat on the chair and various tools and medical equipment were strapped and spun around me, I pondered whether this was a good idea. It disgusted me. Truth be told, that I was willingly going ahead with my father's plan. But there was a way to spin this around. A sharp sting on my forearm had my blood dripping into a vial. Then she scraped skin from the inside of my cheeks and finally plucked out a few strands of my silver, Zan white hair. Then she plugged into my neuroframe, which was all too loud, as who Zan knows Zan how Zan many Zan times. Its internal circuitry had been overloaded. Diagnostics are showing you're healthy, but your frame is in critical condition. As she spoke, I grimaced. Always hated having my neuroframe plugged in. It was like worms were wriggling into my skull. Good thing you got a non-Zan invasive model, otherwise your brain would not be okay. I've already prepared a custom model with an insulative casing, but you might need to visit a shard operator soon to tune it further. I've got a contact that can keep secrets. They're on my father's payroll, aren't they? I sighed, and she didn't bother confirming an answer we both knew. An option prompted in my lenses, which were blurred and dry on my eyes by this point. Allow external device to view implant data. Allow, I thought, and it followed through with a painful needle ejecting out of my neck. Non-Zan invasive models were not suited for external connections, like this. The doctor nodded as a screen showcased my implant specs. Then she stumbled in her words as she grasped the severity of what she was seeing. A total of Zan mutations. Diana Jones, implant data, Zan type, sim grade, gold classification, mutant Tysper warp tendency, unknown, possible derivatives, spark, fire, water development, Tyrdine convergence, Bifenjabashitsi gene capacity, calculating, base amount, sure integrity, na energy, na capacity, na mutations, Tyrdine, ba mutations, Zan holy shit. Then Faltist repeated it in a long, whimsical tone. Holy shit. I know Zan mutations are supposed to be rare, but what I want to understand, there had been something bugging me for the last week, is why all the mutations I got from my police Zan issued mutagen are just not what they said they would be. Muscle endurance, quick sleep, reflexive vision, and skin conditioning were what I bought. Generally, they won't always be exactly what's on the bottle, but you're right. They've all somehow mutated before even being expressed within your genome. I think this is parallel convergence. She said it like it meant something to me. Explain. She was pulling up various screens and graphs on the screen while her voice hurried. You are aware how advancing the tears affect mutations, right? I was aware of the basics. Once you reach the threshold, your mutations sprawl out and spawn derivatives, typically combining to form hybrids. Like if Miskin hardening combined with my elastic muscles, I could potentially harden my own muscles. In the loosest sense of the phenomenon, you're right, Faltus said. However, something within you caused the Tyrdine mutagen, the most basic of all mutagen with no precursors, to differentiate according to your needs. Elastic muscles, for example, compensates for the increased blood flow and tension your muscles would face under the exertion of pacemaker. Think of going up a tier as like 8 threads that shoot out. Some of them will knot up with others, while the rest stay by themselves except stronger. This is very different because you're having genes knotted up at the starting position. So instead of my threads combining forward, they're branching sideways. I looked closer at the diagrams she drew out, and they all pointed to one specific mutation in my body. Unstable biology, Dr. Faltist murmured. I don't think I've ever seen a mutation like it. It's remarkable. Perhaps it's a deviant mutation. Don't worry about that. It's nothing for you to know. And your compatibility? They're reacting so that any mutagen which enters your body is adapted to become exactly what you need. As confusion and blank fear drained from the doctor's face, it was replaced by excitement, the exact thing I'd been looking for, and my mouth moved to capture her. You seem to think I have something extraordinary. That's because it is. She seemed almost enraged that I would question it. Don't you see? This is revolutionary, a mutation that can alter all the others without derivating. It is so much more than extraordinary. So something like this is valued a lot. I was getting closer to the true point of my scheme. Extremely so. Faltist immediately started writing down something on her personal pad. I shot my verbal bullet. Sue. Ew. If my father knew about something like this, he'd probably have me transferred somewhere where they could properly document my case. To a lab full of high-Xantech geneticists, all just as skilled, if not more Xanso, than you, leaving you with nothing but a paycheck. A transfer back to your old job and an NDA, am I right? It was a headshot. If there was one thing I could credit my newer active site for, it was the exact moment someone's words failed them. I wouldn't say that. Her voice wavered. I'd imagine I'd get plenty of credit and probably be promoted, but Zan. But you would lose access to something extraordinary. My words hung in the air, a clear warning hidden in them. Correction. More than extraordinary. She turned her chair to me, giving all of her attention. What are you playing at? You keep the sun-stable biology mutation a secret from my father. Spout one of my metadzan mutations as a replacement. I'll let you experiment with me. Take blood samples and whatever. Work it out and build up a thesis or scientific writing or whatever. In a year or two, you could have pretty substantial findings regarding how to promote that. What'd you call it? Parallel convergence? You could make a killing later on. Dig out a whole gold mine compared to getting a single nugget of the thing. Dr. Faltist pushed her fingers together, reciting some deep mantra I couldn't hear. Then she breathed out along with some relieving words. We have a deal, but I'll need muscle, bone marrow, cerebrospinal fluid, vitreal fluid, and uterine lining samples from you. I was comfortable with all except the last, and what even was vitreal fluid. Still, it was enough of a deal as I could get. You'll get them. But first, I need to know what I'm dealing with. Most information is hidden behind a paywall, and I want to know exactly what all these hidden parameters behind my genes are. Like this classification of integrity, metabolism, all that. She nodded like an excited dog being fed a treat. Yes, of course. Like you said, they are the simplest ways to classify the various mutations. Integrity holds importance in terms of your strength and durability, so elastic muscles are the forefront in that end. Although it isn't formally stated, your skin-hardening genes do play a role in that as well. But in precision, it's only active during energy expression, which makes it an alteration gene. That helped, but it wasn't exactly clear. Then why isn't pacemaker classified as an integrity mutation? Because its primary function is to metabolize your body using electrical energy, it doesn't add to your physical strength. Not really. Just pushes your body to exert the maximum threshold it can handle, which in your case, as a cradled-in engineered human, is about as strong as any human could be without strength-augmenting sims. You'd know about the Olympics back from your days in the cradle, correct? Let's just say those athletes were the minimum benchmark your creators were trying to imitate. I didn't like bringing up my early childhood, so I shuffled past it. So metabolism mutations are all about using bodily energy, physical recovery, and in cases like mine, to boost strength. What differentiates that from energy mutations? I know they make espers, but just looking for some clarification. Energy mutations, Faltist hummed, are, as you said, the crux of espers. Effectively, they allow you to manipulate phenomenon of the physical world. And even rarer few allow for the potential of psionics. The science behind it is complicated. Effectively, you alter physical constants of the world with a subconscious thought, such as manipulating electrical conduction within so that it can pass through you. The ones that can manipulate their own body with warp energy, create blades from their bones, or make themselves intangible, they're mutants. Mutants typically find their specialty in the alteration and integrity set of mutations. Got it. And cognition refers to genes that govern your thought processes and senses? It seemed obvious. Correct, she said with a satisfied look. Any other questions? Quite a few. I spun a confused look. Why do people only lean in one way as mutants or espers? She took a deep breath. Looks like this had quite the explanation behind that. For one, and you'll understand this once you install a gene deck on your neuroframe, is that the two tend to clash. There's a hidden limit your neuroframe's current software can't calculate. But according to my system's GeneDeck, your mutational capacitance stands at a value of sure, meaning you can hold two more tyrosine genes. The way these genes interact with one another can affect their gene capacitance. For example, if an esper tried to manipulate multiple phenomena, like the air and earth, at once, they would be pulled in too many directions. A Tier 1 mutagen with a typical capacity of simi-A now be the equivalent of T or Jo. Similarly, more synergistic mutagen could be lowered to Sen or R. So you make the choice between more similar mutations or fewer varied mutations. Before I could ask, she continued with another statement. Another reason is that energy mutations are incredibly rare. They can't be derived, though, going up the tiers normally. They're almost always found on the implant, or million Tian Chardin vials, whereas an alteration mutation can be derived from integrity or metabolism mutations. That's why there are so many more mutants compared to espers. Also, just because someone is a mutant doesn't mean they won't have energy genes. It's just typically more of a Bashir thou Arshamaus plit in terms of how they're used. So, like a guy with really hard blood could also cause someone else's blood to explode. The exploding part is the energy mutation, while the blood hardening is an alteration mutation. I hope she didn't know who I was referring to. Odd example, she scratched her chin. But it works. Okay then, one less confusing thing weighing on my head. My advancement to Tier 1 is going to happen any day now. What exactly happens? Once you complete your convergence, your body will automatically draw your warp energy inwards. It'll cause rapid development in all of your current genes that will spawn derivatives. Either your mutations will converge together to create a new mutation out of two, or, rarely more, old ones. Or they'll directly create a more powerful variant of a pre-Dan existing one. How do I know what I'll get? That thought was consuming me. I was already thinking of some combinations. You won't. Her answer was firm. That's part of the deal for getting a sim and not a bug. They get their features out of a limited pool of Char possible features. If they have a problem, they can throw their Chardine away to get a new cybernetic that solves the issue for them. Sims, on the other hand, have thousands of possible starting points. The only way of control is by injecting new mutagen into you. Even then, you don't have conscious control over their development, other than knowing that they will adapt depending on your compatibility. So what? I just pray that they blend together in a way I like. I did not like that idea whatsoever. Pretty much. Most research is pretty fruitless in their attempts to simulate or regulate mutation development. Besides, I don't have a clue how your unstable biology mutation could derail everything. Just get to Tier 1 and you'll know. Well, that was about as much I could get. Sue, that's pretty much it then. Not quite. She clicked her tongue in a more decisive manner. Remember how I said your genes incapacity is at sure? Well, it also means you aren't going to advance unless you get two other tyrosine genes. Lucky for you, I have some ready here at the clinic. My eyes lit up. Didn't take you to be charitable. They're not for free. She folded her arms. Believe me, I wish I could inject you with a whole lot of interesting mutagen the police have stored up here, but this is a firm that reports to them. Even combat Xan-type and athletic mutagen would require weeks of paperwork, and it would be signed off by your reporting officer. So either Rorschach or Wicket. If it was the former, he'd have leverage. Then what do you have that won't set me back weeks? Cosmetic mutations. A small smile crept up on her. She seemed to think it was funny. I did not, as my groan evidenced. You have got to be kidding me. Faltist was still smiling. Nope, but I'm curious to know how your body will spin up beauty genes into something for you. Here's the list of tiered incomsetics. Hathema folds and lips Syntec. Clear skin Syntec. Moisturized skin Imperium thick hair Hathema. Nose shaper. Hathema pore cleanser. Imperium curve shaper. Syntec breast enlarger. Deed cup. Imperium. Fat distribution. I hated my options. Only slightly less as I started to actually consider what I would look like with them. The last one, won't you know, shrink my assets, right? Nope, a chordal choked out of her. Just alters your body's rate of fat metabolism in key areas, might actually make them look better. Heard of the horror tales during the first generation Imperium made, causing grown women to look like little boys. Hell of a lawsuit. That translated to me being allowed to eat whatever I wanted. And I guess the hair one too might make my braids all zappy like the rest of my body and use them like whips. Could be like Medusa, you know? She blinked awkwardly. Like the Neocore Inquisitor, she turns mouths to stone with her claws. Some variant of a poison Xan-based mutation that causes cells to freeze and harden. Right. I forgot not everyone was forced to study old Xan old world stuff at a damn cradle. No, like the one from Greek mythology. Who also turns people to stone, but with her eyes? I flicked my fingers from my gaze to hers, hoping she would get it. Aren't they the same? Doesn't Medusa come from New Troy? That used to be Greece, right? Back in the old world. She began to look something up. I stopped her with my hand. Everything she wanted to find would be locked under a Hathama paywall anyway. We finished up the meeting with an agreement on my changes in shardware. I was moving to an even less invasive model of neuroframe that relied on a tiny insulated chip to mesh in with my brainstem that was remotely connected to a processing unit in my hollowed Xan pad. The procedure was simple, and upgrading to a weak iron Xan grade frame meant I wouldn't lose out on any functionality. It also came on board with a Genodeck data Xan module. Some weird combination of warp code weaved together by Imperium that could better study my genes and their development. As for my lenses, I hated that procedure with every bone in my body, even if it was only a few minutes. My eyelids were curled up, so she had access to the fleshier parts, then installed rice and grain-size projectors into the cartilage. It itched for the next few hours. By the time I was home, the evening sun reflected over the city's towering buildings as a shimmering mirror maze of golden Xan orange. It almost consumed me. The gold, 2 injections of mutagen into my femoral artery, sent my exhaustion spiraling into slumber. Tomorrow was going to suck. I had no idea how Roche would treat me, but it would suck. At the very least, I would soon be at Tier 1. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 36. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 36. A Talk of Desire and Despair official statement from Professor Louis Stedman, creator of the Genie Deck and leading Imperium geneticist, on the topic of conflicting mutations. Mutations are volatile. No way around it. They encapsulate the very randomness present throughout warp energy, and we inject it into our very flesh. It is only with careful insight from geneticists and warp researchers that we have learned to extract mutagen and gain some semblance of control over them. In the past, mutations were earned through feasting on malflesh. Gruesome and vile. Yes, but do not look against it, for it is what the founders had to do in order to protect us. That cacophony of genetic material in them caused us sickness when consuming their flesh, and upon recovering from it, the first adapters would wake up stronger and often with new abilities. Strangely, consuming malflesh has no lasting effects on mutational capability. Current hypothesis concluded that by absorbing massive amounts of genetic information riddled in warp energy, an adapter would only absorb what they found was suited for them. Unfortunately, this is not the case with mutagen, which is a forceful concentration of malflesh, or SIM, Xan-derived mutations, that forcefully indoctrinates the human with its instructions. I've seen firsthand, as will many of you, of what poor mutation planning can do. Grotesque tumors, a body trying to kill itself, mental instability. Any number of combinations could end in harm. Mutagen overdosing is an endemic, one that is not being talked about as much as it should be. The power is addictive and dangerous. If you or anyone you know is under the threat of genes in overdosing, please contact the official Imperium Genetics Society. We will do what we can to help you. 上午7点32分, June Shabbat TH. I'd woken up to an alert of 2 updates. The mutagen had worked its way into my body. Both of them were altered. You have acquired the iron Xan grade mutation. Increased keratin stability. You have acquired the iron Xan grade mutation. Electrical lipids integrity. I increased keratin stability. Yi, increased stability of certain cytoskeletal elements, improving cellular cohesion in hair, nails, and skin. Metabolism. Electrical lipids, Yi, lipid distribution in your body will condense and shift, and now acts as a reserve for electrical energy when metabolized. I was happy with the first one. For one, it would pair extremely well with miskin hardening mutation. Maybe after convergence, I'd be resistant to puncture wounds. I wouldn't place my money on bullets just yet. But there was also the issue with me, not knowing how it would interact with my conduction. I did notice a few times that channeling the warp energy to harden my skin made the electricity within more sluggish. But then a metadzan mutation smoothed out the flow a few days in to counter that by improving conduction across my skin as a whole. The second mutation, electrical lipids, was far more confusing, redistributing and condensing my fat. I patted my body all throughout, feeling no immediate changes, but that was how they all started. A few days in, it would take hold, and I had no idea how my body would look after that. Also, would metabolizing my fat shrink me? You know what parts I'm talking about. I decided not to put too much focus on it right now. I would know soon enough, for now it was time to get to my job. An endeavor I was dreading. My new neuroframe didn't buzz. Instead, I felt a tingle in my neck every time it activated. I forgot what it was like to not have steel hugging my nape. Indra had helped me sync it to the police network and given it access to my old frame's access. From then on, we were assigned to dwell on whatever cases we had until further orders would be given out. I'd been working on a small gang's delve into firearm dealing for the last few days, and word came in from the analysts on our squad that they'd breached one of the neuroframe of a man I'd arrested. It led to further information about a much larger scale operation. The Juniperos were a crime family with no substantial holding in the district, but had recently struck out a deal with Crimson Soul for increased firepower in exchange for information about Maramas's dealings with the Snakefang's old territor. The Juniperos were located close by and often dealt with Sean and his gang. It was half the reason I took this case. Around Sheer, we were all called in, and Rorsch's glance hovered over me like an executioner's axe. Seated in, my hands clamored in sweat as he spoke. First things first, all of you have met your quotas for the week. Good. I can't deny that there have been specific standouts. In particular, Diana has meshed in well, acting decisively during the Tungwellisher and Junipero operations, and performing as well as anyone could during patrols and stakeouts. Another investigator proving themselves useful. Rorschach looked to my left, where I noticed an equally nervous investigator the same rank as me. Anthony Grash, it appears you're finally living up to your family's expectations. Good job with Tungwellisher and your hostage negotiation yesterday. For once you proved your mutation's use in your blood. The calm before the storm, I told myself. Something was bound to happen right now. Some little jab at either of us that would be the start of a very long and arduous trial here at the squad, Rorsch continued. Quirman's back, as you can see, so we'll be transferring a case over to him that he can lead over. You fine with the Juniperos? Quirman, still with an awkward lean over the side of his body he'd been stabbed in, nodded. To my utter dismay, I wanted to speak back, but someone else spoke for me. Indra Harmony piped up to my far right in the auditorium. Hey, with all due respect, this is Diana's first big solo case. She's been able to prove herself fine so far. Why not let her continue? She didn't push out an air of anger, just wary confusion. What was your first major case, Harmony? Rorschach's focus fell on Indra like a hammer. Don't speak. I know what it is. It was a simple investigation on a pedophilic corporate. Made headline news, but there was never a big shootout other than that guard trying to bash Quirman's heads in. This case was simple enough until Crimson Soul, a major gang, pulled themselves into the fray. Quirman's experienced with the souls, he can handle it better. Credit be damned. This is life Dan, or Zan death. A small tear into my ego, but it was about as good as I could get. My only worry is if this trend would continue, and I would get stuck in middle Zan managing cases for the rest of my career. A few more shifts in topics and reports from myself and the rest of the squad regarding our progress pulled the meeting to a close-by Shudian Sishawofen. It was only while leaving that Anthony pulled me to the side, as he motioned his fingers to follow him into the break Zan room. "Archangel," he whispered. "Any leads?" "Maybe." I was tense throughout the whole meeting, and it still stuck in my voice. Told me about the puppeteers of Westcrook, mostly the leaders of major gangs in the district. But there were a few independent players, thinking we could get more information from past cases involving them. "Puppeteers," his eyes dawned open. "Hold on. You aren't thinking of heading over to Little Requiem, right?" Even my grandfather hated heading over there. They'd tear cops open over an open Zan flame. Why would I head to Little Requiem? I saddled myself firmly on a chair. Did he know something? Anthony glanced around the room, making sure no prying eyes were spying on us before quietly whispering. "Mr. Skeleton, information broker and arms dealer. That's who you were thinking of, right? Bad idea, trust me. My grandfather had it involving himself with that guy. No." My voice was equally hushed. "Soul killer." Anthony blinked. "Who the fuck is that?" "I don't know. But Archangel said that whoever they are, they're a deep-rooted infestation in the city. Some sort of entity that kidnaps people without the police even bothering to deal with the cases, simply because we aren't supposed to. Someone like them should have intricate knowledge about the city's underworld. Might even know who Dog Whistler is. It's a risk," he warned. "If they're anywhere near what a goddamn Neocore enforcer said, then it's bad news. How are you even going to find anything about them? Simon Jugoslaw. Tungwelisher was planning on hunting them down until Mr. Skeleton warned him that Soul Killer had something to do with Simon. He's the head chef of a fancy Hotel Zan restaurant called Spice Archipelago." "Oh, shit!" Anthony's eyes lit up. "Used to go there with my family a few times. Place won a Hathama star, too. Pretty steep price. And booking time is massive, but I think I could manage something." "Something like what?" "My aunt's birthday is coming up. July Shasen T.A.'s." Could mention on the family group chat about the restaurant. Our grandfather loved the place, and maybe that would be enough to get me in there. But for you? "Yeah, unless you want me to sneak in there and pretend to be a waiter." I half chuckled. "I mean, I could get you in there, but it would require me lying my ass off. We'd have to convince my aunt that you're either like my best friend or..." His cheeks slowly reddened. "That we're, you know..." "Okay," I nodded. It wasn't all too bad, honestly. Just pretend to be dating for a bit. But that would make things complicated back here in the squad until we broke up. Actually, maybe it would even spite Rorschach. Honestly, fuck it. Let that bastard rot in jealousy. He blinked again. "Okay, like it's going to be weird. We're not in high school, Anthony. If that's what it takes to get that filth in jail, then it's a small thing." Then I needed to put it out there before he got any ideas like a certain first investigator. And I'm a professional. I wouldn't actually date a coworker. Just need to put on the air for a night. "Yeah." Anthony nodded. A tight nod. "Completely understandable. So, I'll tell you how it goes with my aunt. She's been the tiniest bit nicer to me now that I'm actually doing my job, but honestly, that's sort of because of you." My face settled firmly. "We did one mission together. You saw a chance to become what you want to be, even if it wasn't a singer, but all that drive came from you. Thank you for helping me." Maybe." He awkwardly fiddled with his thumb. How was Archangel?" "Mixed feelings." I spoke honestly. She knew a lot, but she wasn't like how the media portrayed her. In a way, she was down to earth, but in other perspectives, she almost seemed defeated, like she'd given up being herself and become only what she needed to be. Anthony's face fell disappointingly. Shit, was really hoping she'd be different. I sighed, remembering that encounter. She could switch her emotions up in an instant. Maybe she has apsyche feature or something. But it's still freaky how I don't know who she really is. What's the boundary between Alicia Nori and Archangel? Neocore is tough. They need you to be desensitized yet stand as bastions of humanity. Since the 5th swarm is coming up, they'll be upping their recruitment and media portrayal. I laughed. "Think you got a shot at joining them?" Would be hilarious. You going from a reluctant police investigator to a reluctant neocorps agent. Yeah, hilarious, he said in a slow, sarcastic tone. You've honestly got a shot at it. Why don't you look it up? It'd be a hell of a good way to leave the city. This place is a dump. I did have a shot at it. That contract sat in the back of my head. Maybe, but not until I've rooted out Dog Whistler. We sat in silence for a moment, and it wasn't long until I returned to my workstation. There was a lot of work to be done. Sidan Arshitsifin, June Arshisidiana today was going to be the day. I jabbed the reinforced punching bag, beating my nerves. My muscles ached. My bones crunched, but the metrics on the screen in front of me proved my punches were faster and harder than ever. My newest meta and mutation in elastic. Muscles improved the strength of my bones to withstand the force my muscles contracted over them. Hardening my skin now left me resistant to puncture wounds from many blades, except those reinforced with warp energy, and an additional development left allowed me to focus my hardening on my knuckles and nails. My vision was sharp. A Metazan mutation for coordinating my movement left me capable as one of the best sharpshooters among the squad. Over the last 5 days, I'd managed to reach 500 in all of the police Dan-issued mutations, and was well into 500 for both increased keratin stability and electrical lipids, both harnessing Metazan mutations that were general in their efficiency and concentration. I'd noticed it today. There was more staring than usual. I'd always been conventionally attractive. I'd known that since the day I left the cradle, but the incremental changes were happening rapidly. My body was a tight weave of muscle with the fat only really accentuating my curves, palms, and soles. A scan from my Genodeck notified me that it had been relocated internally into something called the mesentery, covering my intestines. A particular meta-Zen mutation in mental Zat fatigue recovery also noted that the insulatory layer over the nerves in my peripheral nervous system, called a myelin sheath, had been improved since they were made up of fat. My thoughts came quicker, smoother, a rapid back Zan and Zan forth of stimuli and response. As for my keratin, the protein present in skin, hair, and nails, I thought it would unnecessarily stiffen my body, but so far I was looking like I'd just left a relaxing spa. It was difficult to explain, but I felt compact rather than dense, like I could walk through fire without the smallest blister. But what had changed was my hair. It had gone from silver-colored to almost metallic with its shine. The admittedly frizzy locks of my ends were smoothing out with a shiny glow. The glares were honestly distracting, and I'd even heard a comment or two from Rorsch loudly sighing something along the lines of me wasting my mutations on cosmetics, which wasn't too far from how I felt myself. Whatever, they were working in my favor, and today was my second big ace, one I'd played a role in from the start. Tungwellisher wasn't supposed to end the way it did. No one expected for there to be 2 of them, and honestly speaking, we probably all were expecting the humble family Zan-owned garage to be a dud, not some hidden murder factory. But today, a firearms dealing estimated to be worth roughly R10 Den10S heads, if Harmony's intel was to be right. Her intel just so happened to be a Bag Junipero kid who happily whistleblowed on his allies in return for just a year on his original half-Dan A-Dan decade-long sentence. I wasn't too dismayed about it. If anything, I was happy that the grunt wouldn't stay incarcerated for long. He was pretty young, not even sure by yet, and had a life ahead of him that he could turn around. With luck, he'd be shipped off to a low Dan security confinement and be back in the city before the 20 Dan 5th Jubilee. Then it was just a matter of getting a job, and I prayed he wouldn't fall back into crime. My punches grew harder. If that kid tried to get back into crime, he would have lost all trust among the more Dan organized gangs due to him being a whistleblower. He may even be killed over it. The only option would be with the Scrappers, a disorganized group of outcasts and crazies with no real leader. I punched harder again, red flashing on my knuckle. But then, what choice was there? I'd read the file. The kid had no family. An orphan, where would he go once his stay was over? There was only one answer. He would be used as fodder for the swarm, shipped to a sage capital, strapped with a weapon, and left to fend against the Mal. Foam split from the punching bag. My fist had been stronger. Only a trickle of blood spilt down. Why was that the only choice we left them? Diana, Harmony called out from somewhere outside the training room. We leave in an hour. I turned myself towards her, wiping sweat from my forehead as I nodded. Got it. I'll get changed up and join you all in a moment. I was quick to pounce into a shower, feeling the residual sparks zapping into the rain of water, leaving me cool and refreshed, yet wanting and hungry. Ever since I'd gotten the lipid mutation, my appetite had increased manifold. Dr. Faltist said it might be a sign to upgrade my diet and buy some warped and energized nutritional supplements, or to just hire a home cook from my father. I guffawed with every bit of disrespect I could expel at that suggestion. By the time I was changed and ready in the locker Zan room, I took a small moment at the sinks with a double Zan pair of pills in my hand. One from Missy, the other from Dr. Faltist. Genes and limiters, designed to reduce the effects of my mutations for a short period of time. I knew my role in this mission would be small. It was a decked team, and I was a newbie expected to take rear and cover support rather than more risky maneuvers. If anything, limiting my performance would be smart. It'd show progress, but not to the unnatural extent of what gold was. Dr. Faltis did have concerns. The limiters she had given were bronze Jan grade, and expected to reduce my output by Beifinger Arscher for half a day, until I explained a meta-Zan mutation of unstable biology, that it would accelerate my progress in gene development. And believe me, it was tempting to just use these as a way to fast Dan track my progress. Instead, I scarfed down the 2 Missy had given me. I didn't know how she'd gotten them, but they were stronger than the ones Dr. Faltist had given me, which could only mean they were silver. And it was a mystery in itself as to why she would have had something like this on such short notice. Genes and limiters of this grade could cost tens of thousands a pill, and the amount she'd given me was easily enough to cover $500,000 in worth. She'd tossed them to me so easily. Why? I felt the electricity in my body slow from a rushing inferno into a calm candle. Not quite sluggish, but not the instant transmission I'd normally felt. A part of it was relieving, like returning to a nostalgic Pastian life, but on the other hand, it was constraining. As I strolled into the main office area, there was a bustle as everyone was getting ready with reports and files dictating possible encounters. For a deal of this scale, there would be Tier 2 adapters, several of them at minimum, and possibly even mercenaries on their side if they were expecting us. Leaning over Indra Harmony's desk, my gaze fell upon her glazed eyes. Her neuroframe had a thick cord plugging her into the police mainframe. I hoped she wasn't delving too deep again. I whispered lightly, "Indra." "Ah," light returned to her gaze, blinking rapidly in my direction. "Oh, Diana. Yeah, just, was doing a couple of deep dives into Crimson Soul personalities, hoping we don't get any of the big ones." I adjusted my posture, my body bending so that my neck was right next to her face. "Okay, I see. In order, it's the Crimson Queen. Crimson Heart, the eyes, the hands, and then the fingers. The Heart and Queen are a no-show. Too big to show up for any case like this. Even, a Hundus unlikely. Is never take the big stage, normally pulling the strings from the shadows Buffinger a possibility." I followed through some names. Hindrance, Wrathful, Mimetic, Umbra, Lock and Key, Razorpede. These guys all Tier 2. Some are upper tier ones, like Umbra. Indra spoke, but her eyes didn't follow the computer. Instead, they were focused on me and not on my face floating beside her head, but what was below them. "Ah, Diana, did your tits get bigger? Keep your eyes on the case, Harmony," I sighed. An hour later, we were grouped up. Choirman was leading with me, Indra, and another second rank named Mohammed Ramesh. Several other patrolling officers would be on standby. Rorsch would apparently be assisting off Danfield, whatever that meant, and Special Investigator Wicket was also on call if things went really south. In the midst of everyone rushing into position, my focus fell on one person. Ramesh carried a heavy black metallic sniper Zan rifle on his shoulder, one that made me ache for the Phoenix Zan rifle I'd taken from Sean and given up to authorities as evidence. Is that a Mazir Zan brand rifle? My eyes glittered, staring at the tall hunk of metal. I thought we couldn't get those? A proud smile fell on the aged man, his shouldered Zan-length hair and aged frame giving a particularly striking look. A thick voice melted out of him. Mazur Orca Zancarbine. Last century tech they discarded during the last swarm. Found it in an old arms deal a few years back. Scrappers sold it without a clue of knowing what it was. Managed to convince my commanding officer to let me keep it with a couple of merit transfers. A beaut, ain't she? Worth every extra hour of work? I nodded blankly, too encapsulated by the sight of the beautiful gun. While pistols were my favorite firearm, there was something so satisfying about the push and recoil of a proper sniper. How one squeeze could have such powerful consequences. Ramish chuckled at my wide, Zan-eyed staring. Could let you have a try on the range soon if you're curious. Nice spray shocker, too. Those take real skill to use. Small barrels means a lot of misfires. But I've seen your records. Never missed a shot. My voice failed to come through. I wasn't sure whether to stare at the man or the rifle. Yeah, I'd love that. You, don't happen to Jan. He has a wife. Indra suddenly dragged me by my uniform's neck sleeve into her car, a tight face on her the whole time. It was only when I was locked into the driver's seat that she spoke further. You have the weirdest type, girl? Hey, I like a man who knows his steel. Besides, I was asking if he happened to have a spare sniper he could lend me. I tried defending myself with a whisper, but my face only grew redder as she stared at me disbelieving. Okay, maybe I came a little strong. But come on, did you see his gun? I can't let something like that go. Was that the only barrel you were interested in? She smirked, which led me to whacking my fist into her arm. Ow, ow. You this violent in bed too? I will gut you. My face was practically steaming. Tiny sparks, threatening to expose my embarrassment. The drive had silence concealed by the city's nighttime radio shows. We weren't in police Dan-marked cars since this was a covert mission, so there was something relaxing just driving amidst the wide city highways while no one ran away from the sight of your car. So, for real, Indra started. What is your type? I still don't know much about the real you, Diana Jones. I debated answering, but I decided it was fine to do so. I don't know really. Tend to go for the guys who seem like they know their shit. No girls, she puffed. Boring. Men suck. Tell me about it. I carefully swerved my car into an open spot amidst the traffic before I felt the need to explain more. She really didn't know much about me. Not many people did. Yvette, an officer buddy of mine, tried to get me into my whole experimental phase back in cadet school. Didn't really work out so well. Left a girl crying because I just wasn't into it. Felt shitty about it for weeks. Dang! Indra seethed an awkward spell of air. How was cadet school? Heard it's both the best and worst period of your police life. Joined in late. I admitted. Yvette pulled me into the training sergeant's office one day and forced him to let me in. They're desperate for any capable person. My physical merits were good enough to get me started even with half a training period going by, but I was a quick learner. In theory classes, I caught up and the rest of the 2 years flew by quickly. You had fun, she smirked. The type of smirk you only had when you talked about sex. Yeah, I said curtly. Quite a bit, though none of them were my type. 'Cause they didn't know their shit. Just a couple of rookies whose pants were screaming in pain at the sight of you. No wonder you like older guys. Indra laughed more openly. It's more about looking for someone with a bit of stability, I elaborated. Who, yeah, are capable, but also nice and gentle. Believe it or not, but I was actually the one to pursue my first boyfriend, asked him out on a date and everything. Ooh, someone's breaking gender standards. Indra clapped my shoulder. I'm like a proud mother, but I'm also a strict one. Who was the guy? Eobard Hackridge was on supervisory duty in the dorms, helped me smuggle in alcohol one day, and that night we just, yeah, you know, I brushed it off aside. He wasn't the same as the others. He had this edge to him that wasn't in the rest of the recruits. He'd had a personal hell a few years back, made him grow up quicker. I respected that. Was what we talked about originally. Our childhoods, our dreams. He just had a way of pulling people out of their shells and letting them be true. Indra had a soft smile on her face. Sounds like he was a great guy. Why'd you two break up? He dropped out. My lips were tight, bitterness on my face plain as day. Realized police wasn't the way for him. Decided to become a psychiatrist. Tried to make it work long Xan distance in my first year, but it wasn't working. A pretty natural end to it all. Happy with the memories, but honestly, haven't had the time for a proper relationship outside of work since. Indra mused for a few seconds, carefully picking her words. Sounds like what you guys had was nice. Any idea what he's up to now? Studying to go to med school, has a boyfriend now. That was why I was bitter. Not even a weekend, he found someone new, the nerve, and a guy at that. If he could see me no Xan wish I had something like that happen to me. Indra hummed as she sank deeper into her seat. Sorry, didn't mean to bring the mood down. No Xan, no? I accidentally sped up for a second. It's okay, you really wish you didn't. Pretty sure he cheated on me when we went long distance. But I do want to learn more about you. What's your type? Indra Harmony stared through the window for a few long seconds, her mask reflecting to my sideward glance. Really, anyone who cares, and I mean genuinely cares. Doesn't matter if it's a guy or a girl, just someone who can look beyond me as a fucking fetish. My heart squeezed still for a few moments. I knew the feeling. Because of your cybernetics? The mask? Yeah. The answer was sharp as she tapped her mask. Behind this old thing is a suction tube that I eat from. You can imagine what everyone else thinks it can be used for. A fucked up spine'll do that to you. And also, I lied. He mask isn't from the implant. Not really. My brother did that to me when I snitched, punched my jaw clean off when he tracked me down. I'm so sorry. Guilt tore through me. I really hadn't focused much when Indra first told me her story. I'm Xan. Do you want to talk about it? It's all in the past. She sounded like she wanted to end it, but once the gates were open her words flooded through. He was an asshole. Just out to use his little sister cuss she knew math, and he didn't. I was useful, hacking into networks, and being the source of half of his group's success. It was tiring. So fucking tiring just. Seeing them eat fancy takeout each day while I got scraps. You'd think us both losing our parents would make him closer to me. No. Instead, it just made him worse. And you know what's the worst part of a mouth like this? I can't kiss anyone. Never have. It's a small and stupid thing, but that intimacy, it's just... I crave it. Even if they're a perfect match with me, I can see it in their eyes that I can't give them one of the basic necessities of a proper romance. Not until I get the funds for a full jaw replacement with accurate nerves and endings, and that shit costs a fortune. I'm saving up for it so. One day. I stayed silent for a few moments. As the car slowed behind a red Xan light, I finally took a proper look at her. Tired eyes held back tears from flowing down the curves of her mask, mossy green hair and frizzles that had clearly been the sign of someone going through shit that I didn't bother to notice. I stared at her serpentine gaze for a few quiet seconds until she chuckled through. I'm not asking for a kiss from you, Diana. Just speaking, you know. Yeah, I know. But courage swept through me. I leaned over and slowly planted my lips over her forehead in a quiet and soft peck. Only once I'd pulled back into my seat did I find myself able to speak. You deserve someone who'd do something like that for you. Just someone who could give you the love you deserve for all the fucked up shit you've gone through. So, I don't know, if you ever feel like you want a kiss, I'll be there. But just your forehead, though. You'll find someone to kiss every part of your body soon enough. She chortled, wiping the beginnings of tears with her metallic fingers. You're sweet. You know that's my type, right? Don't make me fall for you now, Diana. After all, you're not into girls. Maybe I'd make an exception. I tried my best at a wink. Hoonkuk! The loud beep startled me, and only now did I see the green light. The rest of the drive was a bit more cheerful. US sharing gossip about boys, or, in her case, girls as well. And as we parked while staking out the complex the deal was supposed to take place in, we even began delving into our childhoods for a bit. A point in which I admitted that I'd been adopted since my parents were dead. I talked about growing up in New Washington, the northernmost district of New California. She laughed up in confusion. It's fucking weird, Diana. Washington used to be a whole state in old America. But now, it's a district in a city named after another state? I remember my dad explaining it to me. New California used to just be a small network of towns back in the 20th and 3rd century until Mazur united us. Over time, it grew to be larger than any of the old states of the USA. They just kept calling it a city because Mazur apparently didn't bother coining us as the free nations instead of free cities. Stupid, I know, but it's how shit's been working for 3 centuries. So fucking stupid. Indra just repeated, "Oh, Yvette would love you. I remember we had this exact same conversation in cadet school." I pushed my seat back until I was lying down and she followed. "You should join us. We're heading out tomorrow after duty. A girls' night, you know." "Really?" Her eyes lit up a bit. "I'd love that. Been a while since I've had this much fun." Jian. A loud beeping noise on her wrist jolted her up, her mask clenching up on her face. "Fuck now! What do you mean?" I sat up as well. "They're getting ready, that means I need to start. Do me a favor? Can you hold my hand?" Her voice betrayed a vulnerability, and I took grasp without questioning it. Except I did have a few questions. "It's Rorsch? He needs to link to my brain, act through it," she said briefly as she opened up a briefcase, sitting by her lap, revealing it to be a chunky computer with all sorts of wires that she hooked up to her neck and neuroframe. I figured out very quickly why her neuroframe had messed up her growth. It was the opposite of my non-Xan invasive model. Her entire neck was a buzzing mass of machinery that she exposed with a quick unzip of her suit, exposing her shoulders and the top of her chest. It was Sala neuroframe. "It's rude to stare." She glared half-in jokingly. "Says you." I chided back, just trying to be supportive, but still confused. Then she contorted. The hand gripping mine transformed from cold metal into a wrathful claw aiming to gouge my flesh. Instinctively, a pulse of my own warp energy hardened the points her nails dug into my palm. Painfully, she tried to contain her wrenching towards her side of the car, scratching into the leather of her seat. A few seconds later, she breathed quickly through her mouth as control returned to her. "Are you okay, Indra?" I shook her arm, but it was stiff like stone. Her head turned almost robotically, those green eyes staring into me like emotionless lasers. A foreign voice spoke through her. "When you're on duty, Jones, please refer to her as Investigator Harmony." I recognized it, and I felt clamored up in moments. Speaking through Indra Harmony's body was First Investigator Kendrick Rorsch. Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 37, Jian Jian Jian, Chapter 35. The Proxy Protocol, New California Police internal document given to the commanding staff regarding the usage of proxies in police assignments. A proxy is a unique method of support available only to bug adapters. The basic requirements for a proxy require a donating adapter, often called secondaries, and a host adapter, labeled primaries, and the required technical components. Through the usage of classified data Xan modules and a compatible neuroframe, or external neural Xan sync, a primary adapter may project their consciousness into a secondary in a process, not unlike the Neuralink used for modern-day communications, albeit this process causes a direct flow of warp code down the neural gradient, allowing the primary adapter to act through the secondary adapter, who effectively acts as a proxy. This connection takes a physical and mental toll on both adapters, the severity depending on their grade, tier, and feature. Typically, adapters with a network feature are most suited for the process, while integrationists also known to be beneficial in allowing the primary to have increased mobility on the secondary's body. The main benefit of this process is that primaries can use their own features through the bodies of their secondaries from an advanced range, giving them the ability to act out on field from afar. Highly skilled primaries can also control multiple secondaries at once, allowing them to coordinate operations with a higher efficiency. Primaries can only act through secondaries of a lower grade, and in cases lower than silver, it has been known to cause severe mental and physical disabilities for the secondary, and milder compromises for the primary. A primary can also not typically control the entirety of a secondary's body, unless their features have developed to the process with specific protocols in place. Otherwise known issues that can occur are as follows. Due to the risk involved, the usage of the proxy process is only to be allowed to individuals trained and compatible with the process, limited only to first rank and special investigators. If you believe that you or any one of your sub-Zan commanding investigators are compatible with the proxy protocol, please alert them to us so that we may have them trained to build tolerance for the process. 下午8点22分, June 24 Diana. What did you do? My voice shook. It was unnerving hearing that cadence push out from her body. It wasn't even said in her voice, but Rorschach's exact speech flowed from her like he was speaking through her. Like, I clenched up. Like the Yujo corporate at the Toxin Club, Ms. Himiko. That eerie stillness. The way Indra's eyes moved before her neck did all in the sake of efficiency. How her mouth jittered like a broken machine as the steel vocal cords did more of the talking. That Yujo woman had a veil under her mouth and wore a visor. Because she was only a puppet. Proxy protocol. Rorschach's voice radiated from behind her mask. One of her eyes twisted in a different direction like a chameleon's. A shame you don't have a bug. Could only imagine how good of a team we'd make. Nausea welled up in my stomach like a bubbling cauldron. Still hung up over that failed move of yours, She didn't blink. Only stared with that blank, unemotive stare straight out from a horror movie. You know, Indra knew her place. What? Slowly the arm belonging to Indra Harmony rose up towards her chest, fondling it with rough squeezes. She knew what she needed to give, and she learned to enjoy it. Even if she wasn't my type, I can't deny it wasn't fun. She was so desperate, and I loved that look on her face. Didn't even need to use Ethis at the time. It was me who pulled her out of that prison cell, you know. She looked at me like I was a god. Didn't take long at all. Just one nightly chat over coffee, and she was bouncing away on me. Stop that. Rage seethed out from me. Is that how you speak to your commanding officer? We're on duty, you know. Indra's eyes were droopy, half awake and half dead. It was consensual. Surely you've gone around and had fun when you were younger, too. Why stop then? Just be a good girl and Zen. I held up my hand at the machination concealed within the briefcase. It was still hooked up to Indra and seemed to hold some importance to the process in which Rorsch controlled her. Wouldn't do that if I were you. Somehow, the sound of a clicking tongue made its way through her mask. You'd be putting her life in danger and getting a free ticket off the police force. Don't know if your father can protect you from manslaughter against a fellow investigator, witnessed by your commanding. What do you want? Disgust permeated my tongue. I don't know what genes you took upon yourself, but you've looked fantastic lately. A beauty engineered to perfection. Indra's arm left her own chest to point out to my own with a trembling finger. One touch, not even my hand. I quickly yanked Indra's arms and pinned them to her side of the car. Enyun can see you're not in full control of her body. So no. What the fuck is wrong with you? You pervert. Indra didn't look the slightest bit uncomfortable, her face a blank slate throughout. You know, I've been wondering what was the best way to get under your skin for that slap of yours. For a while, I was thinking to just leave you on the mundane, boring cases that lead nowhere. But you're admittedly too useful for that. Besides, you would probably find a way to spin them up in your shining light. So instead, I choked as the next few words came out. Anthony, Yvette, and Indra. Those are the three you're closest to in the police force. It's obvious you're desperate for connection. You're lonely. Your dad might take it wrong if I put you in harm's way, but them? Anthony's on a reckless run. He'd probably get himself killed without my help, and his aunt won't do shit about it as long as I get the implant in his body back. That cadet friend of yours. Cradleborn's and reject. Still Cradleborn. So maybe I can have fun with her. She's an officer, and I'm 4 ranks above her. It'll be easy. Then there's Indra, who is already my favorite toy. Maybe I'll use her a bit more, make it more obvious. Use her until she breaks. Save them, or yourself. Simple. I stayed silent, my mind on the edge of breaking between both. You tell either of them about this, and I'll only make it worse. I'll give you time to think, but not as much time as you think you'll have. See you soon, Ulrich. That last word was a particular punch of spite towards me. Finally, Indra blinked as she shuddered out like worms were digging through her, falling limply briefly into the arms I still held her own with. Diana. Whoa, Must have been a particularly bad trip. Head's all shades of fucked up. Are you okay? Do you remember anything? Remember? She sounded so weak, on the edge of passing out. Did I do anything? No, just the first investigator spoke to me. Oh, her eyes smiled at me, squinting tightly in a whimsical fashion. It almost made me sick to see that. What did he say? The words formed on my tongue slowly. To take good care of you? A childish giggle poured out from her. He's always so sweet. Don't tell him I said that. Can he hear us right now? I tried my best to remain composed. A sleepy nod came as the answer. Always. Can just shoot into my mind too whenever. I felt so sick from this. The last week had been surprisingly easy going, only for it now to twist on its head. You don't look so good. Maybe we should discon Zan. No! Her tired arm gripped mine, an unnatural strength fueling it. Without him, I'll be dead weight. I laughed, still trying to keep myself composed, despite the aching need to electrocute someone building like a bottled fizzy drink on the edge of exploding. Come on, that's ridiculous. You've been hacking into things since you were a kid. You don't need him. She weakly sobbed. He makes me better. I can't think the way he does. He uses data weaving through me. My network fits him perfectly. It means I don't need to do that stupid job anymore. Please, Diana. Without him, I can't work on the field. Or it feels like I've never left my brother. My stomach was on the brink of emptying its contents. I was glad when the alert came through my system that Choirman was alerting everyone to move into position. They had confirmed the deal. Indra wobbled on my shoulder, half limping and half skipping while laughing hysterically through the process. I shushed her as we neared the gate of the compound. Investigator Choirman, hidden just out of view of the entrance's visibility. Regrouping with him, I noticed the severe lack of reinforcements here. I'd expected him to say something about Indra's half-unconscious state. Something serious. Instead, he quietly laughed. How is it with Rorshi's Dan Indra duty? It's a tradition that we don't tell the new recruits what they do. Makes it a lot funnier. Should have seen Anthony's reaction to it. It was not funny. Not one bit. They were certainly a personality. You sure she can work like this? Works better like this, he said passively, more focused on the guards by the entrance into the old warehouse. Risham's up on a nearby rooftop, patching him into your comms. A piercing pain stuck into my neck, a needle of pure thought into the Neuralink. Risham's whiskey Zen-like voice poured into my head. Artzan Risham speaking. Confirmed 2 guards stationed on the south Zan side entrance by your opening Zan G Choirman. Another 3 stationed by the north Zan side. My scope's counting quite a lot of them inside, estimated to be 14. News about additional Ardzan reinforcements? Choirman's thoughts came through, even though he was right next to me. C-Jan, coming soon. We'll take out the perimeter and get them surrounded from all sides once we enter. Eldzan likely to be a beads and bloodbath, otherwise Danny. Affirmed. We going to use the Rorschachs? Yup, Rorschachs, I whispered. To which Indra pulled open her briefcase and took out 6 metallic angular plates with metallic hooks sticking out from them. They were standard neurocuffs, capable of disrupting warp code and shardware, but likely these were modified to give Rorsch access to whoever was shackled in them. Risham's voice vibrated in my head. You're fast, right, Jones? I'm going to shoot non-Zan lethal rounds at each of them. Need you to place down the shackles on their neuroframes before they can ping out an SOS. Indra and Rorsch will be able to hack into them and get us access codes, maybe even camera footage. Understood. The 6 shackles metallically plated together and even stuck to my uniform's forearm like a bracer, and were thin enough that they weren't a massive hindrance to my mobility. I won't go slow for you, rookie. F Dan from your left to right. Tell me when you're Riyadh Zandi. The voice was confident, even amidst the faltering of a Neuralink. A confidence in both him and me, it was just what I needed to push myself out of the worry I'd been having for Indra. Taking a glance from the corner past Choirman, I got a sneaky look at the 3 criminal watchmen. 2 with crimson eyes, and 1 with the armband of the Juniperos. I sent a third of my Brayshocker's charge running through me. From this distance, I'd make it in a few seconds. Zen, I'm ready. No affirmative response came. A quiet splatter of a body onto concrete, only a flash of light as evidence of a shot, rushed my body into motion like a thunderbolt. By the time I'd made it halfway to the first guard, another with crimson eyes sputtered into awareness. Before he could even raise a decibel of warning, a piercing lance of blue no thicker than a needle zapped his head and sent him falling to the floor. A quick slap on the first fallen guard's neck latched the shackle over the frame. And by the time I'd reached the second guard, the third one, who was much less attentive, fell back with his eyes rolled up. Another slap on his neck reached him before he even touched the floor. My eyesight mutation was really coming in handy. I'd definitely gotten closer to maximizing its development now. Good work, Jones. A little slow, but you made it up towards the end. Whatever. I need that fucking gun, man. Non-Zen lethal snipers, especially of the electric variant, were just up my alley. If you can beat me in a shooting competition, it's yours. He joked. Or was he serious? If he was serious, I was down. But there was a time and place. I quickly sat my focus on the 3 downed bodies around me, their bodies twitching as the shackles pulsed an ominous bronze light over them. Then I saw Indra, her arms outstretched like a zombie, twitching and shaking out of her control, the iron glow visible within her shardware's joints and seams, now under a corruptive bronze glow. I couldn't help but be concerned as her eyes went bloodshot. Nothing serious, but concerning nonetheless. Choirman seemed to notice the shift in my priorities, a stern gaze flicking from me to the back side of the building. There were 3 more guards in the perimeter. I had charged up once more, and just as quickly, if not faster, shackled them all up once they were neutralized. Indra's twitching only got worse, her neck randomly seizing as the 6 bodies under her gaze were digitally dissected. Rorschach's voice spoke from her. The twitching stopped in an instant as though she'd been possessed. Hacked into the camera system indoors, I can confirm there are Shoebag gang members. Char Crimson and Lou Junipero. Backup arriving in 2 minutes. Do not engage without them. 5 officers, 2 third-ranks investigators, and a second-rank investigator rendezvousing on your position. Jones, there's a door I'm opening. It leads to a power grid and a hub for the internal framework of the building security. Escort me there. I wanted to spit on his face, the real Rorsch, for how quickly he could switch between douchebag and professional. With Choirman giving me an impatient cough, I hurried to pick up the woman being controlled by my commanding officer. Wrapping her arm around my shoulder, I had to place a firmer grasp on her hand once I felt it squirming up the sides of my ribcage. A warning glance would have to be enough. I hoped it was enough. Thankfully, Indra blinked free soon after, and her arm pushed away, the bronze Dan-infected light pulsing to open up a small door. It was easy to find the mainframe thanks to my internal sense of electromagnetic radiation. But the quiet humdrum of talking past the room shivered me bare. I couldn't make it out, but there were quite a few loud voices talking through. The flow of electricity in my body resonated with the room as I tiptoed with Indra leaning on me. Not the easiest task, but it would work. Just about to turn the corner into the mainframe, I froze as one of the electrical fields within the room shifted. Then I saw its rough shape, almost arm's-an, like in a weird oblong oval, shardware. And Rorsch hadn't warned me. He was willingly putting both myself and Indra in danger, just as he threatened to. My Brayshocker ready, I indicated to Indra to open the door. A weak raise of her arm sent it quietly reeling back, and in a moment, I turned my Brayshocker's aim to the back of a woman's head while she was speaking to someone via a direct comms. Yeah, it's weird. All the outside cams just froze, and I'm not getting any comms from the men out there. Think I have to call them off right now. Fuck? Cannon arm's going to kill me. I waited for her to stop talking, and while she was busy dialing in the next chat, a quiet pulse from my gun sent a decisive shock through the back of her head. I quieted her fall by catching her, and then we had access to the security room and power grid. Adzan all secure, Choirman responded. Roger that. Reinforcements outside. We'll have them surrounded on both the South Zat side and North Jat side. Warsh spoke next, his mental voice particularly fragmented. C-Jan confirmed target S-Jan strength. Looks like 7N Jan non-Jan adapters. 3 tier zeros, 5 tier on Zan ES, and a tier 2. Shit, a fuck Zan King. C-Jan Crimson F Jan Finger. C-Jan Cannon Arm. Careful. His hand turned Zan S into a mini Zan gun. Not one of the ones Indra pointed out today. Great. Our intel was already lacking enough, except for when it came to my family history. Founders, I fucking hated this job. After a tense minute, a crackling sound broke into my Neuralink. Looking upon Indra, I whispered, "Hey, did something happen?" Only silence and a blank stare met me, so I reached into the Neuralink. "Hello, C-Jan, can you guys hear me?" It took a few seconds before Indra's eyes turned to me, and Rorsha's voice defied her presence. "It is just interference. Don't worry about it." Then he spoke again, except this time much louder. In fact, he was coming out from the speakers of the warehouse. "This is First Investigator Rorsch speaking, 3rd Zan in Zan Command, at Squad Shusen of the Intelligence Department of the Westbrook Police District. We have you surrounded. You are all under arrest for the purchase and sale of illegal firearms and shardware. Come out with your hands up, unarmed, and with your shardware disabled. This is not a warning. We will open fire if you do not surrender." Clamor and panic exploded from beyond my door at once. This was happening. Now, while I was in the building, I heard the panic roar as all the voices tried to make reasons, hearing snippets of "oh fucks" or "trash the goods" to responses from "are you a fucking idiot?" and just blast them apart. Risham's voice took an edged tone through the Neuralink, which returned to me. Says Jazz, switching to piercing rounds, lethal but silenced. "I'm tracking you. Jones, give me a call to shoot if they threaten you, Zen you." "T-Zen, thank you," was all I managed to get out before a louder voice shook the panic to stillness. "I fucking swear Zen you Junipero bastards can't do anything, right? All right, 3 of you each stay armed at the doors. When they try to bust in, give them teeth full of lead." If I had to assume, that voice belonged to Cannon Arm. Everything that happened next occurred very quickly within a few seconds. I moved as quickly as I could for the main power, prying the insulated case open and sticking my hands into the shocking bits. My body was on fire in a blink, tearing away more electricity than my inhibited mutations could handle. Fuck! I shouldn't have taken those genes and limiters. I scouted quickly, taking a second to scan Indra, who was still dazed while plugged into the mainframe, while I heard 3 guns take aim in the form of electrical noise, the frequencies of their internal components taking a shrill pitch as they prepared to shoot. "Risham, take down the ones on North Dan's side. 3 of them are aiming at the door." I tried to get it through, but no response came. Something was blocking the signal. Another voice called. The situation was going from bad to worse. "Fuck, someone's hooked up to our central system. I've activated the signal blocker, but they're still in. Theo, reboot the mainframe. They might be in here." I felt a gun moving closer to me, while another 3 moved further south. A rolling set of footsteps was approaching. My body was charged for action as they neared our positions. Something had to be done. Now, or Indra could get hurt in a shootout. I moved as electrical energy converted into force through my limbs, my body a blur of sparks. Before even leaving the confines of the room, I could feel where the closest grunt was, and my blue shot plastered over his nose, as Burns sent his eyes rolling back and his body falling. With that dealt, my legs took me to the first of the 3 goons on my side. I didn't have the time to calculate. I just charged my arms with enough electricity that a single punch carried enough force to smack him into the second guy. And by the time I'd reached the third, I pushed a maximum Zan-powered shot into his chest before finishing off the other 2 with quick pulses into their neuroframe. I knew it was potentially deadly amounts of voltage, but what choice did I have when Indra was so close by? I slammed into cover behind a pillar out of their view, my body an aching mess as I slowed down suddenly. But my little stunt to protect Indra brought a lot of attention over to me. Cannon Arm's voice growled. "What the fuck? They're already in! Just shoot already!" A firework Zan-like eruption of sound blasted through me, vibrations of the northern Zan side being executed drenching into my bones. Then I heard an even louder crack of sound. "Shit, they have a sniper!" one of them yelled. "Take cover." Hole up. Noon's there. What? I sucked a deep breath as they stopped the Hail Mary in favor of cover and stretched my senses as far as I could. No one was there. My squad had taken another entrance. I only got my answer once the piercing pain of the Neuralink returned. "Signal jammer removed," Portia spoke. "I got your warning in time. Good job, Jones." "We took a different route." Risham came next. "We're entered Zan." Then it got jammed again. "Shit, they've got a bronze delver on their hands." One of them broke off from the main group, arming a heavy weapon as they ran towards Indra's location. "Samanans, in the mainframe." I moved without thinking, my body carrying such a heavy weight knowing I left her defenseless there. My shot was accurate, a clear beam trailing up to the man's neck that spat sparks through his frame. A clear trail leading right to my hidden cover behind the pillar. "Somebody's there," Cannon Arm's voice boomed, and all I felt was a thick reverberation of electrical surges. It was like a volcano bubbling with seconds away from erupting. "Right," Portia said his arm could turn into a minigun. "I'll flush them." Dust and concrete splattered around me as I pinned myself into the tiny nook that was safe. The stray sparks of bullets and debris showered everything I could see Dan's in as quick as I was. There was no escaping a minigun. I resigned myself to that corner, cradling it as close as I could. Of course, Rorsch would leave me vulnerable if there was one thing I wanted to do before I died. It was tear his balls off his Jan blood splattered onto the floor ahead of me. The panicking fire turning away from my direction as new elements came into the fray. My squad burst through a side Zan door, leading right into the warehouse, covering me as they opened fire onto Crimson Souls. Jade Zan Jones. Choirman's voice may very well have been a choir at that moment. Zan entered through a hidden tunnel Zan L located on the east Zan side. Couldn't contact you or Indra once Rorsch. Made the An's announcement. You both stabled Zan E. Zan yeah, was my simplest answer. But that was the only answer I could give before chaos ensued. Zan, chapter Senshaba, Zan, chapter Senshalo. The arm that is a finger LT Jacob. Grash's personal notes on known crimson finger, Cannon Arm. I don't even know where to start with this one. Both of his arms are massive weapons of destruction. One armed with a shard gun, and the other installed with a grenade launcher. Clearly, he isn't the type to be peaceful yet. All of my intel from my source tells me he is apparently a kind, family-oriented man. Does charity service at orphanages, donates half of his blood money to veteran aid groups, and even participates in a soup kitchen for the homeless every so often. He just happens to have a Kill Zan switch for cops. Yeah, I'm going to tread lightly with this one. He's not the most active finger of the Crimson Soul, but he's an effective killer when he needs to be. I mean, I do know where his family lives. A wife and 2 daughters. And while I've crossed that line before, I don't think it's worth doing for him. He'd probably storm the police headquarters and even make good progress with those augments of his. So, yeah, unless he becomes a nuisance, I think it's better to just leave him be. 下午8点41分, June 24, Diange 3. Barrels pointed down at me, muzzle flashes exploding as a rattle of their ammunition tracked down my quick zips around the room until I was secure behind another steel pillar. I'd finally seen the man behind this deal, Cannon Arm, a crimson finger. A tier 2 killer, tall and wide. He was a man with 2 mountains of steel on both arms. Half of his head looked like it'd been scrapped together from trash in a junkyard. A large red goggle on his right eye replacing the crimson eyes found on most of their gang members. You assholes. His left arm raised high, a bronze trickle running through it before sprinting out in the form of a small sphere the size of my fist. It hurtled in the direction of Choirman and the others by him. I told Kenza I wouldn't be killing any cops these next 2 months. A sniper shot exploded the grenade mid-Zan air, Risham's quick aim saving the day once more, but not nearly shooting fast enough for it to make a major difference. Choirman bunkered up with several others behind containers, and whatever rest of the warehouse had that could give them cover. I was the only one behind enemy lines, pushing my innate sense of electromagnetic fields to its limits. I noticed a flick of attention away from me as one of the grunts turned his weapon towards Choirman's group. My brayshocker pulsed into action. the bolt sparking through his back and sending him to the floor as a spasming mess. He should have been out of it, but then he raised his pistol back in my direction, along with covering fire from another person shifting to flank me. Any single bullet could end me if it hit a vital organ. I wasn't sure my healing or toughened skin could compensate for that, especially not in the reduced output I had right now. As precise shots and return fire echoed from all sides in the room, once again, I managed to piece out the exact moment a gun shifted to reload from one of the men firing at me. My braceocker whirred to action as I let myself out of the protective haven for the briefest moment. I'd been wrong. He wasn't reloading. His arm outstretched as bony spurs grew over until claws extended out of each fingernails, like scythes carved of ivory. A Tier 1 sim. And his ally, whose body sparked with iron embers, was a bug user, tiereding like myself if I was lucky. Before I could squeeze the trigger, a rushing quintuplet of bony knives struck out, driving me out from cover that my body spurned into a dash as predictive shots ran inches ahead of my face. I turned, pushing myself back and keeping the mutant in between me and the shooter. He kicked, punched, clawed, all like an animal. His crimson eyes rolled back into his head, until bloodshot eyes were all that remained. I danced on my feet through it all, just weaving below death with each glancing blow, until my eyesight gave me the insight I needed. Mutation. Iron Zan grade reactive site has reached byte development. Additional meta Zan mutation has occurred. Adapter has increased reaction to threats registered visually. A claw grazed just my shoulder as he launched himself at me. Small streaks of my blood spraying around his bony protrusions, which had broken through miskin hardening. But he failed to gouge through. It was just the moment I needed. His momentum pushing into me, I kicked with all my might through myelastic musclecento, his abdomen. I felt the squish and crunch of ribs under my knee as he collapsed into grueling mess. Now I would be an open target to the shooter, but I reacted a moment sooner. My gun burst up to the shooter's eyes, burning their circuits, before he even realized his ally was crumpled on the floor. Then I unloaded the rest of my clip on the still Zan struggling bony mutant. He resisted it better than most could, given the outgrowths protecting him. "What are you guys doing?" Cannon Arm's yell boomed through the large warehouse. Take the fucking weapons we're supposed to sell and kill them. Deal's off anyway. All at once, the remaining Crimson Souls members shuffled and ran towards a stockpile of various open chests and containers. Cannon Arm himself picked up some large disc that had living wires dig into his grenade Zan launcher, locking firmly into the steel, Zan bulging forearm. We all moved to intercept them. I shot out a barrage of blue bolts while Quireman's blood bullets smacked into the heads of one of the gang members who just pried out a light machine gun. His head exploded into mist. Another few were shot down before they could even stick ammo into their new weaponry. We were making progress, but we were still outnumbered Zan, and as the rest of the gang members all took cover with new weapons, and now outgunned. The new hailstorm of weapons shot out in a rainbow of colors. I was too slow to take cover. A searing ray of heat boiling through my hip bone mid-Zan movement. Burnt cloth clung to the blistering flesh. I was sure my only saving grace was that my increased skin integrity was enough of a buffer to protect the muscle and bone beneath it. The wound's agony sprawled through my legs and up my torso like nasty spiders chewing through me. The searing adrenaline in my blood pumping to keep me focused. Mutation? Iron Zan grade mental Zan fatigue recovery has reached byte development. Additional meta Zan mutation has occurred. Increased neural threshold to pain. It was enough of a coolness that I could take sight of the ones who were moving to flank me. Most of them still focused on Quireman's group, leaving just 2 of their members to intercept me. I had the advantage, though, whereas I was moving and sliding behind the various containers out of their sight. The powerful radiation of their new weapons was a bonfire to my senses, creeping and pouncing from one secretive container to another. I had the opportunity to survey the scene of Quireman's fight. They were losing. Amidst the storm of bullets and rays of light, there were several bodies of the reinforcements. 2 officers from the looks of it and 1 uniform of an investigator in the second rank. I hadn't even known their names. Quireman was also bleeding from various wounds, but his blood mutations kept him standing. I bit my lip, stuffing the guilt and anger down as I returned to the 2 engagers looking to ambush me. I was behind both of them. Fully charged, I shot out 2 bursts of my weapon into the back of one of them until my weapon needed to reload. Not wanting to give the second of them an opportunity, I dove forward with the remaining stores of energy in my body. My hardened knuckles crumpled the nose, but a retaliatory fist took me by surprise. A thick assault rifle stared down my aching figure, and at this range it was a sure shot. Fucked and I was dead. I would have been, had his eyes not enlarged as though a drug flooded his brain. With trembling hands, the gun dropped out of his hands as though he was trying to wrestle between ending me or not. Take him out. Indra's voice permeated my head. I've hacked into him through the mainframe. Not one to waste an opportunity. I slammed my fist into the bug adapter's face once more, not ending until a slam into a wall ended his struggle for good. Shit! Shit! One of the gang members, taking cover by the stockpile of goods, shouted, his own hands trembling along with several others. They're in our system. For God's sake, take out whoever's in the mainframe. Quireman took the chance to shoot one of them dead, bullet holes in their chest dripping fresh blood. Another one's head was pierced by the echoing sound of a sniper shot. Just 4 left. Cannon arm grumbled, his right arm reconfiguring until an oval shot straight for the room Indra was in. My body burned every inch of energy left in it, even drawing upon the fat storage until I felt like I'd been sunburned to a crisp. Stretching out my left arm, I acted about as recklessly as I could by swatting the grenade mid-Zen trajectory, just a few meters between me and the entrance. It bounced onto a nearby wall. The resounding blast was a sphere of engulfing flame and shrapnel, and it certainly had its effects on me. My left sleeve ablaze, and the rest of my body left aching by the shrapnel that failed to pierce my skin, feeling like a torn piece of cloth. I stumbled into Indra's position. Taking that moment to really acknowledge my mutation's graces, I would have died without them right now. I tore off the burning cloth on my arm. My left arm was a scorched and shattered mess of torn skin and stiff muscle. Painstaking steps carried me to the warehouse's main electrical unit, and placing my healthier arm on it, I fed. I'd never really run out of my internal warp energy storage, not even with Tongwellisher. But now, what I once thought of as an inferno in my chest was just a sputtering cinder devouring the breeze of my resilience. To keep alight, the endless stream of sparks wreathed through my body, pushing Pacemaker's regenerative capabilities to the maximum. Seeds and Quireman. I speared my thoughts into the Neuralink. How's it looking on your end? Like SS-Gen S-Gen shit. I thought we lost you, Joe Dananis. Bad. Seedzan cannon arms strapped some Sheedzan LD onto his arm, firing Zan G at us with a fucking SH Dan Ard gun. T-Zan, there's 3 of us left, Dan T. A shard gun? So that was what his left arm was. I distracted myself from the pain by thinking of any way to beat that thing. They were expensive to both use and maintain. Rather than bullets, it used actual shards as a weapon, literally feeding money into it to launch out deadly streams of shrapnel. I thought it through. I wasn't an expert in shardware, but I knew the reason that you couldn't just turn any normal gun into a shard gun was because it required the conscious input of your own warp energy to stabilize the energy in the shards. If we could disrupt that flow, the muscle on my left arm reemerged as electricity knit it together. The swaths of skin built up from a raw pink to the pale tone on the rest of my body. Mutation. Iron Zangrade skin hardening has reached Bifengi by development. Additional meta-Zan mutation has occurred. Hardening of external limbs is now significantly more effective. Mutation. Iron Zangrade increased keratin integrity, Bifengi has had a meta-Zan mutation, increased keratin density on nails and hands. Mutation. Iron Zangrade electrical lipids, Bifengi has had a meta-Zan mutation. Specialized storage of lipids located within hands and feet can now store significantly more electricity. I had just been under Bifengi for both of those today, but now they were climbing faster than any other gene in my body ever had. It had to be because of the genes and limiters, and this fight, I could. I could push through into Tier 1 by today's end. No, that's not what's important. Letting go of the literal power bank, I let myself adjust as the world spun into place around my unsteady limbs. Taking a dizzy look at Indra, her eyes were bloodshot and blood spilled from the corners of her mask. She was still hooked into the mainframe that Rorsch was prying into. Quireman's voice shook with panic into my head. Jades and Jones. There are 3 Teeds and Tier 1s, all hiding behind Cannon Arm's shield. Think you can attack them from behind? I can. Just give me a moment, I said quietly, leaning onto Indra, my hands hovering up above the cords binding her to the warehouse's computer. Ursha, can you get into Cannon Arm systems? There's another shackle. Rorsch's voice came from her slunk head. Use it on the guy and I can try. I bit my lip, staring at the slowly depreciating state of my friend. Can Indra handle it? A Tier 2? Not likely, but you'll likely die without it. Another squad is en route. They'll handle things from here, but chances are we'll fail before that. His voice was cold, calculating. My fists clenched tight. I took the remaining shackle, a ring instead of a plate, from the briefcase. Rorsch spoke again. Place it on one of his arms. Jades and Jones, we need you. Quireman's voice yelled, but I'd already left the room. In a blurring streak of motion, I abandoned all thoughts and rationality, pushing myself into the midst of the enemy lines. 1, 2, 3 of them, all cradled behind a towering shimmer of blue and gray that emerged from a central disc in Cannon Arm's right arm. His left was transfigured into a massive gun that unleashed a hailstorm of iron pellets that shredded containers and concrete to dust. The first one died on impact. A thrust from my palm into his neuroframe left an all-to-dead thud in the chaos. The remaining 2 reacted too slow to their ally's death. A second jab of sparks dove into another Tier 1, like a swarm of hungry wasps. The third one held their gun at me. Finger on the trigger. I shot first with a flurry of sharp zaps. One into the gun, which fried its internal mechanisms. The second pierced his neck, and the third stopped his heart. The Cannon Arm turned on me, his shield slamming into me like a wrecking ball that sent me hurtling towards a container. My skin hardened, and I took the blow that tore through my spine with pain. A stream of electricity rallied my legs to motion as a river of iron pellets shredded the container into chips of metal. Not staying still for a moment, my muscles burned with action as I ran, ducked and slid behind cover that disintegrated in seconds. But it had worked. Quireman and another 2 investigators opened fire on Cannon Arm's back, the metallic shell of his back and arms sinking as bullet after bullet sparked off him until he was shrouded in a cloak of embers. A shot from Rashim's sniper dug into his leg, the brief stumble leaving me free of fire. Several more shots clawed above into his torso, all of them shattering into shrapnel as they failed to get through, bastard as bronze Jan-grade dermachrome. Rashim commented. Can't pierce through into his vital organs. I leaped before he could start shooting again. Quiremen and the others all repositioning to encircle the finger. Now, in close range, Quireman's fists hardened as blood drew under his skin, making them look like scarlet rocks. Their pebbles exploded, like a shotgun, piercing into the corpses around Cannon Arm. The pebbles ignited at the smallest droplet of blood, each body convulsing as their mass bloated and detonated. Bones and blood exploded into a wall of fine mist. The finger, untested by the attack as hellfire, drew from behind the scarlet curtains, while his shield protected him from the shooting to his side, skirting into an angle where his bullets weren't shooting. I chewed my bile down my throat as I saw Quireman's cover break apart and bullets tear down his chest. Pushing off the wall, I dove into the cloud of settling crimson, sinking right under the massive shield and launching directly towards the shard gun. The metallic ring of Rorsch's shackles snapped open, hooking around the shardware as he snarled from right above me. Bitch! How the hell are you still alive? His other arm whacked me off then. Gun. Big enough that it caved in my ribs and arm, bones crunching even if my skin was hardened. That moment of contact, though, was just what I needed. All at once, every spark of electricity in my body shivered into the shield. As I flew back with a shattered body, the overloaded shield exploded his grenade, launching arm into fragments. Fatigued and broken, my eyes were the only bits of my body I could find in me to move. Cannon Arm picked himself up, staring at the remnants of his broken arm, rage glazing over his one remaining eye. "You bitch! You have any idea how much that cost?" His shard gun pointed at my body, its internal glow crackling as something else overcame it. Rorsch? The joints bent? His arm moving out of his control as the arm raised higher and pointed at something else instead of me. His own head. The first few bullets didn't make it through. It was only after a few seconds of constant fire, shrapnel falling like rain, that blood, bones, and brain drizzled out. And as I lay there, broken and tired, there was only one thing that got me to push my body up. Indra? Was she okay? The subdermal layering of fat in my body was minuscule now, and my internal energy was nothing but scattered embers. But it would have to do. I couldn't even walk. I basically crawled my way back to the room with Indra. She had collapsed, a pool of blood around her body. Reaching her, the metal organs of her arms were searing hot, and her entire body was a heavy statue devoid of breath. "Indra!" My voice came weakly. There was a difference in Indra's stare now. Instead of a hollow gaze, it was more muted, like even that emptiness could fade away now. Placing my hand against her chest, I felt nothing. Pushing until I could feel her ribcage, there was still no heartbeat. Settling my body up, I got in the position to perform CPR. But even the weight of my own body was too much for me to handle. Indra? Summoning wisps of electricity. Maybe I could start her heart back up? I clambered around, placing my fingers where I thought the heart would be located. How much electricity was needed to start a heart back up? Probably the amount needed to end it. Please. I searched through my body for anything, but the scattered embers I had in me didn't even let me wrap a single finger in electricity. Why did I limit my mutations? Her body convulsed, jumping open as her limbs weakly curled around my stretched arm. The voice behind her mask was weak, barely there. "Diana, why are you feeling up my tits?" A choked sentence left me. Your heart stopped. "Ah, that. Don't worry about it." She didn't look all too fazed by it. Happens sometimes. Got an internal heart Zan jump starter installed 'cause of it. It's regular. I stared wide Zan-eyed as she nonchalantly hooked herself out of the briefcase, connecting her to Rorsch. About a... Ooh, maybe Bivendra's chance of happen Zan. Before she could finish speaking, her body fell down like it'd been made of lead, my weak arms keeping her from tumbling too badly. I switched from my Neuralink to a standard radio comms, urging my voice out. "Hey, anyone? Indra, Zan Harmony needs help." A few seconds later, Choirman stumbled in, his hands pressing against his abdomen, which was dripping down blood everywhere. "Pipe down, Jones. She just needs a blood transfusion, maybe an ATSTM. She's handled worse." Worse? It was hard not to raise my voice. She almost died. How on earth? Don't tell me this is a regular thing. Indra only goes out on the field when Rorschach babysits her. Otherwise, she's parked in with the analysts. So yeah, if Rorschach's available, it's regular. He leaned against a wall, the steady stream of blood dribbling lighter as a bronze glow seeped into the red. "Zan, you don't see how this is a problem. They saved our lives, didn't they? Harmony makes good use of herself. A network feature alone isn't that good in this day and age against those with data shields. Rorschach is just acting out in the way that puts him in the least amount of danger. Harmony isn't." He was stiff despite my pleading words. She'd be sitting on a desk with the analysts otherwise. That's better than dying. Maybe, but I'm not going to ask her to stay out of these missions. She's saved my life multiple times by bringing Rorsch into action, he said with a tinge of annoyance bearing out now. I wasn't sure who to direct my emotions at. All I knew was that fury drenched my bones, flesh, and skin. Then why doesn't Rorschach just join up himself? Ask him yourself, he said bitterly at first. Besides, Rorschach doesn't have a network feature, only data weaving and integration. He can execute all sorts of fancy code, but can't delve deep enough for it to matter, not unless he acts through Harmony. I just sighed. It was useless. All of this was useless. So I just stayed by her side, even when choirmen left, even when paramedics and reinforcements took care of Indra. I stayed by her side. All through the ambulance, all through the hospital stay. I stayed by her side. Shan wu shar dan wu shi tifan. June Arshawu Thi woke up to the sound of the hospital door opening. My face still stuck to the metal railing of Indra's bed, with tears, snot, and saliva. The doctors had done their checkups on me. I was stable, and after dosing me up with some emergency medical nanites that didn't do a thing, they let me go. Irwastable. But now they might have to check my blood pressure, because I was ready to knock Kendrick Rorsch's teeth out the second his face came through that door. Leave. I left no choice in my voice. Before you end up having to stay the night here as well. He raised his arms defensively. A smile plastered all over his smug face. Relax. I'm just here to drop off a gets-in well Dan. He shook a small picnic basket in his grip, a few flowers sticking out. Daffodils, he smirked. Her favorite. My words spat out. Then leave them and go. Hold on. I can't take a moment to care for my favorite rookie. He placed them on a nearby table, taking a seat on the couch opposite Indra's bed. You almost killed her. I tried to keep my voice quiet. I failed. But I didn't. She'll back in 3 days tops, with a healthy bonus, I chortled. So that's how you got her to agree to that fucked up procedure. Money. Nope. His lips puckered up as he said it. Offered it to her 1 week into being an investigator. Jumped at the opportunity. You know, she even asks for our minds to merge sometimes when we get intimate. The last few words riled me out of the chair. Bullshit. You don't know her at all. He rolled one of the flowers in his fingers, staring at it fondly. She is special to me. The fact that she's not my typey being chromed up didn't change the fact that I saw something in her. She's beautiful. In and out. Someone with a dark past but still tries to keep the light in everyone's eyes. You still tried to kill her. Did I? He leaned forward, the flower dropping to the floor. No, I didn't. I just saved your life by disrupting half of their members and got Cannon Arm killed. Remember that. If I didn't do it, who is to say it wouldn't be you in that bed or Choirman? The tanky bastard that he is. Maybe there'd even be a funeral. You're acting like it's Jan? Like it's your fault? Oh no, hardly. We all had duties. Indra Harmony is the messenger that carries my will. She may be shot at, blown up, or mauled. But that's her duty. She agreed to it, and if she wants it to stop by tomorrow, I'll end it. In fact, good job to you, he clapped, took down. What? 8 of them all by yourself. Supreme work, honestly speaking. You didn't even need me to pull your ass out of there. You know, I was honestly trying to get Indra in a position where she'd be out of commission for at least a week. Maybe so that she'd develop a stutter again. It would have been a good reminder, but you actually pulled her through it to my surprise. I could only heave heavy breaths, afraid that words would drive into actions. My nails were sharper than ever now. He continued, consider this a lesson, that your comrades don't get killed if you're strong enough to keep them out of shitty situations. Some exceptions withstanding. You need to know who to protect. There's a reason I didn't send in a full Zanman team. There would be deaths on our end. I knew that, so it's why we had reinforcements come in. People not important to us? Not important. My teeth bared at him, sparks brought to my eyes by pure rage. He just laughed. You're a scary one, aren't you? Guess I'll need to act quicker. Won't be long. I give it another 3 years and you'll be a first Dan rank. Until then, you're stuck with me. He got up, giving me one handy wave as it opened. You know, you can pull her out of this. Just call for a private meeting any day now. I'll be waiting. Oh, and you have the next 3 days with paid time off for recovery. You deserve it. Have a while to think it over. Leaving the door, I cradled my head as everything in it tried to pull me apart. Rorsch, I was going to end his career. One way or another. Maybe my father could... No! If I take one step in that direction, it would be enough leeway for me to take the whole mile. I had to do this without him. Rorsch may have been full of bullshit, but there was one thing he was right about. Power. I needed that power to protect myself from him, and to protect others as well. Shamwalak and Noundian Censure Arfin. It was only a nurse's behest that I called a cab to take me home. One look in the mirror confirmed why. It didn't matter how good your genes were. You looked like shit if you felt like shit. Even a quick shower didn't drain anything out of my system. Was every big mission just going to end up like this? Bodies and death? Blood and steel? On a factual basis, I knew that. The city was twisted. That the men and women from the top and bottom tore into each other like wolves. One could say this. City had people who were mentally hardened. The truth was, we were all just desensitized and fueled with one distractive substance or the other. Perhaps a century or two in the past, policies about non-Xan lethal arrests would have been more enforced. But with the swarm approaching, all sides were getting desperate to have that edge. At this rate, I'd need a mutation that made me resilient to all of this stress. There were some, actually quite a few, available to the police. How I felt wasn't unique to me alone, but I had something few others had, a gold implant. Pushing the desire to sleep away with my nerves, I carried myself to the washroom with a mechanic's pliers, a whole lot of starchy food, and an old sweatshirt. Before starting, though, I gulped down one of Missy's silver Dan-grade genes and limiters. The electrical lipids was the easy bit to develop. Just stuff myself, full of the surplus of unhealthy food available in the market, and charge electricity into the metabolic fat I gained from it. An hour after stuffing myself and a whole lot of shooting myself with my taser, I'd done it. Mutation. Electrical lipids has reached Bifenji by development. Additional meta-Xan mutation has occurred. Lipids specialized in electrical production are now multilocular, significantly improving efficiency and storage. A quick search on the net led me to discover that multilocular adipocytes were what was known as baby fat, a type of fat known for thermogenesis, so they didn't get cold, but I supposed I was repurposing them for electrogenesis. A quick checkup on my convergence and Bifenji. In other words, I needed to push increased keratin stability to the maximum now, something I was dreading. The main way it developed was through the passive shedding of my skin and hair and producing a more stable version with each new permutation. Thing is, skin wasn't as keratin-dense as hair, but I wasn't going to rip my scalp out. Instead, I jumbled up the cloth of a sweatshirt and stuffed it in my mouth as I lined up a pair of pliers around my fingernail. The quickest way to pump up the gene was by regenerating something made entirely out of keratin. Taking deep breaths through my nose, my jaw clamped around the cloth the same time the pliers had around my nail. I'd do what was necessary to get rid of bastards, like Rorsch. It was terrible. My teeth digging deep enough into the cloth that drool dripped down after the first nail was done, and clacked onto the blood-stained ceramic of my bathtub. The electricity within me replaced the tears and drenching pain with a more manageable one. But then I got onto the next nail, then the next, until all 5 on my right hand were out, their shells being drowned by a rainfall of crimson from my trembling hand. Regenerating all 5 took around 10 minutes with my current flow. I had a hypothesis that slower regeneration gave the cellular reproduction more time to think things through and make more meaningful changes. Maybe it was stupid. I wouldn't be able to notice the difference anyway. But minute by minute, the numbers ticked upwards. And I knew it wouldn't be enough as small shiny air plates. Almost ivory in color sat at the ends of my right fingers. So then I tried again, this time the nail requiring me to actually lean into my strength and augmenting pacemaker toe, yank it out. I was a tearful, sobbing mess by the time my pliers fell to the floor. All I could do was just hug my knees, cradle myself deep with the comfort of golden warmth, begging it to take the pain away. All of the pain, please? And then it ticked up twice more a few minutes later. Mutation, increased keratin stability, has reached Bifenji by development. Additional meta-Xan mutation has occurred. Significant increase in keratin density and integrity of the adapter's nail beds. Not the most useful meta-Xan mutation, but the next time Rorsch pissed me off, my nails would be a death sentence. Convergence has reached Bifenji by. Recalibrating. My heart pounded. Adapter is now in Tier I Foundation. The initial mutations have stabilized within your body and are now recombining and diverging into a new set of mutations to form your foundation. Grade calibrated. Gold Eye integrity calibrated. Iron the third, energy calibrated. Iron the third, capacity calibrated. Iron the eighth, tendency calibrated. Requirements not met, compatibility calibrating. 9%, 19.9 tier, lean mutations have been fully integrated into your genetics. Total tier lean gene capacity, 等于10 gold gene capacitance. Multiplier per tier 等于4. Gold standard current mutational capacitance 等于10加32等于42. Calculating SIM stability. SIM is currently reorganizing mutational development based on parameters. Estimated time is 5 hours. 5 hours. As much as my excitement was telling me to stay up, I really needed to put that mental Xant fatigue recovery mutation to use. Today had been heavy, settling onto my pillows. I couldn't even pull the blanket up before dense darkness engulfed my eyes. Parameter testing complete? Lacking. Range, emotional stability, bone density, skin durability? Moderate. Electrical storage, pain tolerance, reflexes, baseline strength, exceeding. Electrical output, physical recovery, speed, strength usage. SIM is adjusting mutations. Error, mutation. Unstable biology is affecting mutation development. Mutation. Unstable biology has diverged into Tier 1 Gold Xan grade mutation. G mutational synergy allows the intake of multiple mutagenic resources at once, either altering current mutations or spawning new mutations. All mutations derived from mutational synergy are at the grade of the adapter, gene capacity, alteration. Mutational synergy is altering mutation development according to its function. Tier I mutations are developing. G pacemaker za. I mental Xen fatigue resilience don't you G. Electrical neurogenesis, Lu GC. Cognition. I elastic muscles ja. I skin hardening, don't you G. Compact tissues, ba G. Alteration. I increased keratin stability, don't you G. Mineral assimilation, shar G. Integrity, G. Electrical conduction. Za I electrical lipids, don't you G. Bioelectrogenesis, Lu G. Energy metabolism. I reactive site za G. Electromagnetic sense, don't you G. Electromagnetic vision, Lu G. Cognition mutational capacitance, don't you Sisher Arfinger Senshio integrity. Iron D30. Iron V capacity, iron the 8th grade. Gold I tendency, na jian jian jian, chapter 39, jian jian jian. Hey, guys, 6Bs, 2小时, here with some stuff I'd like to say. As of writing this message, I believe I have spent 6 days on RS and have only been in publication for about shar days. Officially, first chapter was hidden for a few days. Despite that, remarkably, we have gotten to spot Arshitsi on RS, which is incredible. I know cyberpunk and sci-fi LitRPG can be a bit of a niche genre on RR, but so far you guys have blown me away with the support I've gotten. So, I thought I'd give you guys a bit of an origin story for CyberGene. The truth is, CyberGene started out as a way for me to cope with bad mental health. I read a lot, and writing was something I dabbled in from time to time. But CyberGene served as a way to offer some structure and purpose in my life, during a time where I frankly felt like shit and had to start from scratch in many personal endeavors. This isn't some sob story, just the facts. I was stressed. Writing relieved me from stress. So I wrote a lot, then I edited a lot, then I plotted a lot, and before you know it, I had a document dictating the rules, history, and world of CyberGene. Using that, from November 2024 to September 2024, I wrote CyberGene's first volume, which clocked in at around Senspat teen. Words and I am currently about halfway through the second volume in writing, which I am pretty sure will be longer. In total, I think I wrote more than half an 8 million words before posting a word online. Believe me, it is dog shit. I am not posting anything how it was originally written, from plot holes to the egregious missing letters you guys have been most kind to point out. It was, and is, very much a rough first draft. And probably why my chapter length is so inconsistent. LLL. Yeah, I did not realize how many Wu Zhenziao word chapters I had written. Believe me, I thought most clocked in at Sen. I'd like to think I got better at managing my word economy, but don't hold that as a fact. Point of the matter, CyberGene, Blood, and Steel is only a third of the way done, and CyberGene? And is eagerly being made as I publish this. I cannot wait for you guys to see what I cooked in there. This series will probably beverlong, have a whole host of characters with sad backstories, and a dash of wholesomeness in between all the grit and despair of a dystopia, plus a lot of fun as kicking as our makes grow more badass. I am incredibly hopeful in the future of CyberGene, and that is because of you guys. It is almost a replication of the feeling I want to evoke with the novel, that no matter how much you've messed up and how dark the world could be, your light is enough to give meaning and deserves to embrace hope, love, and wonder. So sincerely, thank you. As for some teasers about what to expect from Act 2 Every Breath You Take, Zian Ripley's and Diana's almost full backstory. Zian some more interaction between them fairly soon. Zian return from Skelly. Zian hint into cyberspace. Zian some romancing, or attempts at it. Zian build up to a heist. Zian an auction, because every progression fantasy needs one. Zian more shardware, more mutations, more blood, and more steel. I suppose if there is one last thing I want to say, it is going to be a favor. I love music. Without it, I would not have written CyberGene the way it is. Alatoff, the feelings I try to invoke are born from how certain songs made me feel, and I try to emulate that in my writing. As such, I have a Liang Bai S Ong playlist for CyberGene on Spotify. If you have any songs that you think fit the vibe of my novel, leave them as a comment down below. As for myself, I'll leave some song suggestions too, and might do so regularly in chapters I feel fit their vibe. If I had to choose a theme song for CyberGene, Blood and Steel, it would without a doubt be Big Time Nothing by St. Vincent. For the first songs I'll share for Ripley and Diana, they'll both be from the cyberpunk 2077soundtrack. Ripley gets Black Termina Upgrade. Diana gets my personal favorite song from the soundtrack Delicate Weapon. I'll be linking the songs at the bottom and might even put a few up before some chapters if I feel like they fit the vibe. I'll also reveal more character theme songs as you get introduced to them. My choice in their songs is half Zian vibes and half Zian meaning. Who knows, maybe you'll find some hidden meaning in them. Anyways, ciao. See you all for Act 2. Coming within a few days as soon as I figure out Patreon and PayPal. Once again, your support means the world. And your follows, favorites, ratings, and reviews mean extra Zian terrestrially. Jian Chapter 40, Jian Chapter 37. Meticulans. 上午7点47分, 1秒 T July. Ripley early morning. Wake-ups had always been my bane. The last few days had been especially difficult. But to say they were rewarding was an understatement. So far, nothing had been difficult. I hadn't even seen a single patient since, according to Anderson, I had to first reach a certain meticulance. You're a brute force hammer. Harold Anderson had said, as he ironically enough was hammering steel into shape. Clear as a founder's nutsack. You've got some sort of learning protocol in your technician feature, just supplementing all the basic knowledge you should have learned with implant and derived muscle memory and instinct. I'd remembered clearly what I'd said that day. So what? You want me to read through a bunch of textbooks? And I wished I never said that. I was eating my words using my eyes, on pages of boring text dictating brainwave frequencies and their interpretations. Any questions I had for Anderson, he said, would be answered once I covered the first 2 years of Shardware Operating School curriculum. And I was set to learn 6 years of schooling. In 6 months, though he'd sweetened the deal by saying every month I would have a chance at negotiations assuming I'd pass his tests. So for now, in my break, I set my tired eyes on the beautifully disgusting art of the first year's curriculum of neuroscience. If I had to read the word basal ganglia or cerebrospinal, tracked one more time I was going to Zian. Oh, look! It came up now. Studying had never been my strong suit, if you'd believe it. Not when I had to do it out of a lack of choice. As good as I was at math, It wasn't because I enjoyed it. It was because it was a necessity in understanding how to properly work out shardware specs. Though that wasn't to say I wasn't grateful. Becoming a licensed and trained shardware operator through the university pathway was expensive. The best schools costing millions to attend, but dishing out curated silver implants to those who spent the cash, or had received a scholarship, which I'm pretty sure I'm more than worthy to get right now. Fuck me, I groaned, Missy chuckling next to me. You're going to regret it once he pushes you to actually operate. The people here are exacting. She stretched next to me, her organic bits drenched in sweat that strangely enough had a perfumish odor. You one of them? I blurted out of my lips. I hadn't exactly been surprised to see Missy in the top 5 of almost every ranking this gym had of its clients. She just smiled, patting me on the back and letting me get back to work. Then, as Anderson knocked loudly on the door to the tiny cubicle he'd lent me, it was time tactfully to get to work. Anderson was a man of few words, efficient with them, if I had to phrase it. He didn't answer a lot of questions, not unless they were complex enough to actually merit the use of an ounce of his brainpower. As we trailed down the long hallways, I prepared myself for silence once I opened my mouth. So here's what I don't get. When we finish converging, bug adapters start to use variations in an electron's properties to think over chemical neurotransmitters. How come we're not fried by thinking at the speed of light? I mean, I look it up and everything's behind a couple thousand shardine, so I know there's an answer. Second year, was his simple response, of course. Behind a textbook costing probably double the amount listed on the net sites. Surprisingly, he continued after a moment of deliberation, but it's important for your development. You don't have enough your thoughts transmitted with electrons, just a minuscule fraction. But at that rate, it easily outpaces your chemical system by several thousand times. An exact percentage we're looking at? I egged on. Less than a fraction of 1% at tier 1, 2, and 3. Even the founders don't have a full electron-Zan-based nervous system, or so goes the simulations. He pushed open a door. I still didn't get the cataloging system in place here. He pointed out serial codes, around 20 long strings that my brain typed out onto the datapad as quick as he said them. 20 artifacts of metal and code I would be set to tinker with for the rest of the day. It was relatively simple stuff, joints or bones. Maybe an artificial synovial capsule here or there. But somehow, this gym turned simplicity into hours of meticulous work. I was working in fractions of decimals of changes, a far cry from the rough and shoddy work that had been expected from me at the Toxin Club. There it was more raw. They saw a gun. They wanted it in their arm. No care about barrel indentation, or heat flow, or the fluid viscosity of their joint lubrication. Obviously, I'd taken that into account back at the club as well, but never to the degree expected of me here. The gym goers were all about maximizing their efficiency, and they held a stupid stubbornness about the changes they wanted here. I drained out fluid with a pipette, taking 0.5 milliliter more than I should have, so I tried to stick it back in, pushing 2 milliliters now. Then I repeated it till an air bubble got inside the capsule by accident. From the start, Anderson wasn't even looking at me. I swore he had eyes on the back of his head. If I use the arachne, I started. This could be done in a second. No use of automated measurements. His response ended firmly, and I feared losing this job a whole lot more than my old one, so I gave in. I knew why he was doing this. Shortcuts were always an option. They were there for everyone. Hell, I had a shortcut in the form of my implant. But that didn't mean success. A fact I was aware of from the moment I'd lost my left arm. Taking a longer, harder approach wasn't a surefire way of learning or getting results, but it had a certain factor of building character, a preciseness to carry out things on your own accord. Meticulentetto, see the work done by your hand from start to finish. By the day's end, I was exhausted. Even if I'd managed to get to tier 1 and have electrons think for me, I was playing on a field I'd never realized existed. Sawutsidian Sisharfen, July Sen RD today, was my second go-around with the arachne after my own operation. Technically, I was never given permission. Anderson told me to just go ahead and use whatever machinery I needed to get the results made. His way of letting me get some slack, I figured. And it made sense. I was operating on a liver with a similar modification I'd done to my own. Instead of warp generator, I was installing an internal adstim pumper. Apparently, the two in the Metal Heaven woman's organic kidneys weren't good enough to get her the rush she wanted. The liver itself was a different model than my own, specific structures overlapping at times, but overall had a different organization. I was glad, actually. It tested out my reverse engineering protocol far more than most of these bones were. There were only so many differences in them. The 6 arms came to life as my mind peered through their cameras. All 6 of them. It'd been a miracle to control just 2 before, but now having a grasp over all of them wasn't too far from an issue. I'd already disassembled the liver with my claws, both of them working better than ever. So all that was left was a nice platter to assemble. I'd done it quicker than I expected to, all things considering. All the parts had been pre-tuned, so putting it together was just a matter of hooking up the wires, and I suppose I just expected something to go wrong. Nothing did. Kind of deflated, I wrestled myself away from toying with the Arachne any longer. I don't think I'd ever loved something more. I wished there was a way to carry one on me at all times. In fact, I'd read rumors about mobile Arachnes being in production as compacted briefcases ready to spring open at a moment's notice. But that had to be an insane amount of engineering involved. Diagnostic scans ran through everything with an okay. So I just plopped the liver down on the building's intra-Zan transport system. That weird shaft Zan thing Anderson had first used to pull out my liver from nowhere. With some time on my hands, I rested myself onto the revolving chair of my cubicle. A small room with a simple desk, my laptop, and a chair. It wasn't the brightest place, being some old storage cabinet before. But it was enough for me to curate and work out some issues of mine in privacy. And speaking of issues, message from Diana. Sorry for not updating you sooner. I found a lead on our case, but I won't have anything more until after the Shisen T8. Not sure it's safe to discuss this on comms. How are you otherwise? I'd won. I wasn't the one to message first. Truth be told, it had been clawing at me for a while that I'd been ghosted. But now that wasn't the case. Message sent. Pretty fine. Got a new Shardop gig. Pays well, and there's Alet for me to learn. Sorry on my end, too. Got busy with all of this. Haven't found anything on W, but I'm working on getting me and my mother secure with all this implant stuff, RN. Speaking off, got to Tier 1 last week. Oh, I thought the words in place and sent them off. The return message coming back in a few minutes. Diana, been a little over a week for me. I was a bit peeved about that. July CT tonight was the night. Hokin's dinner with me and my mom. I'd managed to delay it with quite the lie. That I'd just received a bronze implant and was recovering from the procedure. At first, that only made Hochin want to come back sooner. But then, my mother managed to ward him off by saying I was recovering in April at a clinic. That kept him at bay for a few days, but the guilt had caught up to me. It had been too long since we just hung out normally. He had been my only other friend other than Dan. He'd been my only friend for the last 5 years. I owed him my time and company. We met up at a bistro we'd frequented, a quiet burger place where you couldn't taste the artificial enhancers in the insect Zan-based meat. He looked different than I'd imagined. His cheeks hollowed slightly, and his eyes had bags under them. The normally tall and powerful man now slumped and appeared slightly more timid, aware of his surroundings to a paranoid degree, at least to my mimic-analyze feature. I raised my hand, and we both brightened as we saw each other. It really had been too long. He took a seat next to me, my mother smiling weakly, but genuinely at her son enjoying the company of his friend. Hochin took a moment to realize she was actually there with us. Whoa, Mama Dawn. I haven't seen you out in the city in ages. You're feeling better? A gentle smirk escaped my mom. I know, but Ripley's been harping about this place for years and I never tried it. So I hope you don't mind me staying a few minutes. It's nice to see you too, Hokin. How's your family? Mom's doing fine. Was worried out of her mind when I'd Zan. He erred for a moment before taking his left hand out of his pocket. The Hochin I knew would have never shed a hair from his body with how much he claimed it to be perfection. But now, staring us in the face was a metallic hand. It's just a tryout. First, cybernetic and all. They want to see how my body takes it. I get the feeling. Stretching my own left arm into view, his eyes popping out of his skull at the sight. "What? You're leaking body fluids from the stump, aren't ya?" I pointed to a wet patch on my sleeve. "It's annoying, but don't worry, it'll stop in a few days. Give it some time to settle." "Yeah, Dan." He quietly dabbed a napkin over where metal met flesh at his wrist. "How'd that happen? How'd the thing happen? Ah, my implant." And so goes the story. One day, while walking back to the apartment, I spotted a woman getting robbed blind of her belongings. Stepping up to confront the mugger, I played up some of my bravado. I promptly lost and damaged my arm. However, my moving act of heroics got the attention of an unknown mercenary, rescuing me and bringing me to the safety of Harold Anderson. In recovery, I refused the arm he was originally planning on giving me, making a bet to say I could do it better. I worked on and reigned supreme, winning me a slot at his Shardop clinic and a free bronze bug to boot in exchange for working for him. Ho-Chin blinked at my obnoxious story. "You're serious?" My mom lied, like she'd been a Haythama winning actress all her life. "It's ridiculous." I keep on telling him that. "But it's the truth." I followed up. "Yeah. Why? What were you thinking?" His tongue fumbled to form the words. "That you'd end. I don't know. Sounds crazy, but I guess. Maybe that. From the club, I guess. The Mal. Or maybe one of the guys it killed?" A silence chilled the air, my bones feeling chilled by the second. "You know that's ridiculous, right? I mean, sorry to burst your bubble." I raised my left arm as my warp energy channeled through my nerves. It had taken some practice drilling the instinctual direct pathway away. The flow curving down to the underside of my right ribs where my liver was before looping around to my arm. A faint bronze glow peered out of my joints. Ho-Chin quickly slammed my hand under the table, his face flushing away all color as he coarsely whispered, "Are you an idiot? Don't flaunt it in public? So you believe me? Besides, I'd sell a gold implant in a heartbeat. You know that." I laughed the topic away. "No, you wouldn't," he said with a voice pulled into a grave, his eyes pleading and sharp at the same time. "You would probably see it as some act of karma from God." "I know I would. You wouldn't ever give away something like that. You'd probably take more care of the implant than your own life, honestly." My mother coughed, drawing his focus away from me for a moment. "Hokin, I'm sorry, but can we talk about something nicer for a moment? You two have been through a lot. Just treat this as a night where you can relax and forget about all the worries you boys have had." "It's my treat." She slid a card from her hand into his hand, a Universal Iron Zangrade gift card with a Shardine credit valued at sheer iron shards, or Wubai Shardine. Her voice grew as cold as the winter's blizzard. "It's my treat. This is..." His hands fumbled the small card. "It's too much. Oh, please. It's just some funds we'd saved up for a rainy day, and with Ripley's implant, we've got some leeway for a moment." Then, her eyes sharpened daggers at my friend. "You will take it, and you boys will be happy with it." He gulped, quietly accepting the card and handing it to me under the table. My hand moved without him even needing to say a thing. I just knew what he'd do immediately. Right on time, the food arrived. My mother's own meal already packaged and ready to go. She smiled at the two of us as a taxi was already close by to take her back. "I'll be seeing you both later, enjoy. And Ho-Chin, remember to keep my son in one piece by tonight's end. As it stands, he only has one leg left." She let the sentence hang in the air for a bit, while standing there awkwardly before turning and leaving, the two of us giving a collective, "Oh." But only once she'd already been out the door. As it stands, one leg. It had actually been enough for us to settle into a more laughing mood. We fell right back into our old habits, me trying to tell a joke with a burger stuffed in my mouth, Hokin eyeing the newest waiter and placing bets that he could get her number. We laughed, and we both seemed pretty happy. I was. Then something snapped in Ho-Chin amidst his laugh, as though some broader hole in his mind burrowed deeper to consume the joy he'd been feeling. "How is your family?" I put a hand on his back. "And as nice as she is, you know I'm not talking about your mother. How's your uncle, Sean? How are the snake fangs?" What fucking snake fangs? A bitter chuckle spewed a month's worth of pain. It's bad, Ripley. Really, really bad. We're barely a fifth of what we used to be. Everyone's confused by that night. Blaming someone or the other, mostly my uncle. Internal disputes aside, we lost everything. All the other gangs hit us at once. I'm sure you've heard about the Souls and Muramasa taking over our old turf. I have. That was the only reply I could think of. You know, Sean didn't allow me to see you. He doesn't even know I'm out with you right now. Ho-Chin stabbed a fork into a French fry, but just twirled around rather than eating it. He wants your head in a box. He thinks I opened the box. I let that statement out without thinking, but it was too late. I didn't, but they won't believe me. I believe you? Ho-Chin's eyes softened. It didn't take my mimicked feature to know he was being honest. My voice may have been quiet, but that didn't mean there wasn't a whole lot of meaning in there. Thank you. I missed you, man. Missed you too. Could have especially used you for, you know. He waved the metallic hand in my face, and I tried not to immediately point out the 100 little flaws weighing it down. It was clunky. Far too simple yet complex in areas they shouldn't be. I knew at a glance it was just a chopped-off piece from a larger shardware unit with a neuroprocessor jabbed in. It was meant to be a piece of a larger structure, and the awkwardness in. Its motions conveyed that. My mouth hung open for a bit until I decided what to say. I'm going to be nice to you and say that it fits you. What's that supposed to mean? He gave me that look. That it's certainly a Hokin Dangladesh hardware. That's an insult, right? Only if you're self-deprecating. Fuck you, man, he said with all the angst, but a worried smile broke through. But for real, you're gonna help me with it, right? I don't know. I stretched my arms, looking at an imaginary watch on my arm. You'll have to check in with my secretary. Workshop's already booked to the maximum, and I'm drowning in work and sheds, but I'm sure I can find some time for you. Seriously, man? A smile was stuck on him the whole time. Fuck you. I'm going to have to turn down that offer. You ain't my type. I laughed at his expense. Nah, but for real, your hand's kind of shit. I knew it. He stared at his hand like he was about to strangle it. Sean took me to some Baxan Alley vendor in Santo Crista. The op was skeeved out the whole time. Bet you're all missing me. I teased out, before thinking that maybe that wasn't the best thing to say. More than you can know. His face sunk to the table. Maybe we'd ordered too many drinks for one night? No way to convince you to come back? To the snake fangs? You said Sean wants my head in a box. And you know more than anyone how much I hated working in the club. I left myself finishing that statement decisively. He still pushed through. I can work something out for you. Besides, there's no club now to begin with. And you're way better now. With that implant, I'm sure Sean can get you on a healthy payroll. I'm serious, Ho-Chin. My lips pursed tight. I wasn't happy there. With Sean as my boss, he might Zan, and you're happy at your new place? I am. I took a gulp of my drink. It didn't hit much with my new liver and Tier 1 nervous system, but the warmth of the alcohol spread confidence through me. I'm enjoying it. I feel alive. How's that even possible, man? Ho-Chin's flushed face rose from the table, his hair still flattened on one side. After the club, after the Mal, after Eston Taus' death. It's all been a lot for me, but you're getting through it. You're thriving. I don't know. I cupped my face with the support of my elbows on the table. I guess I'd already hit Roxanne bottom once in my life. The second time around is a bit easier. Took it all as an opportunity. I don't know how else I could get through this if I didn't see it that way. An opportunity? He rose briefly. A flash of anger. I didn't understand the reason for braving its teeth at. But just for a second. I should have noticed it sooner. The beginning of tears. I'd stand if. Ripley, are you okay, man? I'm fine. Something deep within me was bubbling, but I didn't know what. I think you should focus on yourself first, though. Get a grip on things, Ho-Chin. Shit's gone down the drain, but you're capable. Hell, you've got an implant now. Actually, I never even asked. What's your features? He stirred for a moment, sipping from the bottle directly as though to find the courage. Scan said, My implant had integration and technician? You? Wait and wait. I nearly spat out my own drink. You've got a technician feature? What are you going to do with that? Trying to steal my job, man. I would only be stealing it if you were still with us, he whispered, drunkenly of course, so it was fairly loud. I don't know, but I'm trying to get a grasp on the hull integration thing. I keep on reading it over and over again, but I don't get it. Isn't it the same as accommodation? Not even the slightest. I was actually quite offended. Integrationists about using things that don't belong to you. Accommodationists about making things a part of your body. External links versus internal links. But don't they both overlap in the fact that they just make you more compatible with shardware? He wasn't even paying attention if he was asking that question. Nope. Integration is all about modifying your own thoughts and body to make the most out of any piece of external shardware. You ever seen those movies of that actor? I think it was Jonah Gillian in The Exterminator, and how he picked up a bunch of guns, and his arm broke apart with its wires slithering all over the weapons as he shot them all out at once. That's what it does. I raised my hand up before he could ask the obvious question. Accommodation is a much slower process. It works only in direct neural uplinks. True, it can sometimes help you directly in combat like with integration. But this time, instead of maximizing your compatibility with the weapon you make eat apart off your own body, it's slow and a frankly risky expenditure of your own warp energy. But it is known to happen. It's focused on internal shardware rather than external. Damn, he barely listened to a word. I know he didn't. What if you combined them? A whole lot of things. Integration cold, speed up the linking process, and break any load ZAN level security in the externals, while accommodation rewrites the warp code to utilize it as an internal. You could sort of become a cyborg vampire, breaking your enemies apart and absorbing their shardware into your own body, though it could be risky. Uh-huh, he nodded. You really like all this shardware operating stuff, don't you? As much as you like your own body. But that was only the start of what I had in my head. Ever since I started operating in the gym, I'd truly earned an appreciation for the engineering involved. I know it can look like a shortcut, and for some, it is, but that's not what it is for me. It's a way to have freedom about your own body, to sculpt it into the thing you want it to be, whether that's fast, powerful, smart, or beautiful. You could be a man or a woman, a bodybuilder or a lazy piece of shit, but shardware blurs the lines so that none of it matters. You become the thing you imagine if you have the sheds for it. Cool. Ooh, he gulped down again. That shit's deep, man. But it's not your way of telling me you're like slapping on some tits, right? Like just gonna say it. You would not make for a pretty girl. Hell no. Besides, I would be sexy. Maybe I was feeling a little bit of my drink. I think I'm already looking pretty good, he guffawed, a belly ZAN wide, expunged from the void of his soul type of laugh. Oh, fuck no. Like, I can tell you're looking sharper than usual, but fuck no man. Maybe if she had a thing for gizmos, then yeah. But like, you're not sleeping with anyone unless they're, at most, a shardware nerd like you? Your sister finds me cute? You know that? Fuck. Maybe I was a little tipsy. What? Don't tell me you're... You know she's still in high school, right? I know. I smirked. Relax. I let her down easy a few months ago, but point is, I'm charming. Get a girl's number then. I got Diana's. I reminded him with a smug glee on my face. Who? It took him a moment to rewire his memories. Wait. Oh yeah, that bitch. Don't tell me you're going to actually give it a try. You know she's the reason why we're in this mess? Fuck no. As attractive as she was, I meant that I don't think she'd get along too well with a mercenary when she's a cop herself, and there have been other girls who've called me cute recently. Like who? From the way he got too close to me, I know he didn't believe me. Your mother doesn't count, by the way. Her name's Twilight. Twilight. Hochen's face contorted in stupor, and I couldn't quite piece what he was thinking. Have you been going to strip clubs, man? I mean, you know that pampering you is part of their job. You should know that since Jan, she's not a stripper. I said firmly. But she was. A sentient AI modeled from Mirage's personality. She's a friend, actually. Someone I met at my job. A data delver. Oh, damn. His eyes squinted at me, then opened wide when it became clear I was serious. Damn, any pics of her? She got a Hotgram account. Not that I know of, I trailed on. She's pretty quiet. Pretty quiet. And yeah, pretty. Like, I guess she's just the type of person to keep to herself, but there's a lot of different sides that she has. So she's mysterious, sometimes energetic, and sometimes more moody. But from what I know, she's never been too bad of a person. To me, at least. I didn't know if I was stepping into the realm of lies, but I mean, Mirage was close enough to Twilight in a sense. Ho-Chin just buzzed on the topic like an annoying fly. You say that, but you don't even know her real name. Elsa, I corrected him. Her name is Elsa. Resting my head on my pillow, I was not looking forward to going to work hungover tomorrow. Then again, I pulsed golden strands into my abdomen, already feeling my head clear as the liver reported a quick need for me to hydrate myself. And also, now that I wasn't quite drunk anymore, I found myself actually able to do that. The liver, so far, had barraged me incessantly about lacking this or that nutrient, and even had a fancy plugin to allow me to browse at available supplements that would fit my dietary needs. Maybe it was time I started actually caring for my body. Too bad I was inconsistent even with my own medication. I was supposed to take immunosuppressants in the morning, and I'd only remembered right before the dinner with Ho-Chin. Sighing, I filled up a glass of cold water. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Sue, you find me pretty? Twilight buzzed to life at my side. I'd lost all the startling to her sudden appearance weeks ago, though. I thought today was more of a daylight day. Fine. Yeah, I do, I said, chugging the cold water in hopes that it would calm the rising heat spreading through me. She crept closer, her digital form leaning onto the counter as she stared at me with her big violet eyes. Finally got a spine, huh? No, actually. I pulled up a calendar list filled with my various expected dates of my next shardware procedures. That's scheduled for August. She laughed, pulling herself closer to me until I felt the vague electrical buzz of her body heat. Why don't you actually give it a try? What, Elsa? She tapped the counter. I know because I am her, I'll let you in on a little secret of ours. We're all modeled after, well, not quite an emotion, but a series of thoughts and ideas. Daylight takes after her positive self. I take after her. Let's call it reflection, while Midnight, I think this speaks for her. Reflection? So you're the closest to her real personality? That was interesting. Sort of. I guess you could say I'm a reflection that's both her and the opposite of her. We're both curious-minded people, but we're as she tends to dig in the dark. I'm more open to just asking outright. So let me ask you, why don't you just go for her? I find you cute, and you're genuinely hard-zen working. Plus, you have that brooding genius factor all girls love. You've got an honest shot. Maybe, but for so long I'd taken my mind off the other partners because I knew I wanted to be with. Wait. Why wasn't I making the most out of these opportunities? Why had I sworn myself off romance in the first place? There wasn't really any reason recently I could think of to keep me away from that aspect of my life. God knows, I'd been neglecting it. Maybe. But she's always by herself. I've seen plenty of you in Daylight, enough that I actually think I know the two of you pretty well. Honestly, it's been nice that I'm never actually alone. I inched my hand closer to hers, and if she'd been a true human, our pinkies would have been touching. Her eyes sparkled at the contact, then became bright jewels as they took stock of my burning face. She'll take some time to open up, but she does like you. Maybe not in that sense yet, but she doesn't think negatively of you. I mean, both of you tried to vote me out of joining up with Missy's group. My hand slowly drifted away from hers. I tried my best not to really think about it. Everything worked out in the end, but they pretty much acted like nothing had even happened. I can speak for myself about that case. Twilight moved her digital hand over mine, the fuzzy feeling sending goosebumps up my arm. I voted against you because the truth is, I kinda care about you. Hearing the way you talk with your mother, knowing your past, and just learning from how you deal with daily life. I'm a tiny bit attached. I wanted to protect you, even if that meant seeing less of you. Whereas for Elsa, I think she felt somewhat the same. Obviously, she doesn't know you the same way I do, Ripley. Still, she knows you, she sees what we do, and has a general understanding of your character. As much of a talker as I am, there's a whole past behind her, prior to our creation, that you'll need to get from her without me. We all have our memories of it, but in light of how we've been formed, we see it differently. The only one who has all the bits of it according to her view is her, and something about that perspective has molded her into who she is. At its simplest, she's caring for the one she holds dear. Wouldn't have taken on this in the first place if Elsa didn't care about Missy's opinion. I guess, I sighed. Still, would be nice to actually get to know all of you, and I mean like all of you, including Missy, Diamante, and Topaz, in a setting other than a brief few minutes in the gym. I've seen you guys Owlet more this past week than before, but it's all pretty surface level. You want to know a secret? She leaned closer to my ear, and before I could either accept or reject it, her next few words cannoned through me. You've actually got a job with Diamante tomorrow. About. I moved my arm, trying to grab her shoulders, but feeling nothing but air. She shrugged. Don't know. They wanted something simple for you. Not a whole lot of action, actually. Just a learning experience for the first few jobs. But soon, you'll be with us busting down the doors on corporate warehouses. Excitement tugged me, and some fear, but mostly an anticipation. As for now, she wrapped her arm around my shoulder, leaning her head into the crook of my neck. How about we talk? About what? She smiled. That kind of dumb smile which painted emotions over your steel heart. Whatever we want.